Yeah, my room is a little messy. Um, my room is a little messy. So yeah, sorry about that. Um, I just have to come here and say the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been hearing about AJ Brown, and we are hearing rumors that, according to Mike Garafolo, the Philadelphia Eagles are asking for Quinton Williams type trade package for AJ Brown. Now, what does that mean? It means two first round picks or two first round picks and a player. Quinton Williams was traded from the Jets to the Cowboys, if you didn't remember, for a player and two first round picks. Now, this tells me that the Philadelphia Eagles are not moving on from AJ Brown unless they get a lot back for him. All the rumors about the Eagles want to get rid of him. If they wanted to get rid of him, do you really think that the Eagles would trade AJ Brown for a Quinton Williams type package, or do you think they would ask for a second rounder? Let's be real, man. The New England Patriots offered a second round pick, and the Eagles said no. This tells me the Philadelphia Eagles do not want to move on from AJ Brown like a lot of these people claim out to be. Like, they're making it like AJ Brown is a cancer. The Eagles want to get rid of him, that they just want a first round. They are asking for Quinton Williams type package, is what Mike Garafolo is reporting. And I trust him, because Mike Garafolo was not a goofy reporter out there lying and smearing someone's name. This is a guy that's been in the NFL, that knows what's up, that has been around every league, every team, every scout possible. Every GM, not scout, every GM, every team GM, you name it, he's been around. And the Philadelphia Eagles are going to keep AJ Brown in Philadelphia, and rightfully so, right? And I don't think that's a bad thing, right? A lot of people say, oh, you got to get rid of AJ Brown. No, we do not. Let me remind all the people again in the background. The Philadelphia Eagles do not need to get rid of AJ Brown. If you want AJ Brown, call up Howard Roseman and ask for his services of a wide receiver, a Pro Bowl wide receiver, 1,000-yard wide receiver that's been productive every year, has been over 1,000 yards. Okay, this is not a guy that has regressed and has been horrible. This is a guy that had one bad year, a down year, because of the offensive coordinator and partially the head coach and Nick Sirianni of hiring guys he shouldn't be hiring. And, he's not getting them targets like he did before. But I do think that Sean Mannion will bring the best out of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And I'm excited to see what this offense will look like with A.J. Brown in this offense. The Philadelphia Eagles are not looking to move on from A.J. Brown. It doesn't make sense for this franchise. Why move on from a Pro Bowl wide receiver? Why move on from a 1,000-yard wide receiver that's been productive for you, right? Now, if A.J. Brown doesn't want to be here, just restructure your contracts. But until AJ Brown comes out and says otherwise, I don't believe none of these reports, man. Now, I made a video today, and I didn't get a lot of likes, but I don't care really, because I wanted to say, okay, well, hypothetically, I should have put hypothetically. It was early in the morning, right? And I was wondering, right, if they did trade AJ Brown, you would have to draft a receiver, and I don't want to go through that. So moving on from AJ Brown for nothing makes no sense. And I'm not all for just trading him because, well, we just got to trade him. No, we don't got to trade him. He had nothing to do with the offense. And anybody thinks it has everything to do with this offense, and he was the main part of this offense and why they struggled, don't know what they're talking about. Kevin Batulo was the worst offense corner in football. Worst offense corner in football. And you can't deny what we saw last year. The offense was sluggish with Tanner McKee, without Tanner McKee, with Jalen Hurts, without Jalen. It was a struggle. And that's why I said, man, the Philadelphia Eagles are in a situation where they don't need to move on from him. Right? Let's see what Sean Mannion can do. He brought his new coaches into the build. I'm excited to see what Sean Mannion can do with A.J. Brown, man. So we looking free agency, right? Dallas Scott is not coming back. But you do keep a wide receiver that if you can get him happy, and that's an if, right? That's an if. We don't know what A.J. Brown is thinking, but when we look at A.J. Brown, we look at the productive work that he brings. We look at the body work that he has and what he brings when he's healthy, when he's 100%, when he's fully in his own winning mindset. Not in his head, but on the field. When he's fully there, he is a good dog and he's a game changer. And I just don't want to move on from a guy like this. So, you know, for all the Patriot fans that are crying, oh, well, you got to move on from A.J. Brown. Again, man, like I told that Patriot fan on Twitter, and I said this yesterday on my live stream, well, not yesterday, my 2 years of my live stream. I said, we don't have to trade A.J. Brown. It makes no sense financially. Why move on from a guy? If I'm trading A.J. Brown, I want 2 first-round picks and a player, man. And I agree with Howie Roseman's doing. Howie Roseman is a smart businessman. Okay, you're not going to fleece Howie Roseman into trading a receiver because you think that you're the Patriots and you think you can do everything you want. And it's just not happening, man. So what would it look like to trade A.J. Brown? I think a first-round pick, right? Give me a first-round pick this year and next year. And I think that you have a conversation. But until a team does that, I don't think it makes sense. The Falcons are a bad organization. They over there franchising, tagging their tight end, trying to think that they're going to get a lot for Kyle Pitts. If Quinton Williams, a 29-year-old defensive player that has done nothing but I mean, he hasn't won championships. If he went for 2 first-round picks and a player, then A.J. Brown should be worth that. I'm tired of people trying to undervalue A.J. Brown. The man's a Super Bowl champion. The man has been all-pro. The man has been a 1,000-yard wide receiver every year. What are we talking about? If Khalil Mack went for a lot more than what people think about, it makes no sense. None of these players that get traded that I've seen have done equivalent to A.J. Brown. And if you want A.J. Brown services, and if you're the New England Patriots, give up that first. We don't got time to play with teams, right? If you don't want A.J. Brown, then step aside and let us continue to have him. But we are not forcing to trade A.J. Brown. We are not looking to move on from A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is a game changer. And if you want a game changer wide receiver, then you got to pay the price. Why, if I'm Howie Roseman, would I trade a 29-year-old, a 28 going to be 29-year-old who is a absolute dog on the field that is a game changer for your franchise? Right? We don't have an issue. Your team has an issue. If you're the Buffalo Bills, you better give up that first-round pick, which I don't think you have first-round picks. So again, you're in a bad situation. That's why I say some of these teams, they say they want to win, but do they really want to win? Do they really want to win? Because if you're a team that needs a receiver and your quarterback is struggling, you know your quarterback is struggling, then why don't you make those sacrifices to give up that first-round pick? The Eagles had no problem in the draft giving up that first-round pick to go get A.J. Brown. They had no problems making a move if they need to. Howie Roseman is always aggressive in free agency, always trying to make trades, always trying to get better. And these GMs claim that they're on the same level as Howie Roseman, but yet they're not. Because it's not us trying to fleece you. It's the value that A.J. Brown brings. When he's on the field, is a game changer. The New England Patriots been trying to fleece Howie Roseman for A.J. Brown. And Howie's like, no, that ain't happening. Because your name is Mike Vrabel, because you're the Patriots, you think you can just suddenly give us a second-round pick? If I was the Eagles, I would have blocked their number a long time ago. Giving up a second-round pick, you out here trying to give Boutte and a second-round pick last year? These guys are crazy to think that we're going to move on from A.J. Brown other than the first. Why give up a 1,000-yard wide receiver for what? Nothing. We're not looking to move on from A.J. Brown. If A.J. Brown wants to be traded, he can restructure his deal anytime he wants. He can go up to Howie and say, listen, man, I want to restructure my deal, and he can always request a trade. He has not publicly said that. Why are content creators out here like LB? I love LB, but he over there making it like we're trying to move on from A.J. Brown. Oh, A.J.'s unhappy. Come on, LB. You trying to be with them too? You trying to be with them too? And I rock with LB, but I don't think A.J. Brown's unhappy. Why was he not publicly coming out? He has no problem saying anything else. If he was unhappy, he would absolutely say he wanted to trade. So don't tell me that A.J. Brown is unhappy. I don't believe the bull crap. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I don't care how many views it gets. I keep on saying that I don't care about the views. I'm always tell the truth. And the truth hurts sometimes. And the truth is, if A.J. Brown is unhappy, then yeah, you do trade him. But if he's not unhappy, why we continue to talk about this? We've been hearing different rumors. A.J. Brown wants to stay. The Eagles like him. And then we hear the rumors his agent. His agent out here trying to be snaky and trying to move him on for him, bro. Trying to move him to another team. His agent is bogus for that. His agent is bogus for that. Does A.J. Brown want to leave? That's the question we got to answer in 2026. Is A.J. Brown, does he want to be here? If he wants to be here, then why not keep him in the building? It makes no sense trade him and then not get nothing back from him. No, we're going to get something back from him. We gave up a first-round pick for him. It makes no sense. These people are bogus. These people on analysts saying we got to move on from A.J. Brown. I like how they tell us what to do. They're trying to tell Howie Roseman what to do. You're not in that goddamn building. How are you an ESPN talking head and yet you over there say, we got to move on from A.J. Brown? No, we don't. No, we don't. Because your favorite quarterback don't have A.J. Brown and you're one of them fantasy quarterback experts that think that, Justin Herbert with A.J. Brown, get out of here, man. Tell these quarterbacks to stop choking in the playoffs. They don't need no A.J. Brown. They need to stop choking in the goddamn playoffs. What would Josh Allen look like with A.J. Brown? What would Josh Allen look like before without A.J. Brown? A choker. He gonna choke with A.J. Brown regardless if he's on that football team. We got to stop acting like A.J. Brown makes. Like, listen, I love A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is a game changer. No matter where he goes, he's going to be a dog no matter what. I'm not going to be one of them Eagle fans that are going to disrespect A.J. Brown. He makes the New England Patriots Super Bowl contenders. He makes the Ravens Super Bowl contenders. Okay? We're not going to act like A.J. Brown didn't help Jalen Hurts. We did. And Jalen Hurts helped them. It was a both of them helping each other. A.J. Brown got better as a wide receiver when he went to Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts got better as a quarterback when he got A.J. Brown. So when I see people at like Eagle fans sitting there and say A.J. Brown is not consistent, it's a lie. It's a lie. You don't know what you're talking about. An all-pro, 1,000-yard wide receiver every year. Let's not act like in Tennessee he wasn't balling out. That's not true. He was balling out. Now, was he putting up these crazy numbers like he did in Philadelphia that he had in Tennessee? No, he wasn't. But Tennessee, he still was a 1,000-yard wide receiver, close to a 1,000-yard wide receiver. The man had Ryan Tannehill and was still putting up big numbers. Now, Jalen Hurts is a way better quarterback than Ryan Tannehill. But we got to stop acting like A.J. Brown ain't a difference maker. We got to stop acting like a team with a need at wide receiver that would trade for A.J. Brown wouldn't help their football team. We're not going to sit there and act like A.J. Brown doesn't help a Josh Allen, doesn't help a Drake. He does. He does. Because he helped Jalen Hurts out. But I'm sorry, man. Like, Josh Allen ain't winning no Super Bowl with just adding A.J. Brown. And that's what this media is making it out to be. And I don't think that it's fair for people to criticize Howie Roseman for wanting the value for a number one receiver. The Philadelphia Eagles are getting the most value for a receiver, whether he's unhappy or not. It's the value that you need back. And I'm sorry, right? A.J. Brown is under contract. And A.J. Brown, if he's so unhappy, can always restructure his deal. If A.J. Brown is so unhappy, request a trade, bro. Request a trade or shut up. It's simple as that, man. I am tired of the media. I'm tired of A.J. Brown, honestly, and his agents. I'm just tired of it, bro. A.J. Brown needs to decide, do you want to win championships or do you want to go and go with a team that you just want to get the ball with? If you want to go to a team that throws you the ball a lot, then we'll send you to the Buffalo Bills, but no guarantee you'll win a championship. And that's the goal. That's what A.J. Brown needs to figure out. A.J. Brown needs to figure out, does he want to win another Super Bowl or does he want to win just a division? Does he want to be the highest passing receiver? Because that's what Justin Jefferson is. That's what Jamar Chase are. They always get 1,000 yards each and every year, but they don't go nowhere. Okay? The Philadelphia Eagles been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 2 years with A.J. Brown. 2022, they went because of A.J. Brown. You don't win a Super Bowl without A.J. Brown. So when people disrespect A.J. Brown, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do it. And I do think that A.J. Brown is upset because this head coach is still here. I've said it along. I don't think that Nick Sirianni should be back. Now, people get upset with me. I don't care if they get upset with me. I'm not here to be liked. And I'm not the only Nick Sirianni hater. So when you got all these goofy dudes on YouTube sending us saying I'm a hater, Nick Sirianni is a winner. No, he's not though. Because what is a head coach that wins? What coach is a winner that claps twice with a talent around him? If you're a winning coach, all the talent you have, you should be able to win multiple Super Bowls with that talent. Don't sit there and say, oh, give me that. Oh, well, every year you can't win a Super Bowl. With all this talent, you should be able to win 4 Super Bowls in a row. This Eagles team is not lack of talent. We have lack of coaching. And that's the issue. We got coaches who shouldn't be here. We got coaches who hire offense coordinators that should have never been hired. And we got a coach who clearly can't keep his paws out of the playbook or be involved in the playbook or lawn any offense that doesn't fit our style of our players. And that's the thing. So when we have people telling me that A.J. Brown is, oh, well, you know, why is he upset? Well, you tell me why he's upset. Probably because of this head coach hiring guys he shouldn't hire. But they want to tell me that Nick Sirianni is the most winningest coach, and I don't give a shit about that. That's like Cowboy fans telling me that Dak Prescott's the most winningest quarterback and he wins the division every year. Who cares? But you don't win championships. Nick Sirianni's been to 2 Super Bowls, and yet he's won 1 and lost 1. Let's not act like Nick Sirianni's been to 2 Super Bowls and won both of them. We're not going to do that. We're not going to act like Nick Sirianni's been a 2-time Super Bowl head coach, winning coach. He's not. He's been to 1 Super Bowl and won 1 and lost 1. And because the first time he got out-coached by Andy Reid. We're not going to act like Nick Sirianni didn't collapse twice under our own eyes. Are we going to act like our eyes did not see this offense struggle? We're not going to act like that Nick Sirianni couldn't take a DeAndre Swift, all these players to a Super Bowl. He had Julio Jones and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in 1 year and couldn't do it. How can you not hold that on him? And that's what we're not going to do. We're not going to make excuses for this head coach. And just like when Jalen Hurts played bad, I got on him. I'm not going to make excuses for this fucking coach, man. You're going to come out here and tell me that this coach is the most winningest coach? Bullshit. Because if he's such a winning coach, then he should be able to beat a Kyle Shanahan in the first round. If he was a winning coach like you claim he was, he would have been in the Super Bowl this year. He would have. So stop with the Nick Sirianni fanboy hype talk like he's a goddamn winner when he's not. The percentage of him winning has nothing to do with his actual of him coaching. The talent around him is bailing him out 24/7. That's not because he's a winning coach. Again, we got to stop with the hyping certain stats. Because if you want to say he's a winning coach, then Jalen Hurts is the most winningest quarterback, and he's the only quarterback that I think has taken 2 offensive coordinators that didn't deserve to be in the playoffs to the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, not to the Super Bowl, to the playoffs. Kevin Butullo was awful, and yet Jalen was able to do. So that just shows you Jalen Hurts is more valuable than this head coach. So is Jalen Hurts the greatest Eagles quarterback ever? Right? Because if we're going to do that, then we got to get Jalen Hurts some respect. Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback. He should be in the Tom Brady league. The fact that he should be in the Tom Brady same sense as Tom Brady, because there's no other quarterback that could do what Jalen did. Where he could take Kevin Butullo and Nick Sirianni's offense, his stale offense, to the playoffs. So we going to do that with Jalen? Are we going to give Jalen his respect? Oh, no. You don't want to do that. So, you know, my quarterback that's been taking this head coach to the playoffs every year, 2 Super Bowls. They don't want to get credit, but they want to act like Nick is this winningest coach. Bye. You know what I'm saying? And I do think that Sean Mannion will be our head coach down the road. I do. I think Nick is going to get fired if he doesn't. If he struggles, they should fire his ass. But back to A.J. Brown, man. A.J. Brown is upset, I think. In my opinion, I think it all started because of Nick Sirianni and his lack of ability to understand what the players are needed. When your head coach is, and the problem, I had is when people, like for example, Jalen Carter, they showed a clip of Jalen Carter. You know, when Nick went up to Jalen Carter and yelled at him. You know what I'm saying? Those are the things that you say, oh, that's I like about Nick. He goes up to players and yells at them, but doesn't yell when his quarterback throws 4 interceptions. You never seen Nick Sirianni yell at his quarterback for throwing 4 interceptions. You saw him smirk. But doesn't yell when Kevin Batula was awful, who he hired. He never went up to Kevin Batula and had a yelling moment or talked to him loudly. You didn't see no F word bombs dropped out of his mouth when Kevin Batula was awful. He set up Kevin Batula to fail. That's what it was. Kevin Batula did not deserve to be off corner, but it's your job as a head coach to understand that you shouldn't hire guys like that. And when he was asked about would he collapse another season, like in 2023, he said, oh, I learned from it. So now he lied. He lied to the media and said he learned from his lesson. And you want me to sit there and give him a pass? Well, you can't win a Super Bowl every year. You do understand that any other coach in this business would win a championship with this Eagles team, right? Put LaFleur on his offense and see what he would do. Put McVay on his offense. Since y'all want to do that, if you change, anybody can win with Nick Sirianni's offense. Hell, they would be a lot better. You acting like Nick Sirianni can go and win with their offense. Let's see if McVay could win with their offense. Like, I think McVay would win 3 Super Bowls with this offense that we have right now. With Barkley. With Swift. Before. If you gave this head coach the exact same talent that Nick had, they would win championships. But I don't think Nick could go and win with LA's offense. You think Nick Sirianni could win with Matthew Stafford's offense? You think Matthew Stafford would win a Super Bowl with Nick Sirianni as his head coach? Let's be real. You really think that? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think he can go to Green Bay and win with Jordan Love. I don't think he can go to San Fran and go to 2 Super Bowls with Kyle Shanahan's office. I don't think so. I don't think he can turn Brock Purdy into a good quarterback. I don't think Nick is capable of doing that. Those are good coaches. A good coach knows how to put guys in the right positions to succeed. Nick can't do that. How do you not have both wide receivers successful when you've been around them for how many years? How do you not know how your quarterback is and his strengths are? You've been around Jalen Hurts since the day he was the starter, since you announced him as a starter. And yet you can't figure out what his strengths are still? Like, why would you hire Kevin? Like, this is what makes me mad about these Sirianni fanboys and Philadelphia fans in general. Why couldn't this coach not understand Jalen Hurts being under center more helps him out? If he was a good coach, he would know that and be able to understand that. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure that out. And you don't need to be a genius to understand what a good coach looks like. Nick Sirianni is a great coach when you are a team that's when you need a rebuilding coach. When you're in a rebuild motion. When you need that leader and you need a coach that could come in there and change our offense. That is what Nick is good at. He's very good at that. But when it comes to being a winning coach and when you're a contending team, he doesn't do that. He's not a good coach then. He's a great coach when you're in a rebuild football team. And you need that head coach that can lead men. He is what John Harbaugh is. A great coach, a great motivator. Not a great coach, but a great motivator. But can't call plays, and not only that, can't continue the success that he had. No one is asking Nick Sirianni to call plays. But if you can't call plays, then why do you not hire guys that can call plays? And why do you continue to hire guys that can't do it? And why do you continue to get involved in the offense? Nick Sirianni was just caught again being in the offense. How many times do we got to go through that? So when I see Sports of the ATM and all these other Eagle consecrators, these goofy cornballs who I respect their opinion, but they over there lying and say Nick Sirianni is the most winningest coach. Give me a break. Give me a break. You know damn well you ain't taking no Nick Sirianni over McVay. You know damn well you are not taking no Sirianni over LaFleur. If you had to choose right now, I'm taking Matt LaFleur over Nick. It's not even a talking point. If they came to me, they came to Howie Roseman and said, who would you rather have, LaFleur or Nick Sirianni? Howie would fire Nick immediately. If he's not, he's stupid. But he's not. He's a smart GM, so he would definitely do it. I would take so many coaches over Nick right now. I'd take Vrabel over him. I would take the guy that just won a Super Bowl in Seattle over him. I would take all these other coaches over him. There's no coach that is not better than Nick. Everybody, I think the Cowboys coach over him. The Cowboys coach can call plays. He can't even do that. What does Nick bring? Like, we got to stop trying to act like Nick is the most winningest coach when he's shown, okay, yeah, he's the most winningest coach. Just because you win every game does not make you a great coach. You can be the most overrated coach. Barry Switzer won a Super Bowl with Dallas. Is he classified as a Super Bowl winning coach that is a Hall of Fame coach? Is he classified as the same level as Jimmy Johnson? No. You can be the winning coach according to all these stats. So is J.J. Arthur-Watson with being the most wide receiver, the best receiver in blocking. Because Nick Sirianni is the most winningest coach, we want to ignore his flaws. He has more flaws than he has more pros. He has more cons than he has pros. I'm sorry, more flaws than he doesn't have more flaws. He has more flaws than he doesn't, and that's an issue. If you think that Nick Sirianni did a great job the way he handled the playoff seeding, and you think that it was great to sit these players out, then I think that you're crazy. Why wouldn't you not put your offense corner in the right situation to seed? Like, I'm not going to sit there and sugarcoat with these Eagle fans, man. If you want real Eagles content, if you want people to be real with you, subscribe to me. If you don't, get out my don't subscribe to me. This simple as that. I'm not an Eagles fan that's going to tell you what you want. I'm not an Eagles fan that's always going to be right. There is sometimes I'm going to be wrong. I'm not saying I'm always right. But I know what the hell I'm talking about. If you're one of them Eagle fans that want to be fake and you want not be fake. If you're one of them Eagle fans that think that Nick Sirianni is his greatest coach in the world, then this is not the channel for you. This is not the channel for you. I'm going to keep it real with you. We do criticize this head coach over here. And it does not make me a fake fan for criticizing this head coach who clearly cannot stop getting in the way. The reason the A.J. Brown shit is happening is because this head coach couldn't be bothered to hire the right guy. Right or wrong. The reason we have to hear this A.J. Brown talk or this Jalen Hurts can't win with another offense, why offense coordinators don't want to come here, is because of Nick. It's because of Nick. The reason why no offense coordinator want to come here is because of Nick. And you have to settle with a guy who hasn't called plays yet. At an NFL level. Now he's called plays in the Shrine Bowl or whatever. I think it was the Shrine Bowl or one of those games that mean he's called plays, but not in the NFL level. But we've seen patterns. You snaked Jeff Stoutland behind his back. That's a great coach. That's a coach that we want in the building. You go behind Jeff Stoutland back, an offensive lineman offensive line head coach that is one of the best. Jeff Stoutland left because of this head coach who went behind his back and then took play calling away from him without him knowing. How can I respect that? But he's the most winningest coach. I don't care. His percentage does not have to do with his ability to understand things that you need to be as a coach. He lacks ability to read rooms. He can't galvanize a locker room when things collapse on him. When things are going wrong for him, he doesn't know how to galvanize a locker room. That's a problem. That's a problem. And how do I know that this wouldn't continue? If the Philadelphia Eagles let Sean Mannion go after this year, let's say succeed, they are the dumbest franchise in football. If they give this head coach another year. If it takes to week 5 to fire Nick Sirianni, it shouldn't take that long to fire Nick, because it should take only 3 games to fire his ass. If your offense is stalling, then it's not Jalen Hurts' problem at this point. It's the head coach that you got to look for. And it shouldn't be Nick Sirianni and this coach staff should go. It just should be Nick. And it will be Nick. Nick will be on his keister by week 2. They're not keeping him. You think that Nick Sirianni is bringing all these other guys in? If he had his choice, Kevin Patullo would still be our offense coordinator. He was forced to fire Kevin Patullo. So we're not going to sit there and act like Nick was given. We're not going to give Nick credit for firing his offense coordinator. He should have had that offense coordinator fired before the season collapsed. He waited to the end of the year. A good coach knows when to let go guys. You hired an offensive coordinator and you let him destroy this whole team until we couldn't even get past a playoff game. We were one and done in the playoffs because of this coach and his choices he made. That's a good coach? Like, we got to stop making excuses for this coach, man. Stop with this. I don't care about his percentage of winning. That means nothing. Put that to the side. Your players don't want to be here. Your coaches don't want to be here. They're leaving every single time that they get a job opportunity. Your quarterback is regressed. Your quarterback needs brand new offense coordinators because he can't get one more than 2 years because everybody's leaving. Your offensive line coach don't want to deal with you. Your defensive coordinator was contemplating retirement. Oh, by the way, your secondary coach, second he got a job, he was out the door. We don't see a problem with that? We don't think maybe it's because of Nick. The reports came out that everybody was frustrated with Nick Sirianni. But he got an A in a report card? Really? Who was grading these report cards? Because I'm sure AJ didn't give Nick Sirianni an A. It wasn't Jalen Hurts who gave him an A. And how does Howie Roseman have a B? That makes no sense. These report cards are phony. They don't even make sense. You telling me that Howie Roseman got a B? When Howie Roseman put a team together for Nick and Nick couldn't even do his job to make sure that offense and that defense was ready? For a team that plays for him, right? The man went out and got Jalen Phillips. The man went out and drafted Makuba. He goes and gets signs Adoree Jackson. And this dude couldn't even galvanize a locker room. Let's understand the A.J. Brown rumors have started because of this head coach. And no, I'm not giving this head coach grace. When you collapse twice, how can you earn my respect? You got to do a lot more. Nick has to completely earn my trust again. I don't trust nothing he says. I don't trust nothing he does. I don't care how many times he says we're going to get better. I don't care how many times he says tough D to the guy. I am not trusting that guy. I'm not. And if you're one of the Eagle fans that think that Nick deserves your trust, then more power to you. But he collapsed twice. And it's his fault why A.J. Brown is unhappy. Because if you hired an offensive coordinator in the first place that could do their job, we wouldn't be in this situation. Your offense can't put a team away because you got an offensive head coach who's supposedly a great coach who thinks being conservative and not scoring a lot of points is a way of winning. Because he wins. He wins barely. But we want to blame the quarterback. We want to say the quarterback is the one that's regressed. But then we don't want to look at the head coach. Who are you hiring to help our quarterback out? Your job as the head coach is to help our quarterback. Is it not? If you're not here to help our quarterback, then what the fuck are you here for? What are you here for? What are you here for if you're not helping this guy? Your job is to make him the best each and every year. And it doesn't seem that way. When he's thrown 4 interceptions, why aren't you in his face like you are in AJ and Jalen Carter's face? When your offensive coordinator is struggling, instead of you celebrating on the damn sound, you should be on that offensive coordinator's ass and yelling at him and screaming at him to get his shit together. That's a good coach. That's a coach that wants to be here. Not doing damn celebrations when you barely can score, man. Get the hell out of here when Nick is the most winningest coach. I don't care what he does. Because when it comes to accountability, he takes none of that. Takes none of that. Never one time did he admit he was wrong. And don't tell me he wanted to fire Kevin Batula. If that man had his way, Kevin Batula will be back as an offensive coordinator for the second year. They made him fire him. It was either him or Kevin Batula, and they decided, hey, Nick, you got to fire your offensive coordinator or you're fired. And he decided to get fired. Jeffrey Lurie almost had him fired. So, yeah, he's on the hot seat. For all you Nick Sirianni fanboys, Jeffrey Lurie was going to fire his ass. He should have still been fired. I don't know how the hell you made 2 years. I mean, Doug didn't even get this grace. Doug was fired for doing less than what Nick did. And that's what pisses me off, man. So, no, you're not going to come here and tell me Nick is the most winningest coach. Bye, man. Bye. Out of here. Eagles keep A.J. Brown. They will keep A.J. Brown. A.J. ain't going nowhere. You're not trading an all-pro receiver for a second-round pick. The New England Patriots, all these fans think that that's ridiculous. The Eagles asked for a lot. No, it's not ridiculous. Because he won a Super Bowl. When you win championships, your value goes up. Sorry to say that. I don't know what these fans thought this was. Did you not think Howie... Listen. Do you not think that Howie Roseman can't win? Not Howie can't win. Do you not think that Howie Roseman was not allowed to get alive for his receiver that he traded a first-round pick for? Like... For you to think that A.J. Brown doesn't have value, sorry, the newsflash for you, A.J. Brown is still a very good receiver. So if you're the New England Patriots, you got a first-round pick, give it up. Right? Do you want to win or do you want to continue to be a laughingstock? It's up to you. You don't want to compare A.J. Brown with Stephon Diggs. It's you that, it's not us. We're not winning anything out of this trade. We're still taking dead cap hit regardless if we move on from A.J. Brown. So, yeah, we're going to ask for a lot. Why would it benefit us? How does it benefit trading A.J. Brown? Now we got to go in the draft and probably draft a receiver to replace him if we do move on from him. Or we got to go in free agency and get another receiver to pair with Devontae Smith. So how does that help us? That makes no sense what these analysts be saying sometimes. Oh, A.J. Brown is hurting this football team. How is he hurting this football team? Hurting this football team would be trading him for nothing. You're not going to trade an all-pro receiver, a 1,000-yard wide receiver every year to a team for a second-round measly pick. Come on, come on. Someone said a third-round pick for A.J. Brown, one of those mock drafts, and Bateman. What? That would be fleecing Howie Roseman. You really think he's John Robinson? That's what John Robinson would do. This is not This is not John Robinson. We're not one of them teams that are going to get fleeced. We're doing the fleecing. The Patriots fans, I've been telling them, all of them A.J. Brown switching his uniforms around, thinking he's going to go to New England. Come on. They thought we weren't serious now. Now they over there complaining. No, we don't want A.J. Brown now. No, yeah, you didn't want A.J. Brown, but you wanted A.J. Brown 2 weeks ago. You tagging Mike Vrabel, hashtag Mike Vrabel, A.J. wants to be a Patriot, but now it's time to pay the price for him. Now you're over there talking about, hey, Howie Roseman's unreasonable. I don't want A.J. Keep him. Keep the diva. Oh, yeah, the diva that you wanted on your football team. You see how that works now? It's amazing how Howie Roseman can, hurt the Patriot fans' feelings by getting what he wants. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. He's Howie fucking Roseman. He is the best GM in football, and that's what GMs are supposed to do. You want a player that bad, you got to pay the price. We're not looking to move on from A.J. Brown unless the things are right for us. Whether A.J. Brown is unhappy, he can be unhappy all you want. Go sit on the fucking bench then. If you want to lose money and you want to hold out, that's fine. You are hurting yourself, dude. You're not hurting us. We're not taking no dead cap hit because a player might be unhappy or doesn't want to be here. Then you know what? Sit on the fucking bench. It's simple as that. We don't got time to play around with a 29-year-old man. We don't got time to play. If you don't want to be here, then restructure your contract. He can restructure his contract anytime he wants. He's the one who wanted the highest paid receiver amount. He signed a 4-year deal. He's the one that wanted Jalen back. He vouched for Jalen to be back. So it has nothing to do with him not liking Jalen. If it did, then you shouldn't have been asking for Howard to sign Jalen back. But you did. You said, well, if Jalen goes, I want to go there too. You vouched for him, and he's supposed to be your best friend. He's your godfather's, he's your daughter's godfather. But I don't think AJ has an issue with Jalen. I think it's Nick Sirianni. I think Nick and AJ don't get along. I think AJ Brown does not like who Nick is. Nick is a guy that no one respects in the locker room. And you could keep talking about, oh, that's not true. It is, though. Because if they respected him, they would have played hard for him in that playoff game. None of these players played hard. Devontae dropped 2 balls. Saquon wasn't great. The offensive line was piss poor. You couldn't prepare. How many times did we were unprepared? How many times did offensive line come out and say they weren't prepared? That's not on the players. That's on the coaches. That's on the coaches, man. It is not the players' fault that you can't hire an offensive coordinator. That's the head coach, and the head coach has to take accountability for that. But when you have Nick Sirianni sitting there saying that he's not going to collapse another year, and then he goes out and collapses another year, how do you keep your job, man? So no, when people tell me that Nick Sirianni should get grace and oh, he's the most winning, you're stupid for criticizing Nick, then fuck you. Fuck you. You ain't going to tell me what I can and cannot say. Who the fuck is you? Who the fuck is you? Who the hell do you think you are to tell me what I can and cannot say or what I can and cannot think? Who the hell is you? Who the fuck is you to criticize me when I've been watching football since I was a baby? Get the fuck out of my face, dude. You're not going to tell me what I can and cannot think. If I say Nick Sirianni sucks, I think he sucks. You ain't going to change that. Just like I can't change your opinion if you think Jalen Hurts sucks. Now, I think it's asinine because he's a Super Bowl MVP, but I can't change what you think. You can't change what I think. I think this coach is the most overrated coach we have. He's a Barry Switzer head coach. Don't tell me about his winning percentages. When was his winning percentages when he had an office corner he hired in the building? When it was his job to be the head coach and hire guys within, he failed. He failed. That's why he had to go outside the building and hire a Sean Mannion. That's why McDaniels and none of these guys wanted to come here, and they want to make it like it's a Jalen Hurts thing, man. Get out of here, man. It has everything to do with this head coach. Why Kellen Moore was hired. Why Shane Steichen was hired. Nick didn't hire these guys. Jeffrey Lurie did. Nick hired Jonathan Gannon, failed. He failed. Nick hired Sean Desai, failed. That was his hire. Howie hired Vic Fangio, success. You see the difference? I can at least expect you to hire your own guys, right? I can't even expect them to do that. So we're not going to act like Nick is the most winning percentage coach, but then we can't sit there. Okay, if we can do that, then guess what? Jalen Hurts is the most winningest quarterback, and he's on Tom Brady's level. Because only Tom Brady can do what Jalen Hurts is doing, and that is taking an offense corner that didn't even deserve to be in the playoffs, 2 straight different offense corners each and every year, to the playoffs. Then he's the greatest Eagles quarterback in franchise history. He's better than any NFL quarterback right now. We gonna do that? Then Jalen Hurts should be in the Tom Brady conversation because that's some Tom Brady type shit. Only Mahomes and Tom Brady and Jalen can do what Jalen is doing. How are you the most winning coach in percentage, and you have to say, and they love saying he wins a lot. So what? The talent around him is helping him, bailing him out. We would have lost to the Rams if it had nothing to do with these players, man. That would have been a loss. It had nothing to do with the coaching. Nick is not out here being a genius in all play calling. It's a joke, man. It's a joke. Eagles keep A.J. Brown. They are keeping A.J. A.J. ain't going nowhere. Eagles are not trading A.J. Brown. It makes no sense for this franchise. It's a 45.5 million dead cap hit when you trade. He's making over 60 million, I believe, or 33 million, 35 million, or 33 million. He's making a lot. Your dead cap hit, whether you trade him in June 1st or after June 1st, after June 1st would be a lot better because it's less of a dead cap hit. But right now, no, it would be hurt. It would kill us. It would kill us. It would destroy this cap space. Now, can Howie Roseman find a way to trade A.J. Brown if he had to? Absolutely he can, but he's going to want a lot for him. You know what I'm saying? If Howie Roseman wanted to trade A.J. Brown that badly, he would have traded him in the deadline. Trust and believe that. He would have taken the Patriots offer, and Patriots already had A.J. Brown. The Eagles had an opportunity to get Keyshawn Boutte in the second-round pick for A.J. last year from the Patriots, and they declined it. Hell, before the season, they offered a second-round pick. The Bills offered a second-round pick, and the Eagles declined it. They've been trying to get rid of A.J. Brown. I think the media is trying to do that because they know the Eagles are a scary football team. They know the Eagles, with Nick Sirianni out of the offense, or if he can keep his head out of the playbook or involved in the offense, we're a fine football team. We can score points. And they know we can do damage. This offense is going to be great because now you get to see an offensive corner that hopefully can do their job. And I'm excited to see what Sean Maine and Josh Grizzard, the wide receiver coach they hired, is going to do. And I'm excited to see what this offensive line coach is going to do. Without Jeff Stalin, what's it going to look like? You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing. Like, I brought this up, man. The Philadelphia Eagles draft is coming soon. The Eagles been interested in tight end. That's a fact. They've been interested in tight end. Dallas Goedert is not likely coming back. The Eagles still want him back. Now, we could definitely bring back Dallas Goedert, but not for what he wants. But I do think that, in my mind, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I do think Dallas Goedert will be back somehow, some way. I think that we're going to find a way to get him done. It won't be a lot, but I think that he's not going to get them. And if he don't get what he wants, we might bring him back. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be hard, though. But I think that a number one priority in free agency is getting Jalen Phillips back. Jalen Phillips got to be the number one priority. I don't care. You know, a lot of people talk about his injuries, always injured pro. Man, you weren't saying that when he was playing in Philadelphia. Stop it. See, these Eagle fans, man, when they leave, they want to talk bad about them. You weren't saying this about Jalen Phillips when he was playing on that field. Jalen Phillips is a dog, and he's coming off an ACL injury. He was healthy this year. He didn't miss one game this year when he was on that field. So for us to disrespect Jalen Phillips and say, oh, he's not worth that money, stop it, man. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? He is coming off an ACL. You got to understand, he just came off an ACL injury. This was his season that he literally was in a full season coming off an ACL injury. Last year, he came off an ACL injury. So it takes time to be the guy. It takes 2 to 3 years at the maximum to be your full 100%. You won't be 100% off the ACL injury. That's some Adrian Peterson type stuff. That doesn't happen usually. You got to be on some Adrian Peterson type stuff where you can bounce off that ACL injury and not be affected. It's going to take a while. That's a ligament damage that they have to restructure. And that's literally them cutting up your knee, and you have to rehab your knee and train your knee how to run. You understand how hard it is for an ACL injury to fully recover? Imagine just imagine you fall and you end up breaking your ankle. You're not going to be 100%. You got to go through the growing pains. It's like how to walk as a kid. You got to learn how to walk. You didn't start walking when you came out the womb. No, you had to learn. So these players get hurt, they have to learn how to run. They have to learn how to walk. They have to learn how to use their knees again. Because they're going to be on crutches. They're going to be in a wheelchair. When you're having ACL injury, I don't know if you watched the Saquon Barkley documentary, but it's a process. It's not, you bounce back off that ACL immediately. It takes a while. It takes a while for you to be 100%, which you were before. And Jalen Phillips in 2026 will be 100%. He will be coming off the second year of an ACL surgery. He's going to already know this defense. He's going to be a dog, man. I don't think the Eagles would be wrong for paying him what he's worth. Because I think the long term it's worth it, man. You know what I'm saying? It's better than paying a guy like Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith has not lived up to his potential. Now that doesn't mean he can't live up to it, because I do think that we saw great stuff out of Nolan Smith, and I do believe in him. Right? Brandon Graham, it took a while for him to be what he was. So I'm not going to shit on the player, right? But I do think that he needs to step up this year. Jordan Davis will get a contract extension. I do think there are going to be some extensions happening. Jalen Hurts will get a contract extension. It's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But we are in a great situation. Just the coach, I think, is in a way. You know, and for anybody to think that Nick Sirianni is not an issue, well, I think he is. And I am scared of what Nick is. Every time he gets ego, he gets a little bit bigger ego. He starts getting out of character. And he starts doing dumb shit. And I don't want to collapse another year. And with this head coach, with not having offensive coordinators outside the building, we have known to collapse twice. And we've seen it. With Kevin Butullo and Brian Johnson, that was because of Nick. And we're not going to deny that Nick is not a part of it. We're not going to sit there and act like the facts are not in front of our face. I don't care about his winning percentage. Again, that's an overrated freaking stat. It's an overrated stat. You're not going to tell me that Nick Sirianni is the most winners percentage coach, and I don't care how many wins he has. And if that's all you care about, then, you know, hey, man, more power to you. I don't care about that shit. I don't care about that shit. When I look at a head coach, I look at what does he do when things get tough. Oh, wait. When things get tough, what is Nick's record then? When things get tough, is he able to bounce back, or does he collapse under pressure? Is he able to prevail under pressure? Is he able to be getting these guys back in groove? No. No, he hasn't. If he has able to do that, then how come both times we collapsed with rosters of talent? So stop with the Nick Sirianni has the most percentage winning coach. I don't give a shit about that. When the pressure was on him, where was he at? Your owner had to talk to a wide receiver. That's your job as a head coach to do that. That's not your damn owner's job. Why is Jeffrey Lurie talking to A.J. Brown about his antics outside the building? That should be the head coach, and the head coach should already have a plan where things don't go that far. You're as a head coach supposed to be the mentor. You're supposed to be the guy. You're supposed to be the guy that everybody believes in. They're supposed to follow. They're supposed to follow your lead. And yet you let the antics get out in the building. You let receivers do whatever they want. You let them talk about, like in Hard Knocks, they'll talk about planes crashing. And then we're talking about this offense. How this offense is a joke. And people didn't catch on to that. How do you let Kevin Butullo be your offensive coordinator? It still makes no sense to me. We should already have another, man, listen, bro. We should have another hat this year, man. We should be already, this should be the 2026 Super Bowl hat. This should have been our year. We should have two of these, bitch. I should have another one right here. But I don't. And you're not going to tell me, oh, not every year you can win it. So I don't expect the Eagles winning every Super Bowl, but I expect them to be in NFC Championship games. I expect them to be in Super Bowls. This roster isn't not, because of, you can't expect them to win. That, come on, man. That's for a loser to say, man. Get out of my face with that. That's a loser mentality, losing word. That is a loser mentality fan right there. Talk about you're not expected to win every year. Yeah, the fuck I am. When you have a roster that is that loaded, you should be in the Super Bowl. Sorry to say that. I don't know where this whole loser mentality was. We don't expect to be in the Super Bowl every year. You do with the right offense coordinators. You do if you have a winning percentage head coach. You're supposed to be a winning percentage head coach, right? Get out of here with that excuse, man. Like and subscribe if you want real content, man. We're gonna stop playing with some of these Eagle contractors, man. We're gonna stop playing around with them. We're not gonna tolerate anymore, man. If you want Nick Sirianni dick riding on this channel, but this is not the channel for you. I don't dick ride Nick Sirianni. I am not a Nick Sirianni fanboy. I don't kiss Nick Sirianni's ass. I don't kiss all the coaches' ass like Andy Reid. I don't do none of that. I keep it real over here. I get credit when it's due, but I don't kiss no one's ass. And I'm not going to bow down to nobody. Nick made me mad, man. Nick is a goofball in my eyes, and Nick should not be in this facility in my eyes. And if I was Jeffrey Lurie and Howard Rose, I would have fired his ass. I don't care. You go, well, you know, and then the fans come and tell me, oh, you know, Nick, you wouldn't be saying that Nick was on another team. Well, good. Let him go to another team. Let's see how many wins he would get with the damn Jets. I would love to see that. How many wins would he have with the damn Jets? Shut up, man. You acting like Nick is some god fucking genius. Eagles need to keep AJ Brown. They will keep AJ. AJ is not getting traded. The Eagles are going to get, if AJ Brown gets traded, it's going to be a huge bag in return for AJ Brown. We're going to be in the draft every year. In the first round. If the Eagles trade AJ Brown, you best believe it, we're going to get a wide receiver in this draft this year and a tight end. Kenyon Sadiq and Tate or Jeremiah Smith will be an Eagle. 100%. The Eagles are not trading AJ Brown for nothing. So if you're the New England Patriots, hey man, you know what I'm saying? You want a receiver? Well, give up the first round pick. You got a first round pick. We're gonna need that. We need that up out of you, man. We got to get that first round pick. We're not going to trade him for peanuts. This is not Madden. You're not trading no receiver, no all-pro receiver for a third-round pick. It's not helping us. We still got to take a dead cap hit for trading him. Regardless what we get back, we still got to take that cap hit, and we still got to manage that so it doesn't hurt a team. So again, we can beat a bush around. We can stop acting like AJ Brown helps us by trading him. It doesn't. How does it help us? How does it help us? It's one more receiver we got to go and fill in now. Now we're desperate for wide receiver. That draft pick that could be for a tight end now might have to be for a wide receiver. So how does that help us? A.J. Brown losing him does not help this offense. Do we win without A.J. Brown still? Yes, because I do think Devontae is still a number one receiver. But it shouldn't come down to that. We shouldn't be in this situation. And if this head coach knew how to fucking be a good coach like you claim, you Sirianni fanboys claim he was, then he would have hired the right offensive corner and we wouldn't be in this situation. He started this shit and now we have to live through this. If he knew how to call an offense and didn't need an offensive corner every year, we wouldn't be in this situation. But I forgot he was an offensive guru like Jeffrey Lurie claimed. Remember, this was the guy that was supposed to fix Carson Wentz. According to Jeffrey Lurie, Nick Sirianni was supposed to fix Carson Wentz. Bullshit. Bullshit. We're not going to sit there and act like Nick Sirianni didn't hurt this football team. He did. He was being stupid every single time you watched him. Yelling at the fans. But then he wanted to yell at your offensive coordinator. The things he does is the reason why I dislike him. The things he does is why I dislike him. I don't care how many times you win in the regular season. Because when in the playoffs games, you went one and done and you went out the playoffs. You weren't in the NFC Championship game. You weren't in the divisional round game. You've been to 2 Super Bowls with offensive coordinator outside the building. And when I ask these Eagle fans, they want to say, oh, that has nothing to do with it. It does, though. Because you told me he's the most winning percentage coach in the Eagles' history. But if he's the most winning percentage coach, then how come he can't win with Kevin Batulo? I just want to know. That was your guy. Now it's crickets. I asked the Eagle YouTuber today, what's the ATM, whatever his name is, Philly, the ATM, whatever his name is, who thought that we should trade Jalen Carter. The guy posted on Twitter we should move on from Jalen Carter. Why would I listen to you? Why am I listening to some of these Eagle YouTubers? Like, I try to be nice, but then he want to tell me, oh, Nick Sirianni is the most winning percentage coach. Again. But when it came to hiring his offensive coordinators, did he do the right thing? No, he didn't. What was his winning percentages when we were barely scoring points? Oh, that's right. We couldn't win most of these games. That's why we had 3 losses in a row. You beat the Raiders and the Commanders. You couldn't beat a real football team. You lost to the Cowboys after blowing a 14-point lead. I'm sorry, 21-point lead. Nick Sirianni blew a 21-point lead. That's a good coach. How are you the most winning percentage coach and yet you blew to the Dallas Cowboys when you're up 21 points? The man was goofing on the sidelines with Kevin Batulo in the first half. for scoring 1 touchdown. You're not going to tell me this bullshit. I'm not hearing that. That's the most overrated, basic, stupid stat I've ever heard. He's the most winning person. Fuck all that. Give me a break. Give me a break. Stop with that garbage ass fuck stat. Get that out of here. You know what I'm saying? Get that out of here. I'm tired of these Sirianni fanboys. But you don't want to defend him when he was in the playoff loss looking like a goddamn lost cause. He didn't win shit when the talent was around him. And when talent was around him, he struggles with putting teams away. And we want to sit there and want to blame A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is not the reason why, the things happen. He was the reason why. You hired an offense coordinator that you shouldn't have hired. Point blank, period. We're not going to sugarcoat shit anymore. This ain't EC1 sugarcoating nothing. If you want an Eagles user that keeps it real, I'm the one. I don't say I know everything, and there's going to be videos you might not like. I don't give a rat's ass. I'm not here for views. You want to subscribe, you want to subscribe. You don't, it is what it is. Get up out of here and go by your day. It's simple as that. But I'm not going to tell you this head coach I trust. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. And you're not going to convince me otherwise. You better come with a great reason why this head coach deserved to keep his job. Because as far as I know, he shouldn't keep his job this year. I'm surprised he kept his job. The way how many times he collapsed him twice, you would think that coach would have fired. Any other team would have fired this coach immediately. But the Eagles. Only the Eagles allowed 2 claps in 3-2 seasons. Been in 2 Super Bowls, should have been 4. Allows a coach to collapse twice and bring him back. Only the Eagles do this. You think the Jets allowed it? The Jets would have fired the coach immediately. So don't tell me he's the most winning percentage. Let him hit free agency and let's see if teams would pick up Nick Sirianni. I bet you half of them wouldn't do it. And if they are, good luck with them. No team would have taken no Nick Sirianni immediately if we fired his ass. He would have had an off year and no one would have picked him up into the following year. Same with Doug. So again, we're not going to sit there and act like Nick Sirianni is this genius. We're not going to do that. And I'm tired of these Eagle fans acting like Nick does nothing wrong. Well, he has some flaws. No, he has more flaws than he has none. He has more flaws than he has no flaws. He can't call plays, and I don't care if you can't call plays, but can you be able to manage a locker room when things get tough? No, you cannot. We've seen it twice. Don't say we haven't. We've seen it twice. We've seen Doug versus Nick. Nick Sirianni can't manage a locker room when things get tough. Things get right, he's able to do fine. But when he's involved and when he's involved in the offense, when he has guys that he hires in the building, it's a disaster. Both of your receivers are complaining about the ball. You can't even feed A.J. Brown. You can't feed Devontae, and you put your quarterback in harm's way. The stupid shit he does, man, is why I dislike him. And then you lied in the press conference. You said this team wouldn't collapse. Lie. You should have fired Kevin Batula by week 4. It shouldn't take you all year. The fact that he let this team collapse under him. And I'm supposed to sit there and allow that to not cross my mind? No. Every year I'm going to have the same doubts about Nick Sirianni. That I don't think he can... I don't know if he's going to collapse again. This ain't the first time he collapsed. This is the second straight year he's collapsed under another offense that was loaded with talent. Both sides. Elite defense. You can't win with elite defense. Any coach like McVay would win with this defense. Look what Kyle Shanahan did with Brock Purdy and his offense. He had injuries, and was able to balance this offense to the point where they were successful in the playoffs. Yeah, they got blown out by the Seahawks, but I give the 49ers credit. They have a head coach who knows how to use guys in right positions and were able to be a good coach and adjust and able to win a playoff game. That's a good coach. Kyle Shanahan knew that he didn't have all the pieces around him. He didn't need that. But the locker room believed in him. And they went into Philadelphia. Hard place to play in Philadelphia. And outcoached Nick. So don't sit there and say Kyle Shanahan ain't better. Nick is better than Kyle Shanahan. No, he's not. No, he's not. Kyle Shanahan has beaten Nick twice now. Twice in the playoff game and in the regular season. Nick has lost to Kyle Shanahan twice, and he's beaten him once. Beating them once. Kyle Shanahan is a way better coach than Nick. McVay's a better coach than Nick. LaFleur is a better coach than Nick. You give him the exact same talent as Nick Sirianni has right now with that elite defense. Nick lost to a 49ers team that had more injuries than they didn't. And we were healthy going to that game. We were healthy. We were the better team. But we didn't have the better coaching. And again, you cannot tell me that Nick didn't lose that playoff game. He did. That was his fault. That was his fault. And I don't care how many percentage winning he has. Cool. Congratulations. Most overrated stat again. He's the most winning. Like, I hate when people say this shit. It fucking drives me nuts. It's like when they tell me that J.J. Arthur-Whiteside, we should keep him on a roster because he blocks. Cool. I didn't pay him to fucking block. I paid him to catch the ball. Matter of fact, I didn't draft him to block. I drafted him to catch the ball. But he blocks, though, EC1. We should keep him on the roster. We should get rid of Fogum. Remember how many Eagle fans are telling me that Fogum didn't deserve to be here because J.J. Arthur-Whiteside can block? Come on, man. But we should keep him because he blocks. It's a stupid fucking statement, man. It really is. And it has nothing to do with anything. That's what they use for Nick Sirianni. He's the most winning percentage coach, and look how many wins he has. I don't give a shit. It's like when Cowboy fans brag about Dak Prescott, and they say he's the most winning quarterback in regular season, and he has more wins than Tony Romo, and blah, blah. I don't give a shit. Because what does he do in the playoffs? Oh, that's right. He goes one and done. He goes one and done. Or he gets to the wild card and wins one wild card game and he'll lose the division round. This quarterback has bailed out this head coach how many years, man? This coach is not a winning coach. This coach is the most overrated coach. He's winning because of talent. That's bailed him out every year. We're not going to act like our eyeballs don't work right. And if you need eye contacts, let me know. I will definitely prescribe you some eye contacts. Hell, you want my glasses? That's fine. I'll even clean these glasses. Let me clean these glasses real quick for you so you can put them on. I don't know if they're a great prescription, but they're better than nothing, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Do you need a tin can? And maybe you need some sunglasses and a tin can. So maybe you're blind. I don't know what you need. But here's some glasses. Let me give them to you. Put them on. Because when I put them on and I see a coach who claps twice, I don't know how you can defend him. Maybe some of these Eagle contractors need to put some glasses on. How can you defend Nick Sirianni the way he claps? The A.J. Brown stuff is because of Nick cannot call plays, and it's because Nick can't win with talent around him when things go wrong. He folds under pressure, and that's a bad thing to have as a coach. I don't expect you to call plays. Not every coach can call plays. I get that. But when things go wrong, where were you at? When your quarterback and your receivers and your offense are struggling, it's your job to get these guys playing right. Not give us BS excuses in the locker room. Either you're a puppet or you're the head coach. Which one is it? If you're here to do a job, then you're here to do a job. And your job is to make sure this offense is at their best. Every game, if things need to be corrected, your job is to get on them. And for a while, he did that. And now, since he's won the Super Bowl, he does none of that. The wide receivers are still dropping balls. Where was Nick at? Nowhere to be found. You're a wide receiver, high school football player. So you should know what these receivers are good at. You should know how to get the best out of AJ. You've been around them for 4 years. Hell, you've been there longer than AJ has, so you should know what your quarterback strengths are and what their weaknesses are. Why do you continue to put Jalen outside in shotgun? If I see Jalen Hurts in shotgun, then I know Nick is involved. If I see the long passing yards, then I know that Nick is involved. And I'm telling you right now, you think that the criticism from Nick is anything right now? Wait until next year. We better look like a complete different offense. We better score 40 on these boys. With or without AJ, but it doesn't matter. There's no more scapegoats for Nick. It's no more time for Nick to hide under. It shouldn't be Sean Mann should be fired. It should be Nick should be fired. Nick is on a hot seat. And rightfully so. Jeffrey Lurie was going to fire his ass. and he deserved to be fired. The antics with A.J. Brown, that's a head coach to stop the A.J. Brown. Come here. We're not doing that. Stop it. Stop it, right? We're here to win a game. All that Twitter, Twitch shit should not be happening outside that building. That's your coach's job, is to correct that. That's not the owner's job. The owner should not be walking up to the receiver and telling him to knock it off. That's the coach's job. What are we paying you here for? If you can't even help your players when things get tough. If you're not there for your players when things need to be corrected. What are you here for? Jeffrey Lurie had to go up to A.J. Brown and tell him to knock it off. The head coach was nowhere to be found. He was over there smiling like, with a stupid t-shirt. Another stupid t-shirt he wears. And so he is. He wears t-shirts and he sits there and smiles and tells him a tough D till the end. He does nothing. Your quarterback struggles, you're over there smiling on this damn silence versus the Chargers. Really? You're bringing an inflated bunny into the damn locker room. Like a high school coach that you are. You're over there celebrating after winning one touchdown. Scoring one touchdown with Kevin Batul. You're doing this all day. You're doing this and you're hugging it out and you're doing this shit. Like, it's a joke, man. There's a time and a place for that. And his head coach don't know the time and the place for anything. He's over there yelling at the fans. He's yelling at the other fan bases. He's embarrassing. The players are embarrassed when they're around him. Look how the reactions are. They don't enjoy that. You barely beating the Buffalo Bills and A.J. Brown's giving you a stare like, bro, you're a clown. What are we talking about? So I'm not going to sit there and blame just A.J. Brown for this offense. Yet did he drop football. So did Devontae Smith. And you know who that job is to correct that? The head coach. It's your job to correct those mistakes. Is it not? If we want to label Nick Sirianni as the most winningest coach in Eagles history, then we got to hold him accountable when things go wrong. It's your job to get these receivers going. It's your job to help this quarterback when he struggles. And it's your job to understand what this quarterback's weakness and strengths are. And you don't even know the strengths of your quarterback. Because if you did, you wouldn't put him on in shotgun 24/7. You wouldn't have him dropping back 24/7. That's not his game. You wouldn't hire Kevin Batul because he doesn't fit Jalen. You wouldn't put Devontae Smith in a bubble screen slant because it's not Devontae. You wouldn't be able to you would be able to use Barkley and Bigsby in the running game. It took you to what? A bye week to finally use Bigsby, right? You put him in special teams after trading for him? You had a top 5 defense. I don't blame Christian Parker for leaving. Wasting my time in Philly. I had this defense, the second they looked good, and you over there smiling on the sideline with Kevin Batul. You're doing this all the time? It's a fucking joke, man. It's a joke. And no, I'm not happy, and I'm not getting over it. It will always haunt me. That in the 2023 season. The 2 years you should have been in the Super Bowl. So when these Sirianni goofy bubbling idiots come in and tell me that Sirianni is a great coach, shut the fuck up, man. 2 years he's collapsed under the exact same offense that he's had for years. 2 different offense, 2 different talent around him, and he can't win. How many wins he has? Barely winning. Squeaking through games. Can't close the team out. Barely scoring points. Offense stalls because of him. It's his offense. His offense is successful? You take away Jalen Hurts, Nick doesn't even win half of the games. It's a fact. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. We saw what he was with Garner Mitchell. We saw what he was with Kenny Pickett. The reason why we're going to talk about A.J. Brown, the reason why I get mad is because of Nick. And the head coach is the reason why A.J. Brown agent is looking for trade options. Has nothing to do with the quarterback. Because of this bonehead idiot. This goofy dude that wears t-shirts every time and thinks he's cool when he looks like a dork. This guy who thinks he can call plays when he can't. You got Eagle fans telling me he's the most winningest coach. Kiss my ass. Where was this winning coach when things got harder? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Crickets. I don't hear no Nick Sirianni fanboys defending no, and they can't come on my channel and tell me anything because they got nothing to stand on. And if they come in and try to tell me that Nick is a great coach, I'm gonna tell them what they don't want to hear. They ain't gonna come here and tell me that I'm wrong. They can't. They won't debate me. None of these Eagle YouTubers will come and try to debate. I dare any Eagle fan to debate me on the Nick Sirianni. That's the topic we need to talk about. Any Eagle fan that want to debate me, let me know. I'll go on your channel and debate you why I think Nick is a horrible coach. And you could tell me he's the most winning percentage coach, and I'll tell you that has nothing to do with anything. I would love to debate you on that. Because there's more Nick Sirianni haters than there are people who defend him. He lost everybody when he collapsed that second season. The Philadelphia Eagles have a lot to work this offseason. They have a lot to work. And the number one priority going to this offseason is two things. What is Dallas Goedert's future? Looking like he might be out. Who are you going to get? And then that could also go in the draft. Do not, again, I said this along. Howie Roseman might draft Sadiq. Do not be surprised if the Eagles move up to get him. Oh, the Eagles don't draft tight ends. Okay, cool. They don't draft receivers. They don't draft. I mean, how many times are you going to hear this? These Eagle contributors tell me over and over again. It's always the people that say the 500. Oh, he do. And I love Phil Funge. This is why I love Phil Funge, because he thinks outside the box, and I like that about him. Whether I agree with him or not, right? I like that about him. I like when Joe shakes because they think outside. These Eagle fans telling me, oh, we don't draft tight ends. Shut up, man. Shut up. We don't draft linebackers. We drafted Jahan Campbell in the first round. That was a position we didn't draft before. We don't draft corners. We drafted Cooper DeJean and Quinton Mitchell first round and early second, which is classified as a first round pick technically. We don't draft safeties in drafts. We drafted one in Andrew McCouber in the second round. We are changing the philosophy. We don't draft edge rushers. We drafted Nolan Smith. We don't draft guys in the. We don't draft from SEC. We've been drafting FCC ever since. We don't sign running backs. We signed Saquon Barkley. We don't pay running backs. We paid Saquon Barkley. Like, what are we talking about? Now it's, we don't draft tight ends. Again, the haters that say Howie Roseman don't do this, Howie Roseman does the exact same thing that we all predict. Why wouldn't Howie Roseman not go get Sadiq if he's there? He's definitely going to do that. I think it's a need at tight end. I think that you need to draft one in the first round. The tight ends this year are not as great as last year. So there's not really that many tight ends that you can draft that are going to be successful. Grant Calcaterra is a free agent. You're not bringing the free agent tight end that you got from the Colts. He's not coming back. Dallas Goedert is walking. You're going to tell me Zach Ertz is the only guy you're going to go out and get and you'll be all right? No, I don't want Zach Ertz either. I'm tired of Eagle fans wanting Zach Ertz back. Zach Ertz is 32 years old, coming off an ACL and an LCL injury in one knee. He's done. He's done. He needs to retire, honestly. I don't want Njoku. I want to go and draft a tight end that we can have with Jalen Hurts that can grow with him. And I think Kenyon Sadiq is a Howie Roseman target. Also, I think offensive lineman, but I think an offensive lineman you could see day two. I think offensive linemen are going to fall. But if there's Sadiq and I have a chance to get him, I'm taking him. I'm taking him. And it all depends what we do in free agency, honestly. If we sign a tight end in free agent, or let's say we trade for Kyle Pitts or someone like that, then I think, yeah, maybe we don't go tight end in the first round. But if we don't sign a tight end in free agency, or we get a tight end that's mediocre, then definitely Howie Roseman was going to go and get a guy like Sadiq in the first round if he's there. And I would not be shocked if Howie moves up in the first round. Howie is not a guy that sits there and waits. He usually goes up and gets a guy if he wants one. How many times did we hear Howie Roseman wanted to get a guy he couldn't move? Teams don't want to trade with Howie Roseman. That's why a lot of times he can't move. But if they allowed him to trade with him, he would have been moving up the board nonstop. They told me that Jalen Carter wouldn't have been the Eagle. Well, he was an Eagle. I mean, we don't pay running backs. We pay Saquon. I mean, the list goes on. The things that we don't do before, we do now. Howie has grown as a GM, so stop saying we can't draft a tight end. Stop saying we don't do tight ends in the first round, or we're not drafting a tight end. You don't know what Howie's not going to do. Howie don't pay running backs, supposedly. Paid Saquon Barkley. Howie don't sign running backs. Sign Saquon Barkley. We didn't sign a running back until Barkley came. That was one thing everybody said. Howie Roseman was not signing Saquon Barkley. We don't pay running backs. Well, Howie paid a running back. We don't pay linebackers. Howie paid a linebacker. We don't draft linebackers. Howie draft one in the first. He's been drafting linebackers. Don't pay cornerbacks. I'm sorry, don't sign cornerback. I'm sorry, not sign cornerback. Don't draft cornerbacks. We drafted 2 in the first round and early second. Sorry, not 2 in the first round. We drafted 1 in the first round, and we drafted Cooper Jean in the early second round. We're not going to sit there and act like Howie Roseman don't do things that we say he don't do. So it wouldn't put it past me if Howie sees a tight end in the first round that he would go get. Tight end is a big need. We're not going to act like it's not. Dallas Goedert, I think, goes somewhere like Buffalo. I've been saying Dallas Goedert's going to go get the money. Dallas Goedert is a great tight end, but, he's not going to be there forever. And you know what? We need a young tight end. We need a young tight end. And I think Kenyon Sadiq would come here immediately and change his offense. You don't want to reach on an offensive lineman that could be an Andre Dillard. If there's not an offensive lineman that can play multiple positions and doesn't have the Philly mentality, toughness, then I don't think you need to draft one just because you need an offensive line. You don't go after, this is why teams get in trouble. They go after players they need, not the best player on the board. Get the best player on the board. So whether it's a tight end, the tight end is the best player on the board, and that's your highest on the board, you draft them. That's why Howie's been successful. The best player was Quinton Mitchell. He drafted Quinton Mitchell because he's the best player on the board. Devontae Smith was the best player on the board. You draft the best positions, not what you need. You draft the best players that are going to help your football team. The only time you draft needs is when you're ready to win. And the Eagles need a lot more to win a championship. They do. And it starts with the offense, free agency. You need to bring certain guys back. You need to see if A.J. Brown still wants to be here. We don't know what the situation with A.J. Brown. We might hear rumors that A.J. Brown gets traded. We don't know what's happening. We only can speculate. I think A.J. Brown is staying. But you never know. There is a team that might be desperate. That might give us a lot. You know what I'm saying? Carson Wentz was not supposed to get a lot. And we got a first round. We got it early. We didn't get a lot for Carson Wentz. But we're going to get a lot more for A.J. Trust and believe that. So, again, the Philadelphia Eagles need to sign Jalen Phillips. That is the number 1 free agent move. I think that you need to either sign a tight end or draft one. But if I can get Kenyon Sadiq in the first round, I'm doing it. And I think the Eagles got multiple picks where they can move up and get them. The Eagles are not limited. They're not limited. And the Philadelphia Eagles are a team that if they want a player, they'll go and get. Howie Roseman has not been afraid to make a move if he needs to. If he wants a guy in the draft, he's not afraid to be aggressive. Howie Roseman's always been aggressive in the draft. That is the best Howie Roseman possible, is when he's aggressive in free agency and in the draft. Oh, the Eagles can't do this. Well, again, we don't pay running backs. We paid Saquon Barkley. We don't sign running backs. We sign Saquon. We don't draft corners. We drafted 2 in the first and early second. We don't draft linebackers. We drafted Jahad Campbell in the first round. Howie has changed his philosophies from what he did before and what he does now. We don't draft receivers back to back. Well, we drafted Devontae Smith when we just drafted Rager a year ago. And we drafted Devontae. That following draft. So I just think it's amazing how people tell me that Howie Roseman ain't going to do this. You don't know what Howie's not going to do. Howie Roseman definitely could go get tight end in the first round. It is not going to be shocking. Everybody thinks that we'd be shocked to get Sadiq. I don't think you should be shocked. I would not be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked if Howie either goes offensive line or tight end in the first round. It would not shock me how he goes up and gets Sadiq. Sadiq is a generational talent. You know what I'm saying? And do I think he will be there by the Eagles' time, the Eagles pick? No. That's why I think you got to move up. And I'm sorry, if you get a lot for A.J. Brown, that is the guy I'm going for. You know what I'm saying? I think Sadiq is one of the highest boards. Yeah, well, you know, Nakobe Dean can go to Dallas. I mean, good luck with him. If Nakobe Dean wants to chase the bag, then good luck. You know what I'm saying? Good luck. I mean, he's not going to win shit in Dallas. I don't care how many players they get. They don't got a defense problem. They got a quarterback problem. So, yeah, the Eagles are looking for a Quinton Williams type deal for future first round and second round pick in exchange for wide receiver A.J. Brown. And again, they said Elliot Sparks said this, and I agree with this. If a 29-year-old, if a 25-year-old pro stud number one cornerback Trent McDuffie is going for a 29th overall pick, I don't think that helps the Eagles' effort to get it for. Well, at least Sparks, I don't agree with that one. McDuffie, I don't know why the Chiefs would trade him. McDuffie is not the same as A.J. Brown. McDuffie has not been in two Super Bowls. I don't know what's the deal with McDuffie, but McDuffie is 25. I don't know why the Chiefs would trade McDuffie. You know what I'm saying? That is stupid to me. Why would you trade McDuffie? I don't know where McDuffie. Where did Trent McDuffie go to? Let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. Where did Trent McDuffie? Did he get traded today? I didn't see no alert that he got traded. Where did he get traded to? I'm interested now. Yeah, the Eagles definitely need to keep it. No, I don't think we need to. I mean, listen. Yeah, we definitely need to keep. I think you need to keep A.J. Brown. But listen, you get it first in an early second round pick. Hell, I'll take a first round pick. I said this along. If you're able to get Jeremiah Smith next year in the draft. Yesterday I was telling you Jeremiah Smith was, I was just mad. I wasn't thinking straight. That's why I deleted the live stream. And you really didn't hear me out. Jeremiah Smith is generational, and he's a dog. You know what I'm saying? But I'll take a 2027 first round pick for A.J. Brown. An early 2027 pick. If you give me a 2027 first round pick for A.J. Brown, I'm all for it. Right? And a second round this year, I do it. Give me a 2027 first round pick and an early second round pick this year. And I'm okay with that. Right? Because that early second round pick, I can move in the first round, or I still got a first round pick this year. So I'm set. You know, I don't know where McDuffie went. I mean, where did McDuffie to the Rams. And you know what? That helps the Eagles now. That helps. And again, this is why the mock drafts are crazy. So McDuffie is the Chiefs have traded McDuffie to the Rams. Why would the Kansas City Chiefs are done, man. The Kansas City Chiefs are done. Their window was closed. They're tanking. They're tanking. They're going to trade. Do not be surprised if they move on from guys this year. The Kansas City Chiefs are rebuilding. They're rebuilding that secondary. So they get a first round pick. The Chiefs get a four draft picks. Let's see the draft picks. I mean, now the Chiefs might go draft. Did the Chiefs draft a cornerback? A 25-year-old they traded for that's a bad trade right there. Why would you trade a 25-year-old for a measly pick? That makes no sense. See, that's a bad business. That is what I'm glad Howie Roseman don't do. That's not a good GM move right there. The Chiefs are sending Trent McDuffie to the Los Angeles for a package for draft picks, including no 29 section in 2026 and full draft sources. McDuffie entering his final season of his rookie deal, expected to sign a long. Why would they not sign him? That's why when people say, "Oh, well, Mahomes is going to look worse now." The Chiefs will receive a 2026 fifth round and a sixth round picks and 2027 third round picks. You didn't even get a first round pick back from. Yo, that is so. I'm so glad Howie Roseman is their GM. The Chiefs literally just traded a 25-year-old for basic picks that don't help them. Like, bro, like you get a 25-year-old cornerback. If you're the Rams, you just fleeced the Chiefs, man. You fleeced them. You fleeced them. You just fleeced the Chiefs, man. If I was the Chiefs, man, I would ask for a first-round pick this year. I would go, if I was the Chiefs and I traded McDuffie, I'm drafting a first-round corner in the draft this year. I would take a guy like Missoon out of LSU or someone like that. And why would the Chiefs not pay? That's why I've said, man, this is why the Eagles organization, this is why I'm happy with Jeffrey Lurie and Hal Roseman. I don't like the coach, but they do right business. McDuffie with the Chiefs trade makes no sense at all. Why would you trade a 25-year-old that's in his prime? And what, you couldn't extend him? You could pick up his fifth-year option, could you not? The Chiefs are a stupid organization. Like, now it doesn't shock me. Like, would they trade Patrick Mahomes? I mean, they traded McDuffie. Would they consider trading Mahomes for a bunch of picks? I mean, are they rebuilding? It looks like it, because they're not even picking up McDuffie's year. McDuffie is still young. I don't know why you would get a bunch of picks, but not a first-round pick. They get the no. So wait, did they get the first-round pick? The no 20 selection in 2026 NFL draft. Package draft picks included no 20. Oh, so did they get them the Rams? Does the Rams still have the number one pick still? Because they should have got the Rams number one pick. I ain't gonna lie to you. If they didn't get the Rams number one pick, if that is the Rams number one pick, the 29, okay, then they got a lot for him. But again, why would you trade an all-pro cornerback? That means the Chiefs are going to go after corner in the first round. They're going to go after one of these corners. They're going to go after one of these corners. They're going after one of these corners, man. It makes no sense to me. I mean, it makes no sense. Unless, hold up. Are they trying to make a move for A.J. Brown? Are the Chiefs trying to get more picks so they can try to acquire A.J. Brown? Because remember, the Chiefs need wide receiver too. They need wide receiver too. Do they want to trade McDuffie because they're trying to go out and get A.J. Brown from the Philadelphia Eagles? A 29-year-old that can build with Mahomes for a while. Maybe that's what the Chiefs are doing. I don't know. I don't know, man. But I got to think why would the Chiefs trade McDuffie? That makes no sense. I mean, are they trying to make a move? There got to be another reason. The room is equal price, 3-time Pro Bowl, Super Bowl champion. A.J. Brown is a big package per. No shit, sir. I don't know who that is. Teams are surprised at how he's looking for a fair value. No, it's the right move. It's the right move. Because now, I don't know what the Chiefs are doing. Are the Chiefs trying to acquire A.J. Brown? Like, did they trade McDuffie because they got a number one pick? Are they trying to send that to Philadelphia for A.J. Brown? Because they just got some of the cap space out of here. You know what I'm saying? Are they trying to, maybe they're trying to move to go get A.J. Brown and trying to draft, the tight end from Oregon. Don't they got 2 first-round picks in this year's draft? Don't the Chiefs got a number one pick this year too? Are they trying to move off for A.J.? Keep your eye on the Chiefs, man. They're a team that needs wide receiver. Are they trying to make a move for A.J. Brown? Because listen, they got 2 first-round picks this year. They got 2 first. They got a no 29 overall pick from the Rams. They got a bunch of 6-round picks, a bunch of picks for the future. They just traded McDuffie at 25. Are they trying to acquire A.J. Brown? Is this a two-way trade? I'm just saying, man, the Eagles are looking for a Quinton Williams type deal, future, a first-round pick and a second-round pick. The Chiefs just got 2 first-round picks this year. They just traded McDuffie for another first-round pick this year. Are they trying to acquire A.J. Brown? Patrick Mahomes needs a wide receiver in Kansas City. They've been lacking wide receiver. Think about no, it's not. It's not a far-fetched rumor. We got to think of what the Chiefs are doing. Are the Chiefs? If you're the Chiefs and you know the Patriots are in your conference, you know the Bills are interested in AJ Brown, and you're the Chiefs. You need that. You might want to snatch him away from the Patriots and the Bills. Are they trying to get AJ Brown? Is that I can see the Chiefs and AJ Brown. I can see the Chiefs training for AJ Brown. I can see that move. I can see that. Patrick Mahomes with AJ Brown. It would not shock me if the Chiefs are trading for AJ Brown. It would not shock me. They just traded McDuffie, a 25-year-old that was still on his rookie deal. They're making a move for someone, whether it's Max Crosby or someone like they're trying to get someone. I think it's for AJ Brown. I'm going to tell you like this. I would not be shocked if that pick that they just acquired is for AJ Brown. They got 2 first-round picks in this draft. They got 2 first-round picks in this draft. The Eagles are asking for a Quinton Williams type deal that feature a first-round pick and a second-round pick in exchange for wide receiver AJ Brown. A 25-year-old All-Pro McDuffie going for a 29 overall pick and a bunch of 6th-round picks. Or I think it's 6 and a third. I forget it. Is that for AJ Brown? We got to keep in mind, man. Like I'm just thinking outside the box. I don't know if it's true, but if you're the Kansas City Chiefs, why would you trade McDuffie out of here for the Rams' #1 pick? You already got a first-round pick this year. They asked for a pick this year. A 25-year-old. Look, Elliot Parks put this out. 25-year-old stud, #1 pick, Trent McDuffie is going for a 29th overall pick. I don't think. Let me see this. Hold up. Let me get it. Did they trade McDuffie for no? If they traded for this year, they're going to. I'm telling you right now. Do not be surprised if the Chiefs try to trade for AJ Brown. Do not be surprised that the Eagles are trying to acquire. Chiefs are trying to acquire AJ Brown from the Eagles. Do not be surprised if the Chiefs are trying to get AJ Brown. That could be a package for AJ Brown. It would not shock me. Let me see. Adam Schefter. Did Adam Schefter tweet this? Oh, let me just go to NFL. They might have that. McDuffie is traded for the Rams' #1 pick. Remind you, they have a #1 pick this year. I don't think they traded their #1 pick to the Rams. So they got 2 first-round picks. The Eagles are asking for a first and a second for AJ Brown. They can trade for AJ Brown now. And they just cleared some of the cap space by trading McDuffie. Are they trying to get AJ Brown in Kansas City? The Chiefs also informed offensive tackle Juwan Taylor that he will be released. The Chiefs are $20 million under the cap space. I'm telling you right now, do not be surprised if the Chiefs try to trade for AJ Brown. They just traded McDuffie, and they just released offensive tackle Juwan Taylor that saved them $20 million under the cap space. Now they just cleared more cap space. I'm telling you right now, do not be surprised if they're trading for AJ Brown. I think AJ is going to Kansas City. That is my theory. I think AJ will be a Kansas City Chief. If I have to predict what the Chiefs are trying to do, that pick that they just acquired is going to Philadelphia. They're going to trade that first round, the 29th first round pick that they just got from the Rams for AJ Brown. And they're going to trade maybe even this year's first round pick they just got. I don't know. I mean, we would have 2 first round picks. They might trade for AJ Brown, man. Do not be surprised, man. The Eagles are asking, think about it. The Eagles are asking for a first and a second. The Chiefs need receiver. They need receiver. They don't have a #1 receiver for Patrick Mahomes. And Andy Reid, what is he? What is Andy Reid? A mentor. A guy that can get the best out of anybody. If there's one guy that AJ Brown would love to go to, what did he say? He would love to play for who? Patrick Mahomes, too. He mentioned Patrick Mahomes as a guy that he would love to play for. I would not be shocked if the Eagles trade him to the Kansas City Chiefs. right? Wouldn't that piss off the Patriots too? Imagine if you're a Patriot fan, you saw the Eagles trading him to the Kansas City Chiefs, man. That would piss off the Patriot fans. Oh my God, that would piss them off. And honestly, I can see that. Imagine if the Eagles trade A.J. Brown to the Kansas City Chiefs because the Chiefs just acquired a number 1 pick. Now they got 2 first-round picks in this year's draft. I think the Chiefs are making a move for A.J. I think that is why they're clearing space up. Maybe I'm over the place, but I mean, why would you trade McDuffie when he's under contract in his rookie deal? You would just pick up his 5th-year option, wouldn't you not? It makes no sense. They're making a move for someone. They just cleared $20 million by releasing an offensive lineman. Patrick Mahomes is getting older. They need wide receiver. They're losing Kelsey. I think they're going to make a move for A.J. Brown. That is my guess. I think the Chiefs are trying to move. This is what the teams do when they want to make a move for A.J. Brown. They go and trade players that you don't think. Look at this, right? Marcus Peters was traded from the Rams to Baltimore Ravens. In that same thing happened, they went and acquired who? Jalen Ramsey. They traded all those picks they got from Marcus Peters. And they went and got Jalen Ramsey out of Jacksonville. That same time frame. I'm just saying, the Marcus Peters was traded the same time frame when the Rams acquired Jalen Ramsey from the Jacksonville Jaguars. They traded all the picks that they acquired from the Ravens. When they got Marcus Peters, the 4th round, they gave it to the first round picks. They gave it all to go get Jalen Ramsey. The Chiefs might be doing the same thing with A.J. Brown. It is not far-fetched, man. It's not. The Eagles are asking for a 1st and a 2nd. The Chiefs would be a team that I could see going for him. A Kansas City Chiefs team that is lacking wide receiver. I can see Patrick Mahomes and A.J. Brown playing with each other. I can see that. It's better than Drake May, honestly. And I think the Eagles want to send A.J. Brown where he has a chance to win and change. I do. I don't think the Eagles would do him this service. And wouldn't it be funny if the Howard Roseman pissed off the Patriot fans too? That'd be lovely. The Chiefs traded McDuffie. Let me see this. This just came in. McDuffie is traded for a number 1 pick. They got 2 first-round picks, man. So either they're drafting 2 guys in the 1st round, or they're making a move for AJ. Bro, it makes sense. Why wouldn't you not? If you're the Kansas City Chiefs, you're in the division where you got the Buffalo Bills, you got the Patriots. You need wide receivers for Patrick Mahomes. And if you have a chance to get an all-pro wide receiver for A.J. Brown, who's available, and the Eagles are listening to calls, you're going to go all the way and try to get that guy, man. The Rams and the Chiefs agreed to trade send all-pro cornerback Trent McDuffie to the Los Angeles for a package of draft picks that includes a no 29 selection in the 2026. They got 2 first-round picks. ESPN Adam Schefter on Wednesday. McDuffie, who was entering his final season of his rookie deal, expected to sign a long-term extension with the Rams. The source told in April, Chiefs exercised the 5th-year option McDuffie contract, making the 2026 salary of $13.6 million and fully guaranteed, along with the no 29 pick. Chiefs will receive 2026 5th round and 6th round picks and 2027 3rd round pick. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, this is the same thing that the Rams did with Marcus Peters and Jalen Ramsey. I'm telling you, do not be surprised that these picks are meant for A.J. Brown. Do not be surprised if the Eagles get these 2 first-round picks that the Chiefs just acquired with the 6th-round picks. Do not be surprised that that's all packaged for A.J. Brown. And by the way, they just cleared $20 million by releasing Twan Taylor, the offensive lineman that they just drafted. They just drafted him 2 years ago, wasn't it not? I think they're moving for A.J. Brown. I think this is the similar situation with Jalen Ramsey and the Rams situation. You remember, they traded Marcus Peters before they got Jalen Ramsey. When Jalen Ramsey was reportedly unhappy, this was, by the way, this was during I think it was during the season. Or no, it was a trade. Was it a trade deadline? I think it was a trade deadline. But this is a little bit different. But it's the same situation. The Eagles are asking for, according to Mike Garafolo, a first and a second round pick. The Chiefs just got 2 first round picks, man. I think the Eagles are asking for more than that. I really do. I think they're asking for more than just 2 first. I think they're asking for a first and a second, and I think they're asking for more. I think the Chiefs are trying to trade for A.J. Brown. I think those picks are going to be in Philadelphia. That is my prediction. I think the Chiefs are trying to acquire A.J. Brown. Maybe I'm wrong, but why would they trade McDuffie? We got to put this together. If the Eagles just say, hey, we're listening to offers, the camps have been talking, AJ's agent's been talking with teams. And now you see McDuffie, who's on his rookie deal, being shopped, got traded for what? A first round pick this year. I'm telling you, I see AJ in Kansas City. Let me know what y'all think, man. The Chiefs just traded McDuffie for Los Angeles for a package of draft picks. They traded a no 20 selection in 2026. Meanwhile, they got a first round pick this year too. They got 2 first round picks this year in this draft. And they got who else? They got a bunch of 4th and 6th round picks. One in the 2027 season. So yeah, they got a no 29 from the Chiefs, no 29 this year in the draft. They will receive a 2026 5th and 6th round picks and a 2027 3rd round pick, source told Schefter. I think they're trying to get A.J. Brown. I think A.J. Brown is going to I got a feeling Kansas City is going to make a move for A.J. Brown. I think the Eagles are going to send A.J. to Kansas City. That's my theory. I think those picks are meant for A.J. Brown. It makes sense because they just cleared also $20 million cap space. Again, this is breaking news. The Chiefs have traded McDuffie for a number 1 pick. They're making a move for someone. Either it's Max Crosby or it's A.J. Brown. There's no reason why you would trade a rookie corner and release offensive linemen for cap space. They are now more cap space than they were before. They're making a move for A.J. They have to be. Patrick Mahomes is getting older. He's getting old. He's coming off an injury. He has not had a wide receiver in a long time. They need wide receivers in Kansas City. They also have a receiver that might be suspended this year. A.J. Brown, with the receiving weapons they have at Kansas City, would help this offense tremendously. And if you can get 2 first round picks, you do it. You do it, man. I think A.J. is going to be in Kansas City. That's my theory. I think this is, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the Kansas City Chiefs are building a package to move to Philadelphia for wide receiver A.J. Brown. Why would they trade McDuffie? This is reminding me of the Marcus Peters and Jalen Ramsey situation. The Peters was traded immediately to Baltimore Ravens, and then they acquired that exact same day Jalen Ramsey. The Rams traded Marcus Peters to the Baltimore Ravens. And in the exact same split of the hour, who did they acquire? They acquired Jalen Ramsey that they got from Marcus Peters picks and a bunch of other picks, and they sent it to Jacksonville for Jalen Ramsey. It is not far-fetched. I don't think it's far-fetched at all. Am I wrong for saying this? I don't think I am. Why would the Chiefs have 2 first-round picks, man? What would be the idea of trading an all-pro corner who's 25 years old to the Rams? For what? Just to draft another corner? You didn't want to extend them. This telling me they're making, I'm telling you right now, it is for either wide receiver or Max Crosby. Those are the 2 that I think, but Max Crosby is in the division. I can't see that. So it has to be for AJ. It has to be. I think that AJ is going to Kansas City. I think we're going to be seeing the news soon. The Chiefs agreed to send McDuffie. I think that's one of the packages. I think they packaged McDuffie to trade to the Rams for that first round pick to acquire A.J. Brown. Because they got 2 first round picks and a bunch of 4th and 6th round picks. I think that's going to Philadelphia. I think it is. I think it is, man. I think the Eagles are going to get those two. I think they're going to get at least one of those first round picks. We're going to at least have 2 first round picks this year in this draft. I really do. I do. And it changes the draft, honestly. And I love AJ. But guess what? This is the best position you probably can be in. To go to Kansas City and you get to play Patrick Mahomes with Andy Reid. And this is the receiving core. He's gonna get a lot more targets than he is in Philadelphia. If he's already complaining about targets in Philly, then this is the best possibility because you're going to have a guy that can throw the ball to you. Right? Patrick Mahomes can throw that ball. Now, do I want to send to Kansas City when we just beat him in the Super Bowl? I mean, I don't really give a damn. If he's not happy and he doesn't want to be here, and it's interesting, his agent, we've been hearing all the rumors about A.J. Brown, that, his agent's been talking with other teams. What if they're talking with Kansas City right now? What if they're making a move for A.J. Brown because the Howie Roseman say, I need a first round pick, and Kansas City said, we'll be back. Give us a second. We got you. Howie Roseman and Kansas City GM has a great relationship. They have great relationship. Andy Reid is a former Eagles head coach over there. I could see this happening. And now when you lose Travis Kelce, you need that big body receiver, and I think A.J. fits that. I can see AJ in Kansas City. I can. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to go all the way in and try to win another championship. I do. They need a guy like AJ Brown. It doesn't make sense to trade a McDuffie. Why would you trade a 25-year-old for a number 1 first round pick? This, and then you release your offensive lineman that you just drafted. Didn't you just draft them last year? I think this is a move for AJ Brown. I'm telling you right now, I think the Chiefs are going to do the same thing. Remember, the Rams did this with Jalen Ramsey. They traded Marcus Peters to the Baltimore Ravens. What did the Rams get for Marcus Peters when they traded for Ramsey? What did they get? They got a bunch of picks. I know that one. Let me see. I think it's crazy that we're seeing this, man. Like and subscribe, man. Like and subscribe. I mean, this, like, let's see. What is it? Marcus Peters trade. Yeah, because remember, he was traded from the Rams to the Ravens. Peters trade. Let's see what the Ravens gave up for him. And then I'm going to look up what the Rams got. It's Peters trade. I think it's for AJ Brown. I think these Chiefs picks are meant for AJ. I'm just speculating. Again, I don't know for sure, but I just think the Chiefs are going after AJ. Baltimore Ravens acquired a cornerback, Marcus Peters, Los Angeles, October 15, 2019, in exchange for a linebacker, Kenny Young, and 2020 5th round draft pick. The trade aimed to strengthen the Baltimore secondary, with Eric DeCosta calling the move the bolster move. And then the Rams cornerback, Marcus Peters. The Rams received linebacker Kenny Young in 2020 5th round pick. And in context, the Rams traded Marcus Peters for acquiring cornerback Jalen Ramsey. So the Rams, again, they traded Marcus Peters, a young corner at the time, right, for a 5th round pick, a 5th round draft pick, and a player. And they acquired Jalen Ramsey in that same time frame. The Chiefs just acquired a number 1 pick for McDuffie. They sent him to the Rams. Okay? Is it because they want to go get A.J. Brown? Is that what the move is meant for? And it doesn't make sense. Why would the Chiefs trade their number one corner on their football team? Remember, they could have picked up his 5th-year option. They didn't want to pick up his 5th-year option. So either they want to draft another corner. Could it be possibility that's what they want to do? Remember, they got 2 first-round picks this year in this draft. This one, they have 2 first-round. The Chiefs have 2 first-round picks in this year's draft. They might be trying to trade for A.J. Brown. I mean, why would they trade the cornerback? They just released an offensive lineman. And again, coming off an ACL. I'm telling you right now, it makes sense. I think the Chiefs are trying to get A.J. Brown. I think the package, we've been hearing the agents have been talking with other teams. I think A.J. Brown and the Chiefs are talking with each other. Their agent is talking with the Chiefs right now. I really do. I think this is for A.J. Brown. I'm going to say it again. The blockbuster move, I think, is part 2 coming. I think we're about to get a huge package for A.J. Brown. Howie Roseman is going to be the smartest GM. If this is what I think, if I am right about this situation, if A.J. Brown does go to Kansas City for that number 1 first-round pick, then guess what? Then we already knew that, then guess what? You got to give me credit. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying I'm always right, and maybe I'm not right. But why would they trade? It makes no sense. Why would you trade your cornerback that's still on his rookie deal to the Rams for a number 1 first-round pick, and then you release Teron Taylor, your offensive lineman, that you just drafted? Didn't you just draft him 2 years ago? Didn't you just draft him this last year before? It's like saying the Eagles trained Quinton Mitchell for a first-round pick. Then you know they're going, and they're in dead cap hit. Like, it makes no sense to me. Why would they trade McDuffie? That's their best corner. So either they don't think that he fits their system, or they're trying to move for A.J. Brown. And they need picks to do that. Howie Roseman said he wants a first and a second-round pick. Maybe that first-round pick is what they just acquired to get A.J. Brown. They got 2 first-round picks this year in this draft. I think one of them is for A.J. Brown. I think one of them is to acquire A.J. Brown. And they're down, they just saved $20 million in cap space. Now they probably saved more. They saved more by just trading McDuffie. They just got rid of some of the cap space now. For who? Who are they trying to acquire? I don't see the Raiders moving A.J. Crosby to the division. I don't see that. You don't see division trades usually. The Eagles are going to send A.J. Brown to a team that, for one, can give him the compensation, but I also think where he can succeed at. It would not shock me if the Eagles try to piss off the Patriots too and trade him to the Kansas City Chiefs. I think A.J. is going to Kansas City. I think that we're seeing a Marcus Peters and a Jalen Ramsey part 2, this time with the wide receiver. You remember, the Chiefs also wanted A.J. Brown in that Tennessee Titans year when they were moving A.J. Brown. There was 3 teams that called for A.J. Brown's service. The Tennessee Titans had the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Eagles. Remember, those were the 3 teams. I think it's funny how, remember, the Ravens acquired cornerback Marcus Peters from Los Angeles Rams in October 15, 2019. The same time frame. Remember that Jalen Ramsey was unhappy and wanted to be traded. And they got a player and a 5th-round pick back. And they end up going and get who? They acquired Jalen Ramsey. That same time frame. Now, I think the Chiefs are looking at it a different way, right? They see a player like A.J. Brown, and they say, what could he do with Patrick Mahomes? If the Eagles are getting the call from the Kansas City, I think the Chiefs are trying to trade for A.J. Brown. I think that's why they're making more room. Why wouldn't they not? It makes sense. Patrick Mahomes is how old? 29 years old? You need wide receivers around him. He has not had a wide receiver since Tyreek Hill. Andy Reid is probably going to retire in the next 2 years. Kelsey's not probably going to be back. They don't know the future with Travis Kelce. The Kansas City Chiefs just traded for a number 1 pick. They got 2 first-round picks this year. One of them got to be for a player. They're trying to trade. I think they're going to go get A.J. Brown. That is my prediction. I think the Chiefs are going to make a move for A.J. Brown. I think that's why they just traded McDuffie, if you haven't heard, for a number 1 first-round pick. They got 2 first-round picks this year in this draft now. They got I think they got 2 first-round picks, and they said a 5th and a 6th and a 4th. Could they be packaging that for A.J. Brown? Is that what the goal is? Maybe not the 2 first-rounders, but all they need is a number 1 first-round pick, and maybe a second-rounder. They got second-rounders, I think, too. Are they making a move for A.J. Brown, man? The Kansas City Chiefs also released offensive lineman Teron Taylor before they made this move. Why would they trade a McDuffie to the Rams for that number 1 pick? And then we heard that Eagles want to acquire a number 1. They want a trade package just like Quinton Williams got. Quinton Williams got 2 first-round picks, and I think they got a Mozzie Smith in return. What was the Jalen Ramsey trade? When the Rams traded for Jalen Ramsey, what did they give up? And again, maybe I'm not the smartest GM, but I'm not the smartest guy. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm just speculating. So don't come in my comments and say, oh, you think they're going to trade A.J. Brown again? No, I'm not saying that. It makes no sense. Why would the Chiefs just acquire a number 1 pick when they already got a number 1 pick this year? They got 2 first-round picks this year. We've been hearing rumors that the Eagles agent, A.J. Brown, has been talking with other teams about a trade possibility. The Eagles also said they are happy that Devontae Smith, and they think Devontae can take another step up. They believe in Devontae can take another step up from what he was. They've been raving about Devontae Smith. Howie Roseman has not said they're not moving on from A.J. Brown. They've said many times that the right offer is there. They're willing to move on from him. They didn't shut these trade rumors down. So if they can get a lot for him, he's gone. He is gone. And I think that A.J. Brown, I think he is unhappy. I ain't gonna lie to you. When you see all the things that are happening, you got to put it together. A.J. Brown might not be happy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I mean, if he gets traded to Kansas City Chiefs, then this is a great possibility for him, honestly, to change his career. Andy Reid is a good coach that can get the best out of him. And honestly, right, if you could get a first-round pick that Chiefs have, you have 2 first-round picks this year. You have 2 first-round picks this year. You know what I'm saying? You could definitely see Howie Roseman making multiple moves. But again, do the Eagles want to again, I don't know what the dead cap hit now, but if you get 2 first-round picks, and we know Howie Roseman's not afraid to take the dead cap hit. He took Carson Wentz's dead cap hit. Again, it's not the same thing, but again, if the player is not happy, you got to move on from him. And maybe the Eagles GM Howie Roseman is talking with the Kansas City Chiefs. Because again, they got 2 first-round picks. I'm just saying, why would the Chiefs trade McDuffie for a number 1 first-round pick? And they got 4th and 5th and 6th-round picks. Again, remind you again, the Rams acquired Jalen Ramsey after trading Marcus Peters. I knew when Marcus Peters got traded, I said they're going after Jalen Ramsey. I'm not always right, but it makes sense. It makes sense. They acquired Jalen Ramsey with that Marcus Peters absent, that they moved on from him. I'm not absent. They traded Marcus Peters to the Ravens for a 5th and a player. And they acquired all those picks that they got before, and they moved up to get who? They traded for A.J. Brown. I'm not A.J. Brown. I'm sorry, Jalen Ramsey. I'm sorry, the Rams did not trade for A.J. Brown. I'm saying Jalen Ramsey. They traded a first-round pick, and I think 2 first-round picks, and that 4th-round pick they got from the Ravens for Jalen Ramsey. Again, let me see what Jalen Ramsey's trade was. That was the same year. Yeah, the 2025 move. No, not the. I don't care about the Dolphins trade. The Rams trade. The Rams. Yeah, that one. The 2023 Los Angeles traded the star cornerback. No, that was a different one. Let's talk about when they got acquired from the Jaguars trade. That was the year where we needed corner. Remember, they traded Marcus Peters and they got Jalen Ramsey. The October 15, 2019, the Los Angeles acquired cornerback Jalen Ramsey from the Jaguars in exchange for 2 first-round picks, a 2020-21 and a 2024 round pick. They followed trade requests from Jalen Ramsey, significantly strengthening the Rams' defense, helping them win a Super Bowl, while the Jaguars used picks on Clavion Chazion, Travis Etienne. And again, Howie Roseman is going to be more smarter because he's not going to waste picks on those type of guys. But again, it's interesting. We see the scenario. We've seen it many times, right? If a team is needing a wide receiver, the Chiefs need a wide receiver. And McDuffie just got traded for a number 1 pick this year. They got 2 first-round picks. They didn't give up a number 1 first-round pick to trade McDuffie. The Chiefs got 2 first-round picks this year in this draft. Do you see them drafting 2 first-rounders? I don't think so. Mind you, McDuffie, Trent McDuffie, was a rookie corner that they could have picked up their 5th-year option on. They could have picked up his 5th-year option. He is 25 years old, and they didn't want to pay him. Why were they not wanting to pay Trent McDuffie? They traded McDuffie for a package of draft picks. This just happened. Is this a move for A.J. Brown? I mean, it makes no sense to me. Why would they do this? And this is what teams do when they want to acquire a talented player. The Chiefs will receive one of the first-round pick selection in 2026, no draft, no 29, along with 5th and 6th-round picks in this year's draft. The Rams was also sent a 2027 3rd-round pick in this year's draft to the Rams. Well, the Rams will also send a 2027 3rd-round pick to the Chiefs. Kansas Chiefs moved up from no 29 to 21 in the 2020 draft to acquire McDuffie, and he's proved to be worth every bit of a sense. McDuffie was a first All-Pro in 2023. Again, they just traded him. Now they don't have a number 1 corner. I mean, they just cleared. How much cap space did they clear? How many caps did they clear enough cap space to? How much did they clear? Let me look it up. I don't think it's out yet. What is the Kansas City Chiefs cap space right now? Again, I'm not an expert, but it's just it makes sense for them to do this. It would make sense for them. They need a wide receiver. Trent McDuffie, Chiefs gain. Yeah. So look. Hold up, let me pull it up. Let me switch the phone. Look at this. Hold up, man. This has just happened. Let's read it together. The ESPN source, the Chiefs and the Rams are working on a blockbuster trade that would send All-Pro Trent McDuffie to Los Angeles for a package that would include 29 overall pick in this first round of the 2026 NFL draft. McDuffie will be expected to sign a long-term deal. Again, let's read this real quick. Hold up. So hard when I do it. Look at this. The Chiefs agreed to trade sending All-Pro Trent McDuffie to Los Angeles for a package of draft pick that includes a no 29 selection in 2026 NFL draft. Sources told ESPN Adam Schefter on Wednesday. McDuffie also entering his final season of his rookie. They could have picked up his 5th-year option. They didn't have to trade him. Expected to sign a long-term extension with the Rams. Source told Schefter in April. Chiefs exercised his 5th-year option and McDuffie contract is making his 2026 salary of $13.6 million fully guaranteed. Along with the pick of no 29, the Chiefs will receive a 2026 5th-round and 6th-round picks and 2027 3rd-round picks, the source told Schefter. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes was among the players to react on. I don't give a damn about that. Again, we saw this before, and I said this before. When the Rams acquired Jalen Ramsey, they traded Marcus Peters, and we were all like, what is happening? And I knew who they were going after. I think this is a move for A.J. Brown. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I know for a fact. But I just think this makes sense for the Chiefs. When you have a Patrick Mahomes, look what the Chiefs gave up. Let's say this, right? The Los Angeles acquired All-Pro cornerback Jalen Ramsey from the Jacksonville Jaguars on October 2019. 2 first-round picks, 2020, 2021, 2020 4th-round picks. Ramsey became the key defender, signing a 5-year, $105 million extension in 2020 before being traded to the Miami Dolphins 2023. Okay. They sent the Jacksonville Jaguars this. And again, we are seeing a similar situation. So either they're going to trade for another corner. Who would the Chiefs get in another corner? I think this is meant for A.J. Brown. I'm not saying I know all of it, but why would the Chiefs do this? What they could have picked this fifth year option, and mind you, they've released an offensive lineman who they just drafted. They just traded McDuffie, an all-pro corner. You're not trading an all-pro corner unless you have something that you're trying to get. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Let's see what the Chiefs' cap space is right now. Did the Chiefs have enough cap space? And that's going to tell me the Kansas City Chiefs cap space in 2026. Let's see. With the move of look at it. They released Jawan. Look at it. They released Jawan clearing 20 million. 20 million. 20 million. They cleared 20 million. And they just traded McDuffie. They're making a move for AJ Brown. I'm telling you right now, they are. They are. This is for AJ. It has to be. Are they trying to get, who are they trying to get in this trade, man? They're making a move. They got 2 first-round picks. You telling me they're drafting 2 first-round picks when they just traded a first-round? You telling me they don't have enough money to trade to I'm sorry, My fault. I'm sorry about that. Damn, I hope I wasn't muted for a while. I think the Chiefs are trading for A.J. Brown. That is my prediction. The Rams are traded. They traded Marcus Peters, and they got a bunch of picks to go get who? Jalen Ramsey. And I knew when when the Rams acquired, when they traded Marcus Peters to the Rams, I said they were going after Jalen Ramsey. They're trading for A.J. The Chiefs are trading for, I'm telling you right now, the A.J. Brown trade is happening. It's happening. We're about to see it, man. We're about to see it now. The Chiefs just traded Marcus. They just traded Trent McDuffie on his rookie deal. For what? They just got a number 1 first round pick. So they got 2 first round picks this year. They got a 5th and a 3rd. And I think they got a 4th round. I think it's for A.J. Brown. The Eagles have said they want a 1st and a 2nd. They got ammo to do it. If they want A.J. Brown, they can do it right now. I think the Chiefs and A.J. Brown are a thing I can see happening. And I think Howie would do it because I think it would piss off the Patriots. I think the Patriots have released Stephon Diggs. So now you're the Chiefs. You're going to start putting that package together. You don't want the Patriots to get A.J. Brown. You're trying to win a championship with Patrick Mahomes. You're going to try to get the best receiver. And who's the best receiver? It's A.J. Brown. It's A.J. Brown, man. We've been hearing the rumors, and I do think that A.J. Brown wants to trade. I do. Now when you're seeing the agents talking involved, I think that A.J. Brown is out of here. I think this is Howie Roseman, again, and I felt for this offseason, right? Howie Roseman was doing the right thing by speaking about A.J. Brown, how he likes him. You don't want to say, by the way, A.J. Brown's not on the team. No team's going to trade for him then, right? They're not going to do that. You always want to up the price for teams to do this, right? You want to make sure his value is up, right? The way they've been talking about Devontae Smith, they just said Devontae Smith on Sean Mannion's offense can jump up another year. They're talking highly about Devontae. They didn't talk highly about A.J. Brown, about what he can do with Sean Mannion. We didn't hear nothing about Sean Mannion and A.J. Brown or how it can take a jump year and how they can get the best out of it. They didn't say nothing about that. They said, Howie Roseman said, we're not trading A.J. Brown. But he said, we're listening. You know what I'm saying? And then you hear the rumors that his agent, A.J. Brown's agent, has been looking at other teams for potential trade suitors. We've been hearing that the 3 AFC teams, one of them has been enormous. Would that be the Chiefs? The Chiefs had Patrick Mahomes. They got a quarterback already for AJ. This is the best situation for A.J. Brown. And honestly, when you just traded McDuffie, you're trying to get someone. Who is the corner they're going after? There's no corner that is getting moved. I don't think so. I didn't hear no rumors that McDuffie was on the trade block. Did you? I didn't hear no rumors that the Chiefs were trying to trade McDuffie. This just happened out of nowhere. And if you didn't listen, the Chiefs have traded McDuffie to the Rams. The Rams just acquired McDuffie. Trent McDuffie is now a LA Ram. And they just gave him their pick this year to the Chiefs. The Chiefs have 2 first-round picks. And a 5th and a 4th and a 3rd. So they got a bunch of picks, including, I think, a 4th round for 2027 round pick, I believe. Let me look up the details real quick. I don't want to just make stuff up because I did see it, but I want to make sure it's factual. You know what I'm saying? Because we did just hear it. Let's see the whole package real quick. Yeah, look at it. So yeah, if you didn't just listen, the Chiefs did just trade Trent McDuffie. The McDuffie Rams exchanged for a Rams first round pick, no 29, and a 5th round pick and a 6th round pick, and a 2027 3rd round pick. Why would you do that? What are you going after? I don't see Max Crosby going to Kansas. I don't think the Raiders will trade Max Crosby in their division. I mean, could he? Possibility. But I think this is for AJ. I think those picks are meant for the Eagles to get AJ Brown in Kansas City. What? I mean, would that not make sense? The Chiefs need a wide receiver. Patrick Mahomes has not had a number 1 receiver since Tyreek Hill has left. Their window has pretty much closed, unfortunately. So acquiring A.J. Brown would help them tremendously with their offense. And what better coach could you go to than Andy Reid, right? Andy Reid, if there's one guy that can get the best out of A.J. Brown, it's Andy Reid. He's in a West Coast offense. A.J. Brown is complaining about supposedly that he wants more targets. You're going to get that in Kansas City. You're going to get that in Kansas City. And you have a chance to go to a team that's already been in a Super Bowl. You're going to go from a good culture. You're going to go to a good culture. A.J. Brown, I think, in Kansas City would make more sense than the Patriots with Drake May. The Patriots have released Stephon Diggs. I'm telling you, Howie Roseman has done a phenomenal job. There's a team that's going to go all the way for A.J. Brown. I'm telling you. Any team that think that Howie Roseman is doing something crazy by being unreasonable, the Chiefs, I think, are a team that can make a move for him right now if they want to. They just released their offensive lineman last week, and they just traded Trent McDuffie to the Los Angeles Rams for that number 1 pick that the Rams just have this year. So now the Rams don't have any first-round picks, I don't believe. They got 2 first-round, the Chiefs got 2 first-round picks, man. I made a video saying today, if the Eagles trade A.J. Brown, do not be shocked that they draft a wide receiver. Cornell Tate, or Jeremiah Smith, one of those two. A.J. Brown, I think, is getting moved, man. I got a feeling he will be. I think he will be a Kansas City Chief. That is my prediction. Whether I'm right or wrong, hey, listen, I'm right or wrong, it doesn't matter. I go with my gut. But I've seen this rodeo happen. When the Rams traded Marcus Peters, I said, that is it. We're not getting Ramsey. We're not getting Ramsey. We're not getting the Rams are about to get Ramsey. It's happening. I got a gut feeling this is part 2 of what I think the Chiefs are going after A.J. Brown. I think the Chiefs are going heavy for A.J. Brown. I think the Chiefs are going to go at, this is my prediction. Maybe I'm wrong, but why would they trade McDuffie? They could have picked up his 5th-year option. They didn't have to pay him this year. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs, A.J. Brown with the Kansas City Chiefs makes sense. He does. The Patriots are releasing wide receiver Stephon Diggs, but they don't want to give up the first-round pick. Maybe that's why they're, again, you know what I'm saying? We got to act like I think it's meant for A.J. Brown. I think the Chiefs are a team that we got to watch out for. They got the ammo to do it now. They got a bunch of picks, and I think those picks are meant for A.J. Brown. I think the Patriots are going to go after DJ Moore. You know what I'm saying? Now watch these Patriot fans say, hey, A.J. Brown coming. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to get him. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to get him. I think Kansas City is going to get him. I think Kansas City are going to make sure New England don't get him. I mean, I think now the Patriots just released Stephon Diggs. I mean, they're releasing Stephon Diggs because Diggs is going to jail. Diggs is going to jail. He's going to be in jail for a while. He's going to be in jail. So much for we compared Stephon Diggs to A.J. Brown. Yeah, okay. But now it makes the Patriots more needed for receivers. They might go get A.J. Brown too. I think it's going to be Kansas City and the Patriots. They're going to bid. Howie Roseman has got these teams in the palm of their hands now. Oh, you think it's unreasonable that we asking for picks? Now look at you. Now look at the Patriots. As soon as they saw McDuffie, look what they're doing. They're trying to go now they want to release Diggs. The Patriots just released Stephon Diggs. Oh, you think we're unreasonable? You know what I'm saying? If you're the Patriots, you got to be scared of the Chiefs. The Chiefs just got ammo. Howie Roseman is literally playing poker while they're playing chess. Howie Roseman is a genius. A genius. You don't think we're going to get a lot for A.J. Brown? Is that what you think? You don't think that we're not going to get a first? Watch us. Watch us. You don't want A.J. Brown? That's cool. It's cool. Some team will take a chance on him. Some team, like these fans that make me laugh, talk about, well, you're not going to get a lot for A.J. Brown. You don't know who Howie Roseman is. Howie Roseman is the guy that always gets what he wants. Oh, you don't think the Eagles are going to get a lot? Watch how many teams are going to line up for A.J. Brown. The Patriots just released Diggs, and the Chiefs just traded McDuffie for a bunch of picks. Who do you think that's meant for? Who do you think that's meant for? Who do you think they're creating cap space for? I yield back. The Chiefs and the Patriots just released and traded. The Chiefs just traded McDuffie. And we just heard a report before that the Eagles are looking for a first and a second round pick. Howie Roseman is smarter than what people think. You're not fleecing Howie. You want A.J. Brown? You got to give up what we asked for. This ain't negotiable. We're not negotiating with you. You want him, you got to go get him. Patriots don't want to pay the price. Now look at them. Second, the Chiefs traded McDuffie. Here comes the Patriots releasing Stephon Diggs. Now they're needed for receiver. The Jets and the Cowboys have 2 first rounds picks as well. And the Eagles will too. Because A.J. Brown will either go to New England or the Kansas City Chiefs. The Bills don't have enough ammo to get A.J. Brown. They don't got what we want. They don't got what we want. They would have to trade Josh Allen to the Philadelphia Eagles. They're not doing that. They're not doing it. The Bills have no ammo to get A.J. Brown. They got no first round. We're not asking for second rounders. They got no wide receivers we want. We don't want no receivers from y'all. If Josh Allen can't win with them, then why the hell would Jalen Hurts want them? Make that make sense for me. If you want A.J. Brown, you got to give up a first and a second. The Patriots were releasing Stephon Diggs, and the Chiefs just traded McDuffie. These are the 2 teams that I think can happen for A.J. Brown. I think the Patriots are now desperate. Oh, you don't think we're gonna get what we want? Oh, okay. Howie unreasonable. These Patriot fans don't understand who Howie is. What makes you laugh will make you cry. Now, I'm not all for just trading A.J. Brown, but I said if you get a lot for him, I don't think you trade him for nobody. It's amazing what Howie Roseman can do. This is Howie Roseman. This is the guy that fleeces teams. Who would have thought Howie Roseman could get a first-round pick for Sam Bradford? Now, he didn't do nothing with it because he got Derek Barnett, who had 1 good year, but he got a first-round pick. He got a pick for Carson Wentz. Trust and believe that he can get a lot for A.J. Brown. He's going to get more than what he got from what John Robinson got from the Eagles. Trust and believe that. He's going to get more than the Tennessee Titan fans got for A.J. Brown. He's going to get more than what John Robinson and the Tennessee Titans got for A.J. Brown. Trust and believe that. We're going to get a lot for A.J. Brown. The Patriots have no idea who they're messing with. Oh, you think we're unreasonable? Oh, okay. Now look who needs a receiver now. Look who needs a wide receiver now. Imagine that. The Chiefs traded McDuffie, and here comes the Patriots. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. The Eagles will have at least 2 first-round picks. I'm telling you, do not be surprised if the Eagles draft a wide receiver again in this draft. Cornell Tate is a possibility. Like, everybody talk about Jeremiah Smith. Why do that when you can go get Cornell Tate? I don't think the Eagles are looking at 2020. I think they're still trying to win this year. Cornell Tate, I can see an Eagle. And I've said it along, man. When you watch him, he can do everything you want him to do. He's been, listen, people don't give him respect. But he's been also LSU had 2 number 1 receivers on their football team. Cornell Tate and Jeremiah Smith been number 1s. They're both number 1s. Cornell Tate, wherever he goes, will be a monster. If the Eagles trade A.J. Brown, you best believe that those 2 first-round picks, one of them is going to be for wide receiver. One of them is going to be for a wide receiver. They're either going to trade for one or they're going to draft one. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying I'm an expert. But when you hear the rumors, their agents are talking with other teams. A.J.'s agent. A.J. Brown was quiet. Quiet. Did not come out and say, I didn't want to be traded. Also, you know, that's what you need to do. You don't want to say that. You want to be the one to allow your agent to do the work. His agent probably say, hey, just let me do the work. I got you. But you heard the rumors that his agent has been talking with other teams. Howie Roseman also said, listen, we're not willing to trade A.J. Brown. Come on. Come on. Now, when you think about it, you cannot always believe what Howie Roseman is thinking. Now, I've said it along. Do I think Howie Roseman wants to trade A.J. Brown? No. But I think if A.J. Brown is unhappy, you got to do what's best for this business. Now, would I rather fire the coach and keep A.J. Brown? Absolutely. But that's not happening. That's not happening. And guess what? It makes more reason why Nick better win a championship this year. Because if he don't win one, then guess what? He's out the door. There's no more excuses. No more scapegoats. I knew that A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni and A.J. cannot get along in that building. They're not being in that same building. It's not happening. There was a friction that happened. You saw it on the field. It has nothing to do with Jalen Hurts. This is Nick and A.J. Brown beef. Nick and A.J. Brown don't get along. And unfortunately, that happens. That happens. Coaches and receivers fall out. One of these coaches will be fired this year, and hopefully Nick will be out of here. Because guess what? If it don't work out and we do draft a receiver, guess what? Sean Mannion will be our head coach. I think Sean Mannion will be the head coach regardless. But it's interesting how this thing happened. I think AJ gets traded in the next 4 days. That's my prediction. If it doesn't, guess what? It is what it is. Max Sports Talk, I don't know who this is, from NFL CBS report, believes DJ Moore New England Patriots would be a perfect match.
I would love this move for both sides.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you. I won't get copyright. But McDuffie just got traded. The Chiefs had the ammo to get AJ Brown. The Patriots need a wide receiver one. Howie Roseman is playing mind games. Mind games. Oh, you think we're unreasonable? Now it's the best man who wants him more. What team wants him more? The best man wins, I guess. I'm sorry, not the best one. The best GM, whoever gives up the more ammo wins. Patriots, you want AJ Brown? Give us some picks. Because I'm sure the Chiefs are calling for AJ Brown. I'm sure the Chiefs are probably putting the package for AJ Brown. The Chiefs expected to trade cornerback Trent McDuffie, exchange for first-round picks, no 29, a fifth-round pick, a sixth-round pick, and 2027 third-round pick. The Eagles reported this week, according to Mike Garafolo, that the Eagles are looking for a Quinton Williams, type package. What did Quinton Williams go for? 2 first-round picks, a fifth-round pick, and a Mozzie Smith. Correct me if I'm wrong. Quinton Williams went for 2 first-round picks, a Mozzie Smith, and a fifth-round pick. You're going to get more for A.J. I think you will get more for A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown's a Super Bowl champion. A.J. Brown is an all-pro. And A.J. Brown is a elite wide receiver. He still has a lot left in the tank. And if you're the Chiefs and you're the Patriots, you need a wide receiver. You're going to go hard for A.J. Brown. You are. A.J. Brown is the best receiver probably out of this draft. I mean, what receiver would you rather have? A.J. Brown is a guy that any team would give up a bunch of picks for. He is. He is. And the Eagles are in a great situation right now. You know what I'm saying? Now, I think I've said it all along. I think it was time. Again, if it's time to move from A.J. Brown, it's time to move on from him. If he's not happy, then why keep him? The Eagles are not going to keep an unhappy player in the building, regardless of what the cap hit looks like. Yes, is it a huge cap hit? Guess what? Howie Roseman seemingly don't care about that, honestly. Howie Roseman, people think that Howie Roseman won't take a cap hit. Listen, Howie Roseman's took a cap hit with Carson Wentz. Now, it's not the same. But again, if A.J. Brown is unhappy, and the Eagles are unhappy with him on his team, and they're not looking to shut all these rumors. They could have shut these trade rumors down. They didn't. They didn't. And Howie Roseman's not going to sit there and let a receiver be disgruntled on the field. He's not going to. Why waste that money? Why waste that money? Yes, A.J. Brown is making a lot, but if you can get a player in return, or you can get a bunch of picks in return, and you got receivers in this draft. You got receivers in this draft, and if you're able to get a Cornell Tate to come and help Devontae Smith, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. There's a lot of receivers in this draft that you can get to replace A.J. Brown's production. There is. There's also 2027. I don't think they're going to go get Jeremiah Smith. I think Cornell Tate is a guy that we got to keep our eye on. I made the video for a reason, whether people like it or not. No one is talking about that. You know, everybody's saying we're going to go after tight end. Yes, I think tight end's a big need. But I also think that we can draft another receiver in this draft. And I think if we trade A.J. Brown, Cornell Tate is a guy that I think the Eagles would go after. The Ohio State wide receiver, yes. Because when you look at his body work, the way he plays, he's a young guy that you can plug in and would help this football team. If A.J. Brown is unhappy, then you got to move on from him. You don't keep a guy that's disgruntled. You don't. And Howie's not going to do that. So, yeah, would I love A.J. Brown? I want A.J. Brown back, absolutely. But again, it's not about the team. It's not about the player on the back of the jersey. It's about this team logo at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. It's about what is best for us. And you cannot keep a guy that doesn't want it. Now, A.J. Brown has not physically come out and said he don't want to be here, but he doesn't need to. His agents have been talking with other teams. That's a red flag. That's a red flag that he doesn't want to be here. When your agents are sitting there talking to other teams, and the Eagles are asking for first-round picks, there's been things we have not seen behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? And we've been hearing about A.J. Brown supposedly requested a trade last year. I don't know about that. But I do know that agents have been talking with other teams. There's been Mike Garafolo and Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. These guys are trustworthy. That the Eagles are looking for a Quinton Williams type package. And Quinton Williams went for 2 first-round picks and a Moss. Eagles are not trading A.J. Brown unless they get a lot for him. I don't think they're going to trade. They're not going to get a first and a second. I think they're going to get 2 first-round picks back. They're going to get 2 first rounds this year. And they're going to trade at least one of those first-round picks, or they're going to move. I think the Eagles are going to use those 2 first-round picks to move up to either get a tight end and a wide receiver. You know, so I think they're either going to move up or they might trade one. They might trade one in the next year's draft. You never know. The Patriots just released Diggs. Now they need wide receiver. And DJ Moore and A.J. Brown are the 2 available. This is the greatest thing about Howie Roseman. This is the greatest thing about Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman is going to move on from AJ. It's happening. It's going to happen, unfortunately. And it sucks, though. You know what I'm saying? Because this head coach couldn't get off his coordinator. But you know what? If this means this head coach is gone, then I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? It means... You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know, but it's just interesting. The Patriots released Diggs. Now they need a wide receiver. The Chiefs just traded McDuffie. They could use a wide receiver. I'm sure Howie Roseman is getting a lot of offers right now. You know, I'm sure Howie Roseman is getting offers. Look at this. Again, this what just came out before the trade. Again, this is what happened. The Eagles are asking for a future first and second round pick in a potential A.J. Brown trade. Per Mike Garafolo. If no team comes close to the asking price, Brown will stay in Philadelphia. Again, I think Brown is out of here. That's what my prediction is. I think we're going to see A.J. Brown in a different uniform. I don't think it's going to be in the Patriots uniform. I think it's going to be Kansas City. I think Kansas City is going to give us those 2 first-round picks. I think they're going to go all the way for A.J. Brown. Stephon Diggs had a $17 million full guaranteed money from the Patriots and $26 million coming his way New England if he was on the roster. Yeah, they just released Diggs, so now the Patriots need a wide receiver. It's getting interesting. Look at this. This is the full package. Full package. The full package just happened. Look what the Chiefs just gave up. Look what the Chiefs just got in return. Excuse me, not give up. This is what the Chiefs just got from McDuffie. What is the Eagles asking for? What did the Eagles ask for? They got 2 first-round picks this year. We've been hearing rumors about this. I'm not an expert. Again, I don't know if AJ is going to be here. I don't know now. Now I really don't know. I don't know, man. Yes, the dead cap hit can prevent it, but let me tell you something. Howie Roseman, is there's one GM that can get away from the dead cap hit and make it affordable where it doesn't hurt him. It's Howie Roseman. It's Howie Roseman. And AJ is making a lot of money. AJ's making a lot of money. And if you do trade AJ Brown, now you got enough. Now you can probably sign more players. So, you know, it does come good out of everything too. But you need a lot for AJ Brown. And if the Chiefs offer me a first-round pick this year, I got 2 first-round picks, and I get a 5th and a 6th. If the Chiefs call me up and say, hey, listen, we'll give you a first-round pick in 2029. I'm sorry, the 29 overall pick. And we'll give you, I don't know, a 2027 third-round pick and a 6th and a 5th round pick. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I got 2 first-round picks this year. AJ is out of here. AJ is going to Kansas City. I mean, would you not do that? I would. You have 2 first-round picks this year. You can trade that number 1 pick that you got from Kansas City, let's say, and then move up. Maybe you trade that pick this year, and for next year's draft for Jeremiah Smith, or you go get Cornell Tate. I think Cornell Tate is a guy that everybody's not talking about. And that's why I made the video. It's not going to be a popular video. I don't think it will be. I don't go with popularity. I go with what makes sense. I think the Chiefs are going after A.J. Brown. I think the Patriots and the Chiefs are going after A.J. Brown hard. And it's going to come down to who's going to give us the best price. Howie Roseman is the smartest GM in football. Howie Roseman is the smartest GM in football. Howie Roseman is the smartest GM in football. Why everybody thinks we can't win without, all right. Well, you know, if Jalen Hurts wins without A.J. Brown, what are they going to say about him? What are they going to say about him? Ari Moore from My Sports Update, again, very reliable source, says, keep this in mind. Patriots have tried few weeks to land a big name wide receiver from Chris Godwin to Brandon Ayuk and were turned down. Coming off a Super Bowl, players have not want to play with Drake May. Players now want to play with Drake May. New England should become a wide receiver destination. So the Patriots been trying to get wide receiver to pair up with Drake May. I can see AJ in New England. I can see it. I didn't think before, but now, I mean, anything's possible now. And you know what? Give us that first-round pick. Give us a first-round pick. Give us Trent McDuffie. Not Trent McDuffie. Sorry. Chris Gonzalez is not realistic because you're not paying 2 number 1 corners. You know, if you trade for, let's say the Patriots give you, let's say, you know, and this is the problem with some of these Eagle fans. Oh, give us Chris Gonzalez. We're not getting Chris Gonzalez. It makes no sense. Number 1, because you got to pay Cooper DeJean and you got to pay Quinton Mitchell. You're not paying 2 number 1 corners on your football team. McDuffie and Quinton Mitchell are not being the highest paid corners in football. And then you got to pay Cooper DeJean. You're not paying 3 number 1 corners top money. It's not happening. So you just need a number 1 first round pick. Just give me the first round pick. Give me a first round pick. I'd take Milton Williams back. I would take Milton Williams back in return for A.J. Brown. I would. A first round pick and Milton Williams. Give me that. Give me that. I'll take Milton Williams back. I would. Why would you not? I would consider doing that. I could see that happening. The Bears and the Cowboys are a team to watch out for Max Crosby. Yeah, the Cowboys always been interested in everybody. They're not making nothing. I think the Chiefs are getting A.J. Brown. That is my prediction. The Chiefs just got a package in for A.J. Brown. I think this is a Jalen Ramsey Part 2 happening. And I think now the Patriots just saw that they're now desperate. They're desperate. Someone's going to bite. Someone is going to bite for A.J. services. Someone is going to bite. Someone's going to bite now. Howie Roseman is the greatest GM in football. The greatest GM in football. You're not fleecing Howie. This ain't John Robinson from the Tennessee Titans. You're not fleecing Howie Roseman. You're not fleecing the best GM in football. There's a reason why no teams want to trade with Howie Roseman in the draft. There's a reason why teams don't want to play around with Howie. You're going to do what we say. If we say a first-round pick, God damn it, you better give it to us. Or you don't get A.J. Brown. Oh, you don't want A.J. Brown? That's cool. Some team will. Some team will. And the Chiefs, I think, are interested. I think the Chiefs are interested in A.J. Brown. And I do think the Patriots now need a receiver. So they might be interested in A.J. Brown. Give me a first-round pick in Milton Williams, New England. I'll take A.J. Brown. I'll give you A.J. Brown. Christian Gonzalez is not realistic because you got to pay 2 corners. You're not paying Quinton Mitchell and Christian Gonzalez. Both corners are going to be the highest paid. Christian Gonzalez, number 1, I don't think New England would move on from him. And number 2, you're not paying 3 corners top money. You're not. You're not paying Christian Gonzalez and Cooper DeJean and Quinton Mitchell top tier money. That's why I don't understand. Well, give us Chris Gonzalez. No, that's stupid. That's stupid. The Eagles are drafting a wide receiver. It's going to happen if they move on from A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown will be traded, they're going to draft a receiver in this first round. They will. They got 2 first-round picks. They're going to they're going to go after tight end and a receiver in this draft. They might get 2 number 1 prospects this year. Everybody talking about, oh, they're going to go offensive line. I think they go after Cornell Tate if A.J. Brown is traded, they're going after Cornell Tate. That is my prediction. I think they go after Cornell Tate, and I think they get the Oregon. I think they get whoever they want. They got the ammo now. Howie Roseman is going to get the best out of A.J. Brown. He's going to get the best A.J. Brown's not going to be on this team now. I now am convinced A.J. Brown will be traded soon. People do not understand. Howie Roseman is not going to keep a disgruntled player. And yes, A.J. did not come out and say this, but when the agents are talking to other teams, when they hype up Devontae Smith, the Eagles are hyping up Devontae like he's going to be their number 1 receiver. They didn't say A.J. Brown and Sean Mannion, and they think A.J. could take another jump step. They didn't say nothing about that. They say they want A.J. Brown back. Sean Mannion was happy about him. But that is all because they want to make teams go after hard for A.J. Brown's services. But I think it's funny how the agents want to talk to other teams, and that's A.J. Brown's agent. A.J. Brown didn't tell the agent not to talk to other teams. He allowed it. He allowed it. And I think that the Eagles are just, I think that Nick and A.J. don't get along. I think A.J. doesn't get along with Nick. And you saw it on the sidelines. I don't think it has anything to do with Jalen Hurts. I think it's the coach and the wide receiver that don't get along. And if that's the case, honestly, I would fire the coach, but they're not going to do it. They're going to rely on Nick. They're going to give Nick another year, and they're going to get rid of whoever don't like Nick, which I think is stupid. Because I would get rid of this head coach before I get rid of this receiver. But I've said it along, and I said this before, Nick and AJ are not going to be in the same locker room. Go back and watch my live streams. I've said it. They're going to make Kevin Batulo and A.J. Brown the scapegoats. They will, for Nick to stay another year. And then Nick will be fired this year. Because when he goes 0-2 or he struggles, they're going to fire him. They're going to fire him. This is now, okay, Nick, there's no excuses now. Right? If you trade A.J. Brown, there should be no distractions, right? You should be the guy. You should be the guy. And there should be no reason why you can't score 40 to 50 points clip, man. You got the offense. Even without A.J. Brown, if you get Cornell Tate in this draft, you should be able to still score. But this is another thing that I don't understand is the Eagles are going to make A.J. Brown the scapegoat. It's going to be Kevin Batulo and A.J. Brown are going to be the reason why Nick didn't win the Super Bowl. And they're going to say A.J. Brown was a distraction. And you know what? I hope the Eagles know what they're doing, honestly. And you know what? Go get the picks and see what you can do. I do think Howie Roseman can win without A.J. Brown. I do. This is Howie Roseman. We're not going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're not going to get a lot for A.J. Brown and not turn them into successful picks. Okay? All right? We're not going to go and draft Clay Clausen out of LSU, a first-round pick that wasn't a first-round pick. We're not going to mess up on picks. We're not going to do what we did with Khalil Mack, with the Raiders did with Khalil Mack, and trade get a bunch of picks and then get nobodies. No, we're gonna make those picks valuable, and we're gonna get the best out of those draft picks. And keep your eye on, again, if the Eagles do trade A.J. Brown in this before the draft, I think it happens before the free agency happens. If A.J. Brown gets traded, it's going to be before the free agency happens. The trade will go down soon. If A.J. Brown gets traded, it will be either next week or 2 weeks. It's happened. The rumors are going to start picking up soon. McDuffie just got traded for 29 overall pick. Why would they? Again, I think the Chiefs are going to go get AJ. I think either it's going to be the Chiefs or the Patriots. I think the Chiefs and the Patriots are going to be the ones going after him. I don't think it's going to be the Bills. The Bills don't have the ammo. And they paid Josh another contract. They're not going to be able to afford him. They're not. They're going to go out. They're going to sign a free agent. They're going to sign Mike Evans. That is my prediction. The Bills will sign a free agent. They're not trading for AJ. They have no ammo to trade for AJ. Bill fans can talk all they want. They don't have first-round picks. And I told Bill fans that. You don't got first-round picks. We don't want your receivers. If Josh Allen don't want them, then why would Jalen want them? We got to do what's best for our quarterback. We got to do what's best for a franchise. And again, I think AJ and Nick don't get along in that locker room. I think AJ and Nick, and there's a friction in that locker room. I think AJ and Nick don't get along. Despite what people think, I don't think it has anything to do with the quarterback. I think it's AJ and Nick that don't like each other. And I don't think you can keep them in the same building. If Nick and AJ don't get along, then you got to get rid of one and the other. And they're not going to get rid of a head coach that supposedly won a Super Bowl. Now, I personally would get rid of Nick and keep AJ. If AJ don't want to be here because of Nick, I'd fire the coach. But they're not going to do that. They're going to trade AJ Brown, unfortunately. And they're going to keep this head coach. And if this head coach falls apart, then they're going to fire him. They're going to fire him. I really don't like Nick's risk-averse offense and philosophy because you have a stone cold killers on his team and scared money don't win. Too scared of turning the football over. Yeah, unfortunately. But I said it along. I don't think AJ and Nick are going to be in the same locker room. I don't. That outburst that we saw, we knew AJ was out of here. We knew that. You know, we could talk about AJ Brown is not getting traded, but we know deep down there's something behind the scenes. AJ Brown is unhappy. You know he's unhappy. And I don't think it has anything to do with the quarterback. The quarterback and him are fine. I think it has to do with Nick and AJ. Those two cannot be in the same locker room. AJ does not like Nick. You saw it on the field. The way he went after Nick, it's not a good relationship you can keep. And I feel like this is Nick's year to prove it, right? There's no excuse for Nick. If you trade A.J. Brown, you get a rookie receiver, and you can't develop that. Listen, I think if you trade A.J. Brown, Cornell Tate will be an Eagle. I think Cornell Tate will be the guy we're targeting. And if you don't know him, go look him up. Ohio State wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to wait until 2027 to get a receiver. They're going to draft one. They're going to draft. There's receivers in this draft. You got Zacharias Branch out of Georgia, the USC transfer from Georgia. He had a great combine, and he's an explosive wide receiver. You got the USC wide receiver Lemon, who I don't want because, you know, if we talk about A.J. Brown's character issue, he has character issues. You know, he supposedly did not impress a lot of GMs, and a lot of scouts were not happy with his performance. I think it's for Cornell Tate, and we traded for A.J. Brown. Cornell Tate with Devontae Smith would make more sense. I think Cornell Tate can be our number A and number B. I think he's the number one receiver too. You know what I'm saying? There is guys you can, for people to say we can't replace A.J. Brown, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Will it be the same without A.J. Brown? No. This offense, obviously, will be our number one receiver will be Devontae Smith. Right? And we got to see, because again, it's going to change a lot for this offense. But if you get Cornell Tate, you got to still respect the speed. He can run routes. He's a complete wide receiver that you can use. And I think that with a new offense corner, with Cornell Tate, with Devontae Smith, would bring a lot to this team. I really do. I think Cornell Tate is a perfect match with Devontae Smith. He would be a perfect addition to Devontae Smith. And I think you still need a receiver regardless because you're going to lose Jahan Dotson. But I think that you're going to see AJ. I think AJ's getting traded. I do. I think that we've been hearing a lot of rumors, but now when you look at the Patriots and the Chiefs and the moves they're making, I think it's for one player. I do. And I think we're gonna fleece a team. I think we're going to fleece one team, and they better hope they win the championship with him. You know, I wish A.J. Brown nothing but the best, but if it is the end of A.J. Brown, then I want to wish him nothing the best. I don't hate A.J. Brown. You know what I'm saying? I think it's because of the head coach. He don't want to be here. I don't think he likes the head coach. That's why he didn't talk highly about Nick. You notice he said Kevin Butullo. I respect Kevin Butullo. He didn't talk about Nick. He never once talked about Nick Sirianni. He never once talked about Nick Sirianni in any interviews. He said he loves the Philly fans. This is his home. But he never once said Nick Sirianni. He said Kevin Butullo. I think it has everything to do with Nick. I think Nick pushed A.J. Brown out the door. I don't think it's anything to do with the beat reporters. I don't think it's Jalen Hurts. I don't think it has anything to do with the quarterback. I think he loves Jalen. I think it has everything to do with this head coach because his head coach pissed him off. I think it has everything to do with this head coach. I think this head coach pissed him off. And in that playoff game, you saw the head coach and A.J. Brown going at it. And I think that is the same reaction I had when I saw Jalen Ramsey and that head coach going at it. You can't keep them in the same building. You can't. That head coach and that A.J. Brown relationship, whether Nick believes it or not, it's fractured. It's fractured. I don't think A.J. Brown likes Nick. And you could say, oh, you want about Nick and A.J. No, A.J. Brown does not like Nick. The way he looks at Nick, the way he looks at him is he looks at him as a guy who he can't stand. There's a guy you can tolerate, but I think he tolerates Nick. I don't think he likes Nick. I don't think he likes Nick. And I think AJ and Andy Reid With Andy Reid, I think that would be a best situation. If you're AJ Brown, you would rather play with Mahomes than Drake May. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? I think the Chiefs are going to trade for AJ Brown. That is my prediction. The Chiefs are traded Trey McDuffie for 2 first-round picks. They got a 5th and a 6th and a 4th. Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs are trying to win championships. Don't forget, the Chiefs are in the division where they got the Bills, the Patriots, they got the Raiders in the division. They got I'm sorry, in their conference. The Bills are not in the division, excuse me. They got the Raiders, the Chargers, and who else in the division? They got the Raiders, the Chargers, who else in the division? Is it the Titans? No, the Chiefs have the Raiders, the Chargers. Who's the other one? The Commanders and Chargers could also possibly get Mike Evans as well. The Chargers need all. I personally, I see. If I'm the Chargers, honestly, I would draft a quarterback. I don't know if Justin Herbert's the guy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's Justin Herbert that's holding them back. But it is what it is. That's just me. I'm not a Justin Herbert fan. I think Justin Herbert stinks. But that's just me. Commanders and Chargers could also, Commanders need an offensive line. I think they need a lot more than just receiver. I think they're better off drafting one. Mike Evans is 31 years old. Mike Evans is not going to want to go to the Commanders. He's going to want to go to a contending football team. Mike Evans is, how old is Mike Evans? Is Mike Evans 31 years old? I think he is. Mike Evans is in his 30s, isn't he not? He got to be in his 30s. But, we were linked to Mike Evans too. Again, when there's smoke, there's fire. And again, I didn't believe it, but now I'm starting to believe it. Mike Evans, how old is he? Mike Evans is 32 years old. Yeah, the Commanders are not signing a 32-year-old wide receiver. Why would Mike Evans go to a team that has not been in the Super Bowl? Right? You're going to want to go to a team that's ready to contend. The Commanders are not ready to contend. They're not. They're going to rebuild. They're going to rebuild this offense. They're going to rebuild this wide receiving core. They got the quarterback. But again, if Mike Evans wanted to go to win, he's going to go somewhere like the Buffalo Bills. He's going to go somewhere like I think the New England Patriots could get Mike Evans. Do not be surprised if the Patriots go after Mike Evans. I think the Chiefs will get A.J. Brown, and I think Mike Evans will go somewhere like New England. I think it's going to happen. I think Nick and A.J. Brown are fractured. I think that's the reason why A.J. don't want to be here. It has nothing to do with it. Everybody making it like he hates Jalen Hurts. He don't hate Jalen Hurts. I think people need to stop that. Again, this is from Adam Schefter. This is the second time in 3 years the Chiefs have traded away a top cornerback instead of paying him. Traded Ladarius Sneed to the Titans, and now they're trading McDuffie to the Rams. They're making a move for A.J. Brown. They didn't trade McDuffie because they couldn't pay him. They traded to get cap space, and they traded to go get A.J. I think this move for A.J. Brown. This is the similar situation that the Rams did with Jalen Ramsey, where they traded Marcus Peters, and in that same time frame, they traded for Jalen Ramsey. They traded Marcus Peters for a 5th and a player in return, and then they had the 2 first-round picks and the 5th that they acquired, and they got a cornerback, Jalen Ramsey, out of Jacksonville. Remember, the Jacksonville Jaguars did not want to trade Jalen Ramsey until they got a lot for him. That was their goal, and they got a lot for him. Now, they didn't do nothing with it. They got 1 player in return, but they didn't do nothing with it. Howie Roseman going to do a lot with it. If we get a lot for A.J. Brown, we're gonna make sure we ace every pick. I think we're going to draft a receiver if we trade A.J. Brown. I don't think we're going to wait until 2020. Everybody thinks we're going to go after Jeremiah Smith. No, there's receivers in this draft that why would you trade a future pick for a 2027 round pick? That's loser mentality, right? And I don't think that's Howie's momentum. I think there's receivers in the draft that you can draft. There's no reason why you draft Jeremiah Smith when you can draft Cornell Tate in the first round. That can give you the same production as Jeremiah Smith. Like, again, these YouTubers that say draft Jeremiah Smith, we don't even know what he's going to be. We got to see what he does in the following year. You're not waiting to 2027 to draft a receiver coming out in this draft. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. And guess what? We'll have a chance again if we go bad. If we don't end up being good, then we'll just end up tanking, unfortunately, for him. So again, we're not going to be in a situation where we're going to tank. We're going to rebuild and we're going to retool. We're going to replace A.J. Brown with the best receiver in this draft. And we're going to hope that he can be that guy. And I think Cornell Tate is a guy that could get him. The Bills and the Giants and the Niners could get Mike Evans as well. Yeah, I think the Bills and the Patriots are the 2 possibilities. I think the Chiefs are going to get AJ. That's my prediction. I think that package was for AJ Brown. Again, when you are a team like the Chiefs and you have to win a championship, you're going to go all the way for a player, regardless of their age. AJ Brown helps you now. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to trade for him if you don't think that he's the right guy. And I think with Andy Reid, he can get the best out of AJ Brown. He's dealt with character issues. All right. So, I think it has everything to do with this head coach and AJ not getting along. I don't think they can be in the same building. I think AJ won't be in Philadelphia. That is my prediction. I'm sticking with it. I hope I'm wrong. But when I look at what's happening, I think the two teams are going to go after AJ hard is the Patriots and the Chiefs. And I think the Chiefs are going to get a lot. And I think Eagles are going to trade the Chiefs. I think they're going to trade him to the Chiefs regardless. Because I think the relationship with Howie Roseman, and also I think that Howie Roseman is so tired of the Patriots calling them up. I think we should screw the Patriots a little bit. Imagine us trading him to the Chiefs and just pissing off the Patriot fans. I think that would be the greatest thing. Imagine them hyping up AJ Brown. And then, whoops, you don't even get him. The Chiefs get him. The Chiefs get him. We end up trading. I think we're going to trade AJ to the Chiefs. I think that's where he's going to go to, Kansas City. He's going to get the chance to play with a top-tier quarterback. And you know what? I think the Chiefs are going to go all for AJ Brown. I think that move with McDuffie was for AJ Brown and getting cap space for AJ Brown. You need also to trade for him. Not only do you need the money and the cap compensation, you need the cap space to go with it. You know what I'm saying? So when you are a team like the Chiefs, you got to get some of that cap space off your books. And trading McDuffie when he's in a rookie deal saves you a little bit. Also, releasing an offensive tackle and saving $20 million, and you already got a first-round pick this year, and you just acquired another first-round pick and a fifth and a fourth, and a 2027. I mean, it's lining up for A.J. Brown. I think teams have talked with the Eagles, and they're trying to do everything they can to acquire him. I think Devontae will be your number one receiver, and we're going to find out Devontae can be, because I think if you get Cornell Tate, Devontae, I think Devontae can be. I think Devontae is capable of being. We've seen him in Alabama. We know we can see. I think he's ready to take that next step. I do. I think A.J. Brown's been a great mentor for him, but again, we knew eventually it was going to come down to A.J. and Devontae, and they're going to trust Devontae over A.J. any day. That's their homegrown talent. They're not going to get rid of Devontae and keep A.J. No, that A.J. was a trade that worked. We got the best out of him. He's been there for 4 years, and I love A.J. Brown. But when Devontae is in his prime, AJ's not going to play that much longer. So you need listen, I love AJ. I love AJ Brown, but listen, if I could send him to the Kansas City Chiefs and I could get compensation picks back, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And if you're the Patrick Mahomes, you're asking Kansas City Chiefs, hey, listen, go get me a receiver. If I'm Mahomes, I want AJ Brown, right? Because guess what? You have not gotten me nothing. Patrick Mahomes has never had a wide receiver like AJ Brown. So it works best for both sides. And I think the only coach that can deal with AJ Brown and his character issues that could keep him in line, that AJ would love to play for, would be two guys, Mike Vrabel and Andy Reid. I think Andy Reid would be the possibility for AJ Brown to get his career back together. I think AJ Brown is mentally checked out, and I think AJ Brown just wants a new change. I think that's what's happening. I think we're going to see Devontae take over. And I think our rookie receiver will be drafted in the first round. You know what I'm saying? And it sucks because now, you need a tight end. But also it gives you money to bring Dallas Goedert back. I think that's the plan also. You trade A.J. Brown, you draft a receiver, and you bring Dallas Goedert back, hopefully. Or you bring Nakobe Dean. The Eagles are going to have a lot of cap space. Not a lot of cap space, but they're going to be in dead cap hit. But how he's going to manage to keep that where it doesn't affect us. But now, I think that now you got 2 first-round picks, and if you trade A.J. Brown, you're going to get a lot for him. The Eagles are going to get 2 first-round picks. I'm telling you right now, they're going to get more than they got from Quinton Williams. They're going to get Howie Roseman going to make Jerry Jones look bad. Wait until the Eagles get it. I'm telling you right now, you don't think Howie's not going to get a lot for A.J. Brown?
I hate when the music's too low.
I don't
Turn it
know
up,
what
but
this
it's just
volume is.
that
Let me
dumb
turn it
bad.
down.
Express-
Come on, turn it down.
I got a
My fault. Sorry about that. It was a highlight video of Devontae Smith. Watching the guy. I love Devontae. Now, I said this all along. I don't want to trade A.J. Brown. But Sports Track just reported, after accounting Trent McDuffie and release of offensive tackle Juwan Taylor. The Kansas City Chiefs are now hold about $23 million in top 51 cap space. They also have 6 players with base salary of $10 million plus that can free up additional $68 million. I'm telling you, that is for A.J. Brown. They have now cleared $23 million, and they're a top 51 in cap space. They're training for A.J. Brown, man. I'm telling you, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to get A.J. Brown. I think it's a possibility. If not, it's for DJ. Who are they going to get? They're getting someone. You don't trade a cornerback on his rookie deal for nobody. And the way they've released offensive tackle Juwan Taylor. That saved them $20 million. And they just traded McDuffie. Now they have $23 million. And they're up of the top 51 in cap space. They have 6 players with base of salary of $10 million plus that can free up an additional $68 million in cap space before they're making a move for A.J. Brown. I'm telling you, that is a team we got to watch out for. Howie Roseman is the greatest team in football. Howie Roseman fooled me. I should have knew what I was dealing with. I'm sorry, Howie. So Howie has a plan. And I trust Howie Roseman. Why do I trust Howie Roseman? Why do I not trust Howie Roseman? 2-time Super Bowl champion GM. 2-time Super Bowl champion GM. Howie Roseman has consistently said that he would love to keep A.J. Brown, but he said if the price is right, we're going to move on from him. You got to look at also the future, man. You got to give Devontae a chance to be that number 1 guy. And I think Devontae Smith it's time for him to be that guy. Good thing I didn't buy A.J. Brown jersey, man. I'm just saying, I got a Devontae Smith jersey and I got a Jalen Hurts jersey. I'm so glad I didn't buy an A.J. Brown jersey, because I would be sick right now. So I love A.J., but we knew eventually it might happen. I think they're making a move for A.J. Brown. I think the Chiefs are going for A.J. Brown. I trust Howie too. I do too. And if you're new, hit that like button, man. Listen, I do live stream, I do videos. But I've said it along, Cornell Tate is a target that no one is talking about. Everybody talk about Jeremiah Smith. The Eagles are not waiting until 2027 for a first-round receiver. They're going to draft one this year. There's receivers in this draft that I think can start. And anybody says that Cornell Tate isn't worth it. Listen, Cornell Tate is a monster. He's a monster. And him and Jeremiah Smith are number 1 receivers. Jeremiah Smith is a great prospect, but you're not waiting to 2027 for a first-round pick. The 2 first-round picks are going to probably be for the tight end to move up to get. I think if the Chiefs traded all those picks for A.J. Brown right now, they're going to go after Cornell Tate and they're going to go after the tight end. They're going to get both in this draft. They're going to go double in this draft. They're going to. And Howie has multiple picks Howie Roseman is in a perfect situation. Why everybody is begging for. Listen. This is why Howie Roseman is the best GM in football. All these other teams that say Howie's unreasonable, we're going to find out if Howie's unreasonable. He's going to make Jerry Jones look bad, bro. He's got when Jerry Jones thinks he's above Howie, here comes Howie Roseman making Jerry Jones look bad. Oh, you think you're the only team that can have 2 first-round picks? Well, watch us. We still needed a safety, right? We still need a corner. We still need a wide receiver. We still need a tight end. If you trade A.J. Brown, you need a wide receiver immediately. And I think Cornell Tate and Zacharias Branch are the 2 that I'm looking at. The 2 of those guys that could come in right away and be an impact player. You know what I'm saying? I think it has everything to do with Nick and A.J. don't get along. I think A.J. and Nick don't like each other. Well, I don't think Nick hates A.J. Brown. I think A.J. don't like Nick. I think Nick loves A.J. But I don't think they can be in the same locker room. And I think the Eagles know that A.J. Brown, time is coming to the end. I think they can get. I think Howie's going to win the trade. Whoever trades for A.J. Brown, I think they better win a championship, because I think that Howie Roseman's going to fleece another team. We're going to look back at it and say, man, trading A.J. Brown was the best thing, even though it didn't look good at first. I think if you draft Cornell Tate, I don't think you lose momentum with A.J. Brown. Believe it. Cornell Tate can start right away. And we know we can do in Ohio State. And you add him with Devontae Smith, I think you're going to see. Nick is too conservative. Yeah, and that's why I don't think Nick is going to be the future head coach. Now, I've argued with people and I said I think Nick is gone. I think Nick is out of here. I think Sean Mannion will be your head coach. If you think the Eagles brought Sean Mannion and not told him, hey, by the way, you get the chance to be the head coach soon, I think Sean Mannion would have never been here. I think Sean Mannion has a chance to be this head coach for his future. I think if Nick starts 0-2 this year or he starts slow, they're going to fire his ass. Jeffrey Lurie said he was going to fire Nick regardless if he didn't show up and get to the playoffs. If he missed the playoffs this year, Jeff Lurie would have fired Nick. Nick is on the hot seat. Nick is on hot seat. And now you don't have no excuse. And again, it had to come down to, and unfortunately, the two scapegoats will be Kevin Patullo and A.J. Brown. It will be. There should be no more scapegoats now. Now you don't have the so-called distraction anymore. Guess what? The only guy that's going to be looked at is you. The only guy that's supposed to be looked at is Nick. If AJ's not here as your receiver and you draft a rookie receiver, guess what? There's no excuse for Nick Sirianni. I don't hear no fans complaining, right? Because now we got to see if this head coach for real. All the eyes are going to be pointing at Nick now. We're going to see if you're that dude or the most winning coach. We're going to see. We're going to see. Because if your receiver, your rookie receiver can't get involved and you're sluggish and you can't come out right away and look decent, or you can't put a team away, then you should be fired. If it was up to me and AJ said to Howie Roseman, if I was Howie and AJ came up to me as a GM and I was the GM of the Eagles and AJ said, I don't want Nick here, either it's me or Nick, I'd fire Nick. I'd fire Nick fast. Hey, Nick, come here. You're fired. But I thought it was going to be here. No, it don't matter. AJ, we want you here. But they're not going to do that. They're going to keep the head coach, unfortunately. And I think it's silly. I really do. I think that's what's happening. I think Nick and AJ don't get along. I think AJ don't get along with Nick more than Nick gets along with AJ. I think Nick loves AJ, but I don't think AJ feels the same way. You saw AJ Brown's face. I think Nick doesn't like AJ Brown's style. And I think not AJ Brown's style. I think AJ doesn't like Nick's style. I think AJ Brown does not like what Nick did to him, especially in the playoff game. I think that pissed off AJ. You saw an AJ Brown that you never seen before. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, I think that, it was going to happen eventually. You were not going to keep them long term. I said AJ was going to retire as an Eagle. People told me, hey, AJ wasn't retiring as an Eagle. Eagles players and talent win despite this. I do. Yeah, again, I agree. I'm tired of hearing about this head coach, man. If you trade AJ Brown, then this head coach better be on 24/7, eyes pointed at him. Every time they make a mistake, that head coach should be having the cameras on him, looking nervous. I better see Jeffrey Lurie up in that press box looking at his face. Because, again, I've said this before, Kevin Patullo and A.J. Brown will be the scapegoats of Nick Sirianni to keep his job this year. I said A.J. and Nick won't be in the same, they're not going to be in the same locker room. They're not going to be in that same locker room. They're not going to coexist. They can't. After that meltdown, it reminded me of Jalen Ramsey and that Jaguars coach. Remember when Jalen Ramsey got upset with the players and he started? You can't have that. You can't have that. And it's nothing to do with A.J. Brown. I don't think A.J. Brown's a distraction. I don't think he's a diva. I think this head coach and this A.J. Brown just can't get along in the locker room. And it happens. Guys fall apart, unfortunately. I think he loves this Philadelphia Eagles team. I think he loves Philly. I think that's his home. But I think that he wants to go somewhere where he's happy. And I don't think this head coach made him happy. And I don't think Nick and A.J. Brown can be in the same locker room. I don't. And I think the Kansas City Chiefs, honestly, are the best situation for A.J. Brown. I think if you're A.J. Brown, you have to choose between the New England Patriots or the Kansas City Chiefs. You're going to go to Kansas City. You're going to go to Kansas City because you have a better chance of playing with Patrick Mahomes or Drake May. You're going to go to someone who's proven, right? If I was A.J. Brown, I have a chance between. If Howie said to me, "Hey, listen, we got a bunch of offers for you. New England's offer this, but we also got the Chiefs. The Chiefs offer more. You get to play with Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. We know him." Great mentor. Andy Reid say he has some things for you. You're going to be that number one guy. If I'm A.J. Brown, I'm saying, hey, bro, listen, hey, trade me to Kansas City. And I think the Eagles are going to do what's best for A.J. I think A.J. Brown's going to get traded somewhere where he's going to be happy. I don't think the Eagles would do him bogus. I don't. I think A.J.'s going to get somewhere where he's going to have a chance to win. I think the Eagles will have enough respect for him where they're going to trade him somewhere he's going to succeed. I don't think they're going to do him like J.J. Arthega. Like they did J.J. Arthega Westside bogus. Because he stinks. If you do great by the Eagles and you are a winner and you show up, they're going to do you right. They're going to do you right. They traded Zach Ertz to the team where he wanted to go. They didn't do him bogus. You know what I'm saying? Now, he didn't produce, but they gave him a chance to go. They gave C.J. Gardner-Johnson a chance to go wherever he wanted to because they did him right. They usually do their players right. You know what I'm saying? They traded Carson Wentz to Indianapolis. They could have traded Chicago. Chicago offered more. They reportedly, they offered Quan Smith, the linebacker that the Baltimore Ravens have. You know what I'm saying? They were going to get him, and Carson Wentz backed down and said, no, I don't want to go there. They could have said, hey, it doesn't matter where you want to go. You know what I'm saying? I think they're going to give A.J. Brown a chance to go wherever he wants to go to. And I think they just need a compensation. If the Patriots offer the great compensation and go with the trade, they're going to move on from A.J. Brown. And A.J.'s going to go somewhere where he's going to want to go to. It's up to A.J. Brown and the compensation you get back. And I think A.J. Brown and Kansas City are a team that I think you got to look out for. Again, I will say this again. And according to the Kansas City Chiefs, this is according to Sports Track, shout to them. After accounting for the trade for cornerback Trent McDuffie, release of offensive tackle Jaron Taylor, the Kansas City Chiefs now hold about $23 million of top 51 in cap space. They also have 6 players with base salary of $10 million plus, and they can free up additional $68 million with full conversation. You don't think that's for A.J. Brown? They traded Trent McDuffie to the Los Angeles Rams for a first-round pick, a bunch of 4th and 5th and a 6th round, I think a 2027 third-round pick. I think the Chiefs are trying to go after A.J. Brown. Why would they free up money? Do you see Max Crosby getting? Could Max Crosby? Maybe it's Max Crosby. I don't know. But again, if you're Patrick Mahomes, you need a wide receiver. A.J. Brown is there. If you're the Chiefs, you need a wide receiver. You're going to go after A.J. Brown. The Chiefs need a wide receiver. Let's not act like they don't. They do. They don't have anybody really. Patrick Mahomes has played with nobodies. Nobodies. And they're in a win mode right now. They need to win. Their window is starting to close. They got a quarterback that has been struggling. They need a guy that can help them out. A.J. Brown is unhappy. I think that would be a great... And Andy Reid is a player's coach. Right? And Andy Reid and I think A.J. Brown would be a great combination. I know Mike Vrabel's their head, but again, I don't think the Patriots got enough for A.J. Brown. I don't. Now, they just released Stephon Diggs, so maybe, again, this is why Howie Roseman is the greatest GM in football. Oh, you think it's too much to pay for A.J. Brown? Well, now, look at y'all. Look at y'all begging for a receiver now. Look at y'all. Again, don't underestimate Howie Roseman. The fans that say you're not going to get a lot for A.J. Brown. You want to make a bet? How much you want to bet that A.J. Brown won't go for at least 2 first-round picks or a first-round pick? How much you want to bet that if we do trade him, it's not going to be for a third. It's going to be for a lot. He's going to make Jerry Jones' trade look bad. I'm telling you right now, the Quinton Williams trade is going to look child's play to what A.J. Brown's going to get in return. Try and tell you right now, with the Titans got for A.J. Brown, it's not even going to be close to what Howie's going to get for him. You got to understand, A.J. Brown is a Super Bowl champion. A.J. Brown is an all-pro wide receiver. You don't get those in the league that much. A.J. Brown can start for a new franchise team right now that needs a player like a wide receiver, and he can go in there and be that guy. He's 28, going to be 29 years old, but he still can play for 4 more years at best. You still got 3 more good years out of him. Now, the dead cap hit will be what I'm worried about. But again, Howie Roseman, he's good at that. So I don't think it would hurt us as people think they would. Now, would it be huge to trade him? That's why you need a lot for him. If I'm moving from A.J. Brown, I need a lot of picks because, again, it hurts us financially. We're going to have to make some tough decisions. And that's the part of the business. It's not about the player in the back of the jersey. It's about this logo at the end of the day. It's about what is best for this franchise. And I don't think Nick and AJ can be in that building. When AJ and Nick flipped out on each other, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. You already knew something. It reminded me of the Jalen Ramsey and the coaches yelling at each other. And then Jalen Ramsey got traded. The Jaguars said, we're not trading Jalen Ramsey. Remember, the owners said, we're not trading him. We're not moving on from him. They moved on from him because they got a lot for him. No player is untradeable. If you got the compensation picks and teams are offering to listen to offers, they're going to make the move. They're going to make the move. It's going to happen. Players are not going to be there long term. If GMs say, hey, listen, we're listening to trade offers and we want this for they didn't say we're listening to trade offers and we're not going to trade them. No, they're saying we want a first and a second round pick. They're giving the teams a chance to make a move. Howie is giving the teams a chance to go get A.J. Brown. He didn't shut these rumors down. And then you hear the rumors that his agent has been talking with other teams. The Chiefs have just released offensive tackle Juwan Taylor and Kansas City Chiefs now hold about $20 million of top 51 cap space. They have 6 players with base salary of $10 million plus. They can free up additional $68 million. Why would they trade McDuffie? He's a rookie corner, 25 years old. Do you understand that's a rare trade right there? Again, it reminds me of the Jalen Ramsey situation. It reminds me of the Rams going to get Jalen Ramsey. Except one thing, the Jacksonville Jaguars should have been smarter. If they had a GM that could draft well, they would probably have a better situation than the Rams. Because the Rams just got one Super Bowl out of it. Now, I could be just making stuff up. Maybe A.J. Brown ain't going to Kansas City. But when you look at the composition he got back, the Chiefs got 2 first-round picks. Let's take a look with the Chiefs. Again, if you are new and you haven't seen, the Chiefs traded Trent McDuffie today, all-pro corner, to the Los Angeles Rams. And they got a number 1 first-round pick. They got the Rams' first-round pick. So the Rams don't even have a first-round pick this year. They're done. They don't have a first-round pick. And the Eagles, look what the Eagles want in return for A.J. Brown. Second. Sorry about that. This is what the Eagles are asking for. A first-round pick and another top 100 pick. Okay. That was according to Adam Breer, who's very reliable. Mike Garafolo reported the Eagles want a Quinton Williams package in return. Okay. The Chiefs traded a McDuffie, pass rating allowed with target each of the NFL season. Look at this. 22, 90.2, 23, 101.3, 82.9, 96.3. NFL average since they traded an all-pro corner. That's like trading Quinton Mitchell. I'm sorry, not even trading Quinton Mitchell. That's like trading Patrick Surtain right now. That is a huge loss for the Chiefs, man. That they're going after someone, and it makes sense. Who is available to be traded for? A guy like A.J. Brown. A wide receiver. The Chiefs need a wide receiver. They don't have one for Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes has been playing with number 1 picks, but they have not been A.J. Brown. The Chiefs GM has been aggressive. They're not afraid. They're like Howie Roseman. He's like Howie Roseman. He's not afraid to pull a trigger. He's not afraid to draft, not afraid to trade for a receiver. And the Chiefs just acquired a bunch of picks. The Eagles are asking for a first-round pick. The Chiefs got 2 first-round picks, man. I think the Chiefs are going after A.J. Brown. I think the cap space they just got is for A.J. Brown. Again, more on A.J. Brown. According to Zach Berman, I reposted this. Both the Eagles Brown can't return it from combine with sense of market. Eagles maintain high asking price. Multiple AFC teams are interested. Multiple interested. The Chiefs are an interested AFC team that no one is talking about. They always talk about the Patriots, the Bills. According to Zach Berman, who's the Philadelphia Inquirer he's the Philadelphia reporter that's been reliable. He's never lied. Say AFC teams are interested in the seller market could generate. This is not a situation brimming in with animosity. Eagles staffers have raved about Brown. Eagles' early conversations about a new offense are happening as a Brown will be in it. But again, Howie Roseman got to say this to help A.J. Brown's trade scenario. I think that the Eagles want A.J. Brown back, but I don't think Nick and A.J. can be in the same locker room. I think the fight you saw on that sideline was the final straw. That was a receiver that said, "Fuck out my face, get me up out of here. I'm done with this shit. Kiss my ass. If you come near me, I'm punching your goddamn face." That was a head coach and a receiver that said they can't get along in that line. I don't care what Nick said, man. Nick, I think is gone. I think he's going to be gone if he can't do anything this year. I think the Eagles know that, and I think that Sean Mannion wants to get a rookie receiver in this draft. I do. I think that when you look at it, I think the Eagles are looking at receivers in this draft. I do. They've been bringing guys in. Look, they brought receivers in this. They met with them. Do not be surprised. I made this video. Do not be surprised. Cornell Tate is their number one guy they're looking at. If they trade A.J. Brown, Cornell Tate should be a top target that no one is talking about. That should get a lot of interest. And we're gonna find who the Eagles bring in because they trade A.J. Brown. Do not be surprised they bring in that receiver from Ohio State. Do not be surprised. That is a guy that no one is talking about, and I think he's very good. Go watch his highlights. Go watch his tape. The guy is a dog. 6'3". 6'3". So Ian Rappaport just reported this. I'm gonna post this. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna flip the screen up. Yeah, the Chiefs got a lot for McDuffie, and I think they're putting the package for A.J. Brown. If multiple teams in AFC are interested, then one of them should be the Chiefs. One of them should be the Chiefs. Let me post this real quick. And this is breaking news. The Chiefs are indeed talks with a trade star cornerback Trey McDuffie to the Rams and pick for 29 additional comp. McDuffie, who should get a new deal with the trade, would be back with Jimmy Lake, Rams assistant coach and ex-Washington coach. Okay. Now, again, they didn't need to trade McDuffie. He was on his rookie deal. They're making a move for A.J. Brown. They got a first-round pick. Hold up. Can I find this real quick? Can I find this? Kansas City Chiefs, again, Kansas City is 6'11", Mahomes rehabbing the ACL. They are seriously entertaining and trading of the best cornerback in draft capital. The Chiefs are quietly entering a rebuild. Nobody's calling a rebuild yet. No, I think they're trying to get A.J. Brown. I think that's for A.J. Brown. I think they're making moves to try to get A.J. They're making cap space for A.J. Brown. You telling me the Chiefs are trying to rebuild? If they're trying to rebuild, they're training Patrick Mahomes. They're training Mahomes. Mahomes is near 30 years old. They're training for A.J. Brown. There's no point of if they're rebuilding, then Mahomes is gone. Mahomes is gone. He's damn near 29, going to be 30 years old. He's the same age as A.J. Brown. So yeah, the full terms of the done deal. Rams get McDuffie. The Chiefs get the no 29, a 5th, a 6th, and a 27th third round pick. And by the way, they just released offense tackle Taylor, saving 20 minutes. They're making a move for A.J. Brown, man. You cannot tell me they're not. You can't tell me they're not. Multiple teams have been AFC teams. The Patriots have been one of them. The Bills have been one of them. And I think the third one is the Chiefs. I think we're going to see a Jalen Ramsey type trade in Philadelphia. I really do. I think they're going to make a move for A.J. Brown. I think Kansas City's going to get A.J. Brown. Eagles players, talent wins in spite of Nick. So I do too. I think Nick is overrated. I think Nick is overrated. But you know what? If AJ's not here, then there's no saving Nick. And you know what? That's the best possibility to see what this coach is. If this coach cannot win without A.J. Brown, then he's overrated. Then we got to stop talking about him being a winning coach. If Jalen Hurts is able to take this team to the playoffs and we go one and done again, then I do think Jalen Hurts can win without A.J. Brown. I do, because we've seen it. But I do think that Nick Sirianni is on a hot seat. And I don't think people understand how bad Nick Sirianni is on the hot seat right now. I don't think Nick has any chance of breathing right now. Nick better hold his breath and hope this team can come out and look really prepared. Because if he has one bad game, I think he's fired. I think Jeffrey Lurie will fire his ass. Jeffrey Lurie said to Jeff McClain that in Jeff McClain reported this, that Jeffrey Lurie was about to fire Nick by week 4. Week 4, he was already getting fired. If he didn't, and Jeffrey Lurie was 2 steps away from firing him by week 4. I don't think Jeffrey Lurie is going to play around with Nick. Right? No excuses. You lost Kevin Patullo. Kevin Patullo was a scapegoat. AJ is a scapegoat. It looks like. I think AJ is gone. I think AJ will be traded. And I don't think it has anything to do with the quarterback. I don't think the quarterback and AJ have a bad relationship. I think it has to do with Nick Sirianni. I think this head coach lost the respect for AJ Brown. And then on that field, you saw that where these two got at it. It reminded me of the Ramsey and the coach, where the players and the coaches started yelling at you. You can't have that in the locker room. That's a bad relationship. And I think that's what made AJ Brown, and then he didn't want to talk to the reporters. He was dabbing with other teammates, pretty much saying he was going to come back. Yeah, I think it's all said and done. And then the agents of the Eagles, are AJ Brown's agent, is talking with other teams. And we heard multiple AFC teams have been interested in AJ Brown. The Chiefs got 29 overall pick. They got remember, they also got a first round pick this year also. So they got 2 first round picks. They just acquired so they got a first round pick this year and another first round pick they just acquired in a trade from McDuffie. And they got a 5th and a 6th and a 2027 third round pick. They can go and get AJ now. They got the ammo to do it. If they trade those 2 first round picks, guess who's going to Kansas City? AJ Brown is. I don't even think they need to trade the 2 first round picks. I think they just need to trade one of them. I'm telling you, that is the move for AJ Brown. I don't think the Chiefs are rebuilding. I think they're going to make a move for AJ Brown. They need a weapon from Patrick Mahomes, and I think Patrick Mahomes is on a decline right now, where I think they need to get his confidence back. And Andy Reid's also in a situation where he's going to be retiring soon. Andy Reid is getting older. So you need to be able to win soon. And A.J. Brown gives you a chance to be contenders in the AFC. He's going to have a fresh start. And it would block the Patriots who are in their way from winning the championship. The Chiefs have to go through the Patriots. They got to go through the Bills. You don't want them to get A.J. Brown. So you need to be sure to get that guy before the Patriots do. The Patriots just released Stephon Diggs. They've been interested in acquiring A.J. Brown. So if you're the Chiefs, you don't want A.J. Brown to be in New England. That's the last thing you want him. You don't want where he can hurt your team. And you made moves to get cap space and trade a rookie corner. Why would you do that? I think it's for A.J. Brown. I think it's to make moves, to make cap space, make room to put A.J. Brown on the roster. And that is just how I feel. Now, people can tell me I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. But why would the Chiefs get 2 first-round picks? And they traded McDuffie. It's a rare trade. It reminds me of when Peters was traded to the Ravens, and then the Rams went and got Ramsey with all them draft picks. Remember, they got him at the exact same time. They made the move for Ramsey after trading Marcus Peters. And Ramsey was not supposed to be traded according to Jacksonville Jaguars ownership. Now, the ownership is talking highly about him. They loved him. They're not going to get rid of him. They talked to him. They want him here. They're not willing to part of it. They traded him. GMs tell you what they wanted you to say. And the Eagles have not said, we're not looking to trade A.J. Brown. They have not said anything like that. They said, we're listening to offers. If the right price comes, we're all for moving on from him. Howie has not shut down any rumors. They have talked about A.J. Brown being in his offense, but again, if they can't get a lot from him, he'll be on his roster. But again, if A.J. Brown is unhappy, which I think he is, because his agent is talking to other teams, and I think him and Nick can't get along in that building. I think Nick and A.J. don't get along. That's my opinion. I don't think it has anything to do with Jalen Hurts. I think it's Nick. I don't think he likes Nick. I think Nick and A.J. don't get along. I don't think they get along with each other. And when you heard his little interviews, he never mentioned one time Nick Sirianni. He mentioned Kevin Patullo. He mentioned that he loved Philly fans and Eagle players. He talks about Jalen Hurts. He never mentioned Nick Sirianni. He never backed up Nick in any press conference. You never heard him once say Nick is a great coach. He never said that. He said Jalen Hurts is not the problem. And the problems that he got frustrated was because of Nick Sirianni. The things that he said about Nick, everybody talked about Kevin Patullo. It wasn't Kevin Patullo he was mad at. It was Nick. He did not like what Nick did. And Nick pretty much did not listen to him. and then Nick yells at him, nah, man. I think AJ don't like Nick. I think the Eagles are drafting a receiver in the first round. I think Cornell Tate is a possibility. Let me know what y'all think, man. Shut up. I already hammered the like button. I appreciate that, Greg. Appreciate that. And like and subscribe. I appreciate that. Subscribe to the channel. Share this content, man. But yeah, again, the Eagles want a lot for A.J. Brown. And again, I think they're going to get that. I think a team's going to be desperate. And the teams that you don't think could trade for him are the teams that you don't think of. Right? We think of, the Patriots. What about the Chiefs? The Chiefs are in a winning position too. And Andy Reid can, if there's one guy that can handle Andy Reid and is a player coach, it's that would fit A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown would fit Andy Reid in Kansas City. I think it's a perfect match. Sorry, I'm starting all crazy. I'm just going to see what the Eagles do, man. We are close to free agency, and we're already hearing rumors heating up. I think A.J.'s getting traded either next week or 2 weeks. I think the trade's going to happen soon. That is my prediction, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think A.J. Brown is going to go either Kansas City or New England. I'm not the one to speculate rumors, but why would the Kansas City Chiefs trade McDuffie? Why would their agents of A.J. Brown's agent try to look for trade options? And then you heard from Zach Berman from NBC that multiple AFC teams, not one, but two, but multiple AFC teams, enormous AFC teams have called for A.J. Brown. I think one of them is Kansas City. When you look at the position that Kansas City just got, I think they're trying to get A.J. Brown. I think A.J. Brown's going to Kansas City. And guess what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm right, man, hey, man, I nailed it. So ESPN, again, has nothing to talk. I get a true bounty X receiver who can do it all. I love the fit of A.J. Brown. I don't think the Chiefs, I think the Chiefs are going to get A.J. We better not send him to New England for nothing. They better give up that first round pick. And then I'm drafting Cornell Tate. And I'm drafting that tight end. You know what I'm saying? A.J. Brown with the Titans, 62 catches, 998 yards, 8 touchdowns, 0 All-Pros. A.J. Brown with the Eagles season averaged 85 catches, 100,259 yards, 8 touchdowns, 3 All-Pros. Again, it just shows you Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback. And imagine if the Eagles get a haul for A.J. Brown. You know what I'm saying? What they can do. Imagine that. You know what I'm saying? Again, this is reported. The Eagles acquired 24 A.J. Brown for first and a fourth round pick in 2021. That was the that was the Tennessee Titans. Now the Eagles want to trade A.J. Brown as he enters the age 29 season, first and a second, a.k.a. Quinton Williams package. First, for 4 years older and higher price. This ain't happening. We'll see. I like how everybody saying it's not going to happen. Again, swore it down that Jalen Ramsey wasn't getting traded to. According to the people, Jalen Ramsey wasn't getting traded either. It wasn't happening, right? Okay. All right. I love how these people tell us what we're not going to do. You're not that, like, this is the problem with these goofy dudes. Who do you think you is? Talk about it's not happening. You want to make a bet? What do you mean it's not going to happen? I don't know. The Patriots need a wide receiver now. They just released Stephon Diggs. I think they're trying to go after AJ. The Chiefs just acquired multiple picks for Trent McDuffie. Let's read the room. Who's available? A.J. Brown, DJ Moore. In free agency, you got a 31-year-old Mike Evans. Do you really want to bring a 31-year-old, or do you want to go get a guy that's been proven? Like, I like Mike Evans, but tell me A.J. Brown on the Kansas City Chiefs wouldn't be a better option. I think A.J. Brown is a perfect place for Kansas City. I think A.J. Brown will thrive in Kansas City more than New England. Why? Andy Reid, players coach. Patrick Mahomes, a great quarterback. A.J. Brown has said he loved Patrick Mahomes. He would love to play for him. He also say he loves Jalen Hurts too. I don't think A.J. Brown wants to go to Drake May. I think that he loves Mike Vrabel. So that could be a second option. But if you're AJ Brown and you have a chance between going to New England or to Kansas City, I think you'd rather go to Kansas City. Kansas City has a better chance of winning the championship than the Patriots. I'm sorry, the Patriots, yeah. But it's interesting how these people tell me that, oh, AJ Brown, no one's going to trade him. Nobody, oh, it's too high. A second AK, Quinton Williams. Quinton Williams is 28 years old. Quinton Williams has never been a Super Bowl champion. Amari Cooper went for a first-round pick. AJ Brown is better than Amari Cooper. Better than receiver than Amari Cooper when he was traded. Amari Cooper was a nobody. And the Cowboys gave up a first-round pick. So stop saying you can't get a lot for AJ Brown. I hate when these people think they know it all. Are you in Howie Roseman's shoes? You don't know what teams are going to do. You don't know what teams think of AJ Brown. I think the Kansas City Chiefs would want an AJ Brown. Why would you say that? Why would you not think that? They've been interested in, when we traded for him with Tennessee, one of those three teams that were calling for AJ Brown service was the Kansas City Chiefs. And it was Baltimore, Kansas City, and Philly. AJ went to Philadelphia to play with Jalen. One of those teams was Kansas City. Go look it up. Go look it up. Don't believe me, go look it up. The Eagles are asking for a first and a second. The Chiefs just cleared over $23 million in cap space. Sorry. And they can be clearing over $64 million by free agency. I'm just saying, right? And they got they got 2 first-round picks this year. Look at this idiot. Look at this. This is how stupid Eagle fans are. First of all, you got a rainbow in his background. Or is it her? Is it a her? Is it a her? No, it's a him. It's a him. But he's a clown. He got a. Look at it. These are the goofballs that don't know what's going on. Again, let's show the clowns who don't know what you don't. You must not know who Howie Roseman is. So you sit in the bar super high because you don't want to trade him. But yet he asked to be traded last year, and you didn't. You're not doing it this year. So how does that make AJ feel? He quit on his team last year and he will do it again. Who's saying AJ? First of all, you don't know if AJ Brown wanted to be traded last year. And you don't know what is going on in that building. Again, I'm tired of these clowns on Twitter thinking they know what they're talking about. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. What do you mean setting the bar high? You have to set the bar high. If you want the best value, are you going to... The Eagles don't want to trade AJ Brown, but if AJ Brown is unhappy, they're going to move on from him. Now, I don't know about he requested a trade last year. If he did, then you got to get him up out of here. So I like how these clowns think they know it. This is why some of these fans, this is why I say not every opinion should be valued. Just because you have an opinion does not mean I can't call you a fucking idiot. Because I'm allowed to freedom of speech just like you are. But I can call you an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Because if the Eagles are trying to trade AJ Brown, are they going to say, we want a 3rd round pick for him? No. No, they're not. If they wanted to trade AJ Brown, they would have traded him, but they're going to want a lot from him. Of course they do. He's a Super Bowl champion, a 3-time All-Pro. If you're trying to move up in the draft for a player, you're going to want a lot for the player that you're trying to trade for. Why would we want to trade AJ Brown? We also got to take a cap hit. I don't understand what these people are, man. If you just don't know what the hell you're talking about, just sit there and be a good boy and pick your nose like a good boy you are and just sit in the corner. Like, again, I don't think I know it all. But again, I think the Eagles are doing the right thing. You sell high to get a lot. The Jaguars sold high to trade Ramsey. That's what good GMs do. That's why you don't end up being John Robinson. You don't get fired after first year because you didn't. John Robinson should have been like Howie and sold high. But he didn't. He did what y'all clowns did. That's too much for AJ. Well, look at that. Look at that. And he got fired because he didn't value the market. You don't trade a player for nothing. You get something back, especially a premier player. We're not going to act like AJ Brown can't go somewhere else and not win. We're not going to do that. A.J. Brown is a dog. And A.J. Brown, whether he was in Tennessee, he was still putting up numbers. Now, was he a 3-time All-Pro? No. Was he still putting up numbers? Yes, he was. Stop. Like, I'm tired of these where did these new Eagle fans come from, man? When did this new Eagle fan come from? You got a rainbow in your background, which I don't give a shit about. But you're saying stupid shit like, so you're setting the bar super high because you don't want to trade them. No, that makes them want to trade them more. If you're setting the bar high, does that make it more likely you want to trade? No, it makes it more that you want to trade them. Because if the Eagles didn't want to trade him, they said, we're not looking to trade A.J. Brown. We're not looking to move on from him. Howie has not said anything like that. Howie said, we're not looking to move A.J. Brown unless the price is right. You super high because you don't want to trade him, but yet he asked to be traded last year. And the Eagles are doing their service by getting a lot for him. Again, this is why some of these Eagle fans are not GMs. This is why you're not a GM. This is why you are a little boy picking your fucking nose with a rainbow flag in your background, and you're sticking your nose and you're doing this and talking on Twitter like a dummy. Your comprehension's not there. You trade a player by selling high. That's how you get a lot for a player. You really think teams are not going to move up? You really think Howie Roseman is going to trade a player when he's already has a cap hit he has to deal with? You want to get a lot for a player, especially when he's still in his prime. Why are these fans talking like they know what they talk? Just shut up and pick your nose. Pick your nose like a good boy. Pick your nose like a good boy and sit in the corner, man. Like, I'm tired of these clowns, man. Like, this dude should not be talking football. This is the perfect example of your opinion. Your opinion stinks. So you're sitting high, the bar super high. You damn right he's sitting super high. Why wouldn't he not? Why would he not? You jabroni dummy. Stick your nose stick your finger in your nose like a good boy. And shut up and lay down and let experts talk about football because you know nothing about what you're talking about. I don't want, because you don't want to trade him. Who said we're not trading him? But yet he asked to be traded last year, and we're going to get a lot for him. I don't care if A.J. Brown asks to be traded. He doesn't have any right to ask for anything. He's under contract. He has no trade clause under him. He doesn't have anywhere he has no trade clause where he can just pick and choose where he goes. No, he don't have that. He's under contract until 2029. He's also a dead cap hit. So if you get a lot for him, that is so worth it. Because, again, we got to take the cap hit. You over there with a rainbow flag in your background, which I can tell you don't have any comprehension. Your cat don't even think that you know football. Look at it. Your cat don't even think you know football. Your cat looks annoyed with you. You got a picture of your cat in the background. Look at this. These are the people that should not have an opinion. Look at it. Look at it. Her cat says she's an idiot too. Look at it. Look at it. The clown that doesn't, look at your cat don't even look like he want to be near you. It look like he want to beat the hell out of you. That's a cat that says you don't even know football. Your cat don't even think you're intelligent. Your cat don't even think you're intelligent. This is the stupid comments that I see every day. Just sit there and pick your nose like a good girl or a good boy, whatever the hell you are. He, she, where, I don't know what you are. I don't give a damn who you are. But yeah, he has to be traded last year. You don't know that. You didn't. And if he has to be traded last year, why would we trade him for a low cost? Well, we got to take a dead cap hit. That is not a good business. That is how you get fired like John Robinson. John Robinson traded him because he didn't want to pay him, and he got fired. He ended up trading him for nothing, and he got back nothing, really. We fleeced the Titans. Howie's not getting fleeced, man. And then you're not doing it this year, so how does it make AJ feel? I don't give a damn how AJ feels. If AJ is on the field, then AJ is going to be on his field. I'm sorry, if AJ Brown is on his team, then AJ Brown's going to be on his team. He doesn't get the right to decide where he wants. If we want to trade him, we can trade him. If he doesn't get traded, he doesn't get traded. Then he gets to stick with Nick Sirianni and hope it works out. Then he can restructure his deal. Again, we're not doing ourselves a favor by trading AJ Brown. If a team wants A.J. Brown, they're going to have to pay the price. I'm sorry you don't know the value of players. I'm sorry you don't know that he's a 3-time All-Pro, a Super Bowl champion, and a guy that still can put up big numbers. You don't trade a guy for low cost. You get high picks for him. He's still a Pro Bowl elite wide receiver, a Hall of Fame wide receiver. You saw what Randy Moss did with Tom Brady. That A.J. Brown is equivalent to what Randy Moss is and what he did. Again, this is why some of these Eagle fans should not have a Twitter account. And I'm all for freedom of speech. He quit on his team last year. Will he do it again? Well, I guess not. I guess not. And guess what? If he does it again, then guess what? He sits on the bench. Like, again, this is the problem that I have with some of these fans. Setting the bar high is how you get great value. If anybody thinks that we should trade A.J. Brown for a bunch of, well, look at John Robinson. What did he get back for him? A measly first-round pick? And then what did he do with it? He got Treylon Burks and got fired. This is why GMs get fired, because they listen to fans like this. The fans like this who don't know what they're talking about. Again, let me show it in the background. Again, this is what you want to do. You want to make Howie like he's John Robinson. You think Howie Roseman is John Robinson? This is what John Robinson did. You got to sell high. Asking for a future first and a second round pick is how you get teams to buy on moves. And I agree with how he's doing. Why would we want to trade A.J. Brown? It doesn't matter how you feelings feel. We don't know if A.J. Brown quit on his team. We don't know that. We might just trade A.J. Brown because we get a lot for him. And listen, the team offers 2 first-round picks. I move A.J. Brown immediately. Immediately. Because guess what? Wide receivers are a lot better this year, especially Cornell Tate, who could come in right away. Now, the thing about Treylon Burks, why he didn't fit in Tennessee, well, number one, because Treylon Burks was too slow. And everybody should have knew that. That's why I told Eagle fans, drafting Treylon Burks. When everybody's screaming, Eagle fans were screaming, let's draft Treylon Burks. Every Eagle fan swore down Treylon Burks was a great pick for the Eagles. They had Eagle fans wanted to draft Treylon Burks. And I said, Treylon Burks, if you watched him in college, can't run routes. He was slow. He did not translate into the NFL. For a reason. He couldn't beat corners. And if you watch a lot of his games, he was not beating these guys like you were claiming he was. And the Titans did something stupid. They should have traded A.J. Brown for the value that he deserved. If you have a 25-year-old receiver that was a Titans receiver that you have on your team and you're not willing to pay him, you do what Howie's doing. You ask for a first and a second, and you keep on asking for high picks. John Robinson did it, and that's why he's fired. Because he got fleeced by Howie. And he got fired in the deal. He did what every fan said Howie should not do. You shouldn't sell high. No one's going to trade. Oh, really? Okay. Khalil Mack was 29 and went for a lot. Mari Cooper went for a first-round pick. He wasn't even close to A.J. Brown's talent. Not even close. He was labeled as a bust before he went to Dallas and changed his career around. The Raiders' wide receiver was not putting up numbers like A.J. Brown was. There wasn't. I think the Eagles are doing right, and I don't think the Eagles are trying to trade A.J. Brown. I think they're trying to see what the market is for. I think the Eagles, if they get a lot from him, they're moving on from him. If they don't, they'll keep him. They did the same thing with Carson Wentz. They were going to keep Carson Wentz and they needed a lot for him. They didn't get as much for Carson Wentz. They weren't going to keep him. They were going to keep him. They're not looking to move on from A.J. Brown. Now, again, do I think they want to trade A.J. Brown for the right compensation? I do. And I think it's because A.J. doesn't want to be here with Nick. I think if they have a chance to get something back for A.J. Brown, they will do it. They're not going to sell low, though. That is not good business. If you're a GM and you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you have a chance to get a lot for a player, you do it. You do it. And you don't need to trade A.J. Brown. Listen, the Eagles are in the right situation. Contradict what every fan has to say. We don't got to trade nobody. We're hurting ourselves by trading A.J. Brown. How does that help us? We're not losing any. We're losing more than we are winning. Because the picks, they don't translate to a lot of times A.J. Browns. So the first round picks, Howie got to ace those picks. Now, do I think Howie can ace those picks? Absolutely. But guess what? I agree with the Eagles are doing. You're a GM in the NFL. You're going to get the best out of these players. And when it's time to trade them, you're going to get a lot for him. You're going to get a lot, especially for A.J. Brown, who can come in right away for a team that needs one piece away from winning a championship and be that guy. A.J. has at least 4 more years until he, starts declining. So you're going to at least get 2 more good years or 3 or 4 more years. And I think it's because A.J. doesn't respect Nick. I think Nick and A.J. cannot be in that locker room. And I think the Eagles are going to get a lot. I think A.J. is going to get traded for a lot. And I think people are going to look stupid. So all these people say, you're not going to get a lot for A.J. Brown. Okay, we're going to find out. Again, if you have not watched Howie Roseman, Howie does not care what fans think. So, when people sit there and say, oh, it's too much, and Eagle fans complain he don't want to be here, then guess what? Why would you not want to get a lot for him? You can't just get rid of players because they're not happy. No, you got to get a lot for him too. If I'm trading A.J. Brown and he's unhappy, well, give me the compensation so I can move on from him. I need the compensation. I can't just rely on a 3rd round pick. No, that's stupid. That's stupid. I'm not trading a 5-time All-Pro wide receiver, or 2-time All-Pro wide receiver, 1,000-yard wide receiver that's productive every year, and a Super Bowl champion wide receiver too, for a 3rd round pick. That's dumb. And anybody who think that Howie's asking for too much, shut up. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. We're not going to act like A.J. Brown wasn't a 1,000-yard wide receiver this past year. He was. Him and Devontae had over 1,000 yards. Now, it wasn't consistent, but again, it has everything to do with this coach, man. Now, the Eagles, I don't think are going to move A.J. Brown. If they don't get a lot, they're not going to keep him. They're playing chess when everybody's playing checkers. Howie is saying that so they can get a lot for him. You're not going to say we're going to trade A.J. Brown and move on from him. No one's going to really take you seriously. And how does that help your football team? That would hurt your football team. That's how GMs get fired, man. That's how John Robinson got fired. John Robinson got fired because he traded A.J. Brown when he could have got a lot more for him. If he just waited, some team was going to bite on it. But he decided, a 1st round pick? Didn't even look at the 1st round pick. Didn't even know what 1st round pick it was. Didn't care. If I was John Robinson for the Tennessee Titans, I would ask for 3 1st round picks. That was the goal. 3 1st round picks and a player. There'd been no way in hell I would have traded A.J. Brown for a 1st and a 5th. What? And especially to Philly. If you want A.J. Brown, guess what? I need 3 1st round picks, especially if I was John Robinson and I had a 25-year-old wide receiver on this roster. Come on. I need 3 1st round picks. You're not going to sell me with just a 1st round pick. No, man. And a 28-year-old, 29-year-old that's still productive, he's worth a lot. AJ is a dog, man. And I don't care what no fan said, man. Listen, if you don't want to trade for AJ Brown, then we'll keep him on this roster. He will be our starter. And we will go through the season with AJ on this roster. We're not looking to trade him like desperately. Now, if it comes to a good composition, Howie Roseman will do the best it can to move on from him. It's a win-win situation for us. It's a win-win and a lose for us because we do trade AJ Brown. We're taking a dead cap hit. But if we do get AJ Brown to another team, we're going to get a lot for him. And there will be a lot of competition. And I do think a team will bite on it. I said it again, I think the Chiefs will be a team to go after him. And all these dummies that say, A.J. Brown ain't worth it. Oh, you're going to look stupid. You're going to look stupid as hell. But don't blame me. Don't listen to me. Go listen to these experts that think that we're not going to get a lot for A.J. Brown. You don't know who Howie Roseman is then. Howie got a lot for Carson Wentz when Carson Wentz wasn't even close to it. Carson Wentz was not even supposed to get a lot. And we got a lot back for him. Let's take a look. Sam Bradford was a 1st round pick. The Vikings gave up a 1st round pick. You don't know what GMs are thinking. GMs make big moves, man. Big moves. Big moves, man. And again, why wouldn't the Eagles not get a lot for A.J. Brown? If Sam Bradford got a 1st round pick from the Vikings, then guarantee some team will be that stupid to get a lot for AJ Brown and just to get him on their team, like the Patriots, like the Chiefs. The Chiefs are a winning team now. They just cleared a lot of cap space. You telling me they're not going to try to make a move? I know they're going to make a move for AJ. Now, are they going to get him is the question. I don't know. But it's great what Howie's doing. Howie is being smart. A lot of GMs don't know how to be smart, and they don't know how to make the value of their players go higher. You make their players' value go higher by talking nice about them, like acting like they're going to be on his team. It's called selling a product. It's a marketplace. When you are selling a product in the store, do you tell customers, hey, we don't really want this player, but we'll sell it for this? No. You're going to talk highly about it. Whether it sucks or not, you're not going to say, hey, by the way, it sucks. No, you're going to say it's a great product. And it's up for you to decide whether you want that product or not. When you see ads on TV, they're talking highly about that product. Because they want you to do what? Pay money and go sell your soul for this product. It doesn't matter if it's a good product. It doesn't matter if it's a bad product. I mean, or if it is a good product. Someone's going to eventually pay for it. Hey, it looks cool. I bought things before that I thought was, hey, man, that looks great. That looks cool. But the advertisement, that's what Howie's doing. He's advertising A.J. Brown. Hey, A.J.'s available. But we want a lot for him. And a lot of teams say, oh, that's ridiculous. But when they need a receiver, guess who? Guess who's still here? Guess what? Pick up that phone. Howie's here. He's listening. He didn't say we're not moving on from AJ. He said he's listening to offers. Right? If the right value's there, we'll move on from him. If not, we'll keep him on his roster. I don't think Howie's hurting this team at all. I think he's doing the right thing. AJ Brown's agent is looking at the market. All right, cool. I think a team like the Chiefs should be considering AJ Brown. Why do you say that? The Chiefs need a receiver. They need a receiver. And Patrick Mahomes is getting up in age. You want Patrick Mahomes to have the best career possible than a 28-year-old AJ Brown, a 29-year-old. Let's act like we acting like AJ Brown is 35 years old. He's 29. 29. Listen, man. I've seen 31-year-old receivers get traded for a first-round pick before. Like, I've seen receivers that done nothing compared to AJ Brown get traded for a first-round pick. I've seen players that don't deserve half of the amount of money, half of the amount of picks that they get in return, get traded for more than they should get traded for. Like Amari Cooper was not a first-round pick move, but it worked out for the Cowboys because the Cowboys proved everybody wrong. I didn't think he was worth the number one pick. I would have never made that move. But the Cowboys said, no, we don't care what you think. They went out and made that move for Amari Cooper, and they helped their football team. They were great with Amari Cooper. Dak and Amari Cooper were great for each other. The same fans that said Amari Cooper, I'm sure there was fans saying Amari Cooper was not worth the number one pick. Cowboys made him look stupid. And the Eagles clearly didn't want to pay that first-round pick. They traded for Golden Tate. Go ahead. A.J. Brown is better than any receiver in this free agency. Is he not better than Mike Evans? I think he is. Is he not better than DJ Moore? He definitely is. A.J. Brown is a game changer. A.J. Brown is a difference maker. A.J. Brown is a guy that can help your franchise quarterback. If you're a struggling quarterback that needs a weapon, that is a guy you go after, and you go hard for him. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl like the Chiefs are, like the Patriots are, you're going to give up a lot for it. And it's not ludicrous to ask for a lot. You got to sell a lot to get a lot, man. You don't sell low for a receiver that you can get a lot for. I think it's ridiculous, man. And I think that people don't understand the value. You know what I'm saying? But, again, this Evan Sineri, I don't know who this guy is. An NFL NBA reporter. Turn on notification. Like, this is the guys that just be talking out the ass. This is the guy that supposedly has all these followers. Look at the followers, man. Look at all these followers. And yet you're posting reports like this. You're posting reports like that. You're an NFL NBA reporter. I never heard that in my lifetime. How you both? And you don't think, look at the Chiefs, look at this. We'll soon, Chris Jones contract create an additional 20. You don't think that's for A.J. Brown? I'm just saying, man, the Chiefs will restructure they're restructuring deals for who? Let's put it together, man. Who are they trying to go get? The KNC will possess close to $50 million in flexibility heading into free agency, aiming to reload another title run. So, you don't think they're going after A.J. Brown? They're restructuring contracts. They're trading players in the rookie deals to get cap space. And they're trying to go for another title run. I'm sorry, but there's one guy that I'm thinking of that the Chiefs would go after for a title run. Let me know, who do you think that would be? If you're a team like the Kansas City Chiefs and you're trying to go for a title run, why would you not bring A.J. Brown to your facility? Why would you not look at A.J. Brown, a 3-time All-Pro, what he did with Jalen Hurts, and think what Mahomes couldn't do with him? Right? And then you have a head coach who can get players into his system and buy into his system. If you're the Chiefs, man, and you're trying to win a championship, would you not want to go after A.J. Brown when Mahomes is trying to win another championship? If you're trying to compete for a Super Bowl, why would you not go for A.J. Brown, who is a 29-year-old still at his best and still can give you productive years? The Chiefs are creating over $22.5 million in cap space. Kansas City will possess close to $50 million in flexibility heading into free agency. You are not going to tell me that's not for A.J. Brown. There's no way you're a rational fan and think that that's not for A.J. Brown. And those picks that they acquired, they got 2 first-round picks. They traded Trent McDuffie to the Los Angeles Rams for another first-round pick. They got a 7th or 3rd-round pick. They got a bunch of 5th and 4th-round picks. You don't think that's for A.J. Brown? And by the way, multiple AFC teams were interested in A.J. Brown's services, according to Zach Berman. I'm just saying, Howie Roseman, again, I don't know how true this is, but this is the truth, and he's reliable. They're making a move for A.J. Brown. Why would he not make, again, we got to stop acting like Howie Roseman is not helping this situation. The Chiefs are having close to almost $50 million going to their free agency. They're going to make a move. I'm telling you, A.J. Brown, if they want to win another title, is a perfect move for Patrick Mahomes. Who's the wide receiver 1? They don't have one. The Patriots don't have a number 1 receiver. Howie Roseman is doing a great job. Be patient. Be patient. You know what I'm saying? Howie Roseman always finds a way to get what he wants. Oh, we don't think we could get a lot for A.J. Okay. All right. Same with Carson Wentz, right? Same with Sam Bradford. No one thought Sam Bradford was going to go for a first-round pick. It happened. Oh, no. The Eagles are not going to. Again, why do we keep downing Howie Roseman, man? I'm not down Howie Roseman one bit. I can see the Kansas City Chiefs going after A.J. Brown. I can see they're making moves for a reason. There's someone they're going after. So either it's DJ Moore. Could it be Max Crosby? I mean, would the Raiders trade him in the division? I don't think so. The Chiefs will soon restructure Chris Jones' contract, create an additional of $22.5 million in cap space. This ain't me saying this. This is what's happening. Kansas City Chiefs will possess close to $50 million in flexibility heading into free agency, aiming to reload for another title run. I'm not an expert, but I can tell you one thing. I think that if you're a team that's trying to win a title, A.J. Brown should be your destination that you would go for. Mike Garafolo reported A.J. Brown package requires a Quinton Williams package. Multiple AFC teams have been interested in A.J. Brown. Not one NFC team, not one other, only AFC teams. Now, Mike Garafolo has reported, bleep one of them picks. What does he tell about one of them picks? Hold up. This was from Mike Garafolo. So, 4-term Trent McDuffie trade. So, again, the Chiefs get a first pick 29 5th and a 6th, a 2027 third. Rams get Trent McDuffie. The Chiefs got 2 first-round picks. The Eagles are asking for a first and a second-round pick for A.J. Brown. I don't want to sound like I'm wrong, but again, I'll be back soon. I've seen this before. And these clowns who keep saying that we're selling high for A.J. Brown, you damn right we are. And again, this came out when Carson Wentz requested a trade. Everyone reported. I'm still waiting for said reports in regards of AJ. I don't think AJ Brown's going to ever request a trade. I don't think that. I think this will be a quiet move. I think it'll be a quiet move. I think if AJ gets traded, it's going to be because of how he wants to move on from him, because of the compensation picks. I don't think AJ is going to be the one that's going to request a trade. He's not that type of guy. Like, A.J. Brown is not a diva kind of dick where everybody thinks. He's going to go with his business by being silent. You know, so you're not going to see I want to be traded, I'm unhappy. You're not going to see that. That is not A.J. Brown's character. He's not going to do that. Carson Wentz was a crybaby who wanted everything to go around right for him. He was a soft weenie, and he lost respect for me when he decided to request trade. I don't like when players request trades. If you do it quietly with your GM, right? And you let Howie Roseman, or you let your GM work his magic. You don't go and request a trade and you put it on Twitter. That to me is bad teammate right there. So the Eagles had a former meeting with Michigan tight end Marlon Klain at the NFL Combine. A team captain, All-Pro, All Big Ten honorable mention. Interesting. The Patriots made several attempts last year. Atlanta wide receiver, they couldn't. And I'm telling you right now, I think the Chiefs and the Patriots are the two teams that no one is talking about. No one is talking about. The Chiefs, I think, have the ammo to go get A.J. Brown. If they want A.J. Brown, they can. Do I think the Chiefs want A.J. Brown? I don't know. I'm just a speculator. I just think if I'm a GM of the Chiefs and I have a chance to get A.J. Brown into Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes, I'd do it. Right? Especially when you're the AFC. You know, you don't want the Patriots to get A.J. Brown. You don't want a team that could be in your way. You're going to try to get him before the Patriots do. And what more importantly do you not, I mean, how bad do you want to win? How bad do you want to win? If you're a team that's trying to win a championship, again, Thomas R. Peterson posted each of Trent McDuffie 4 seasons. He's given up over 90 passing rating, over 6% completions, allowed 16 touchdowns, 2 interceptions in his career. And the Chiefs got rid of him. They got rid of him. And they're restructuring deals. Again, I don't understand why we can't have a conversation about why A.J. Brown would not make sense for Kansas City. I think it does. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are putting in the package for A.J. Brown. That's my prediction. Whether I'm wrong or right. But the package they got for Trent McDuffie, I think it's going to go to Philly. I think it's going to go to Philly for A.J. Brown. If they're able to clear more cap space, A.J. Brown will be a Kansas City Chief. I think they're going to screw the Patriots, and I think they're going to make sure the Patriots don't get A.J. Brown in New England. Because now the Patriots are going to need a receiver. And I think it's going to come down to 2 teams, and I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to offer more. And I think the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs GMs have a great relationship. I think Andy Reid knows a little bit about A.J. Brown. You know, he's played with him before in the division when he was a Titan. So, again, losing A.J. Brown, again, I get it. But it's a business. It's a business at the end of the day. And you got to do what's right, and you got to do what's best for this team. And, again, Trent McDuffie was traded to the Rams. The Chiefs did not need to trade McDuffie. But they did it to clear cap space. Why are they doing the clearing the cap space? And they got a first-round pick. They got 2 first-round picks this year. They got a first-round pick that they had already, and they got a first-round no pick in 29, the Rams' first-round pick. So the Rams have no first-round picks now. And they got a 5th and a 6th and a 2027 third-round pick in exchange for McDuffie, who's been the best all-pro corner. They released an offensive lineman this past week, creating over $20 million. Now they're over almost $50 million cap space, and you don't think that it's for A.J. Brown? I'm not the one to speculate, but I just look at the Jalen Ramsey situation. You remember the Rams were able to trade for Jalen Ramsey because they had the ammo to do it after trading Marcus Peters. You know, say now the McDuffie's traded, they have the ammo to trade for A.J. Brown. They got it. Look at the Chiefs got. The Chiefs draft picks. The no 9. They got 2 first-round picks this year. They got the no 9, the no 29, the no 40 in the second round, the no third-round pick, and no 40. They got the no 74 in the third round. They got a 4th-round pick in the no 109. They got the no 5th-round pick in the no 147, and they got another 5th-round pick in the no 168, and then now a no 6th-round pick in the no 21. I'm sorry, 210 in the 6th round. They have over 2 first-round picks, a 2nd-round pick, a 3rd and a 4th, a 5th and a 5th and a 6th. And you don't think that they're going to move for A.J. Brown. They traded for McDuffie. They got 2 first-round picks now. They got a 2 second. That would give A.J. Brown a chance to be in Kansas City. I'm telling you right now, that if they said to the Eagles, 2 first-round picks and a 2nd for A.J. Brown, it's a done deal. Bro, he's a Kansas City Chief at that point. The Chiefs got ammo to make the move. I think they're making a move for A.J. They just traded McDuffie for 2 first-round picks, and they're clearing cap space. I'm not a genius, but put 2 to 2 together and tell me who you think is probably getting traded. I think AJ's gone. My battery's getting low. I gotta charge that thing. The Chiefs got the 29 pick in the first round and not the Rams. The 13 pick the Chiefs already have. The 9 pick, yeah. And why would they not trade for A.J. Brown? If they're trying to win a championship, they're going to make a move for A.J. Brown. Howie Roseman is sitting back laughing. Because while everybody's criticizing Howie Roseman, look at the Chiefs. The Chiefs can go and get A.J. now. I would not be shocked if the Chiefs are making a move for A.J. Brown. And why would you not think that? You think that they're rebuilding? I don't think so. I don't think they look at it as a team of rebuilding. I think they're trying to win another championship. They're trying to get another Super Bowl in Kansas City. And Patrick Mahomes and A.J. Brown makes sense. The no 29, they got 2 first-round picks. That is already enough to acquire A.J. Brown. I think if you give them the 2, I think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to trade it for A.J. Brown. I think this reminds me of the Ramsey trade. Remember when the Eagles were acquired for Jalen Ramsey, who was the other team? The Rams. We needed a corner too, but the Rams had more ammo. And the Rams, what did they do? They traded Marcus Peters to the Baltimore Ravens. And what did they do with those picks? They go up and get Jalen Ramsey out of the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jacksonville Jaguars said, we're not trading him. They gave up 2 first-round picks and a bunch of picks. Now, the Jaguars didn't end up doing nothing with it because they can't draft. And their GM was horrible, and that's why he got fired. But again, how he can draft and how he won't mess up. Trade AJ and Goddard and get that. No, I don't need to trade Goddard. Goddard's a free agent. We're not trading Goddard. If AJ Brown gets traded, it's because the team's going to offer a lot. I don't want to trade anybody, honestly. But again, he said trade AJ and Goddard and get that tight end this year. I think if you have 2 first-round picks, I don't think you need to trade Goddard. And I don't think if you trade AJ Brown, you're going after Cornell Tate. I think that's the Ohio State receiver. I think you're going to go after a receiver in this draft. I think you're not going to have the tight end situation is done there. They're probably going to side a tight end. If they trade AJ Brown, they're going to draft a receiver. They're drafting a receiver in the first round. One of those picks are going to be for a receiver. Okay? One of those picks is going to be for a receiver. And an offensive lineman. You know what I'm saying? Again, we don't know what the Eagles are going to do in free agency. But if you trade A.J. Brown, I think you need a receiver now. And I don't want no Mike Evans, a 31-year-old. I don't want none of these free agent receivers. I don't want no DJ Moore. If we get 2 first-round picks in the second, I'm drafting Cornell Tate out of Ohio State. That's what I'm drafting. And I'm pairing them with Devontae Smith. If you trade Goddard, but Goddard is a free agent, though. Goddard is a free agent. He's not coming back. So you can't trade Goddard. Goddard is a unrestricted free agent. He is a free agent. He's allowed to sign with any other team. Okay? You can't trade Dallas Goedert if he's not on the contract. Okay, now they can always try to sign him and then trade him, but they're not going to do that. Goddard is going to make way too much money, and Goddard is going to go as a free agent somewhere else. Oh yeah, if you trade AJ, you're definitely saying this is the year. And definitely saying this is the year. You're not trying to make it to the Super Bowl. No, I disagree with that. I disagree. I think the Eagles still would go to the Super Bowl regardless. I mean, for people to say that we traded, no, I don't think so. Because you still got Devontae Smith. And I still think you can draft a rookie receiver that still can be really good. I think Cornell Tate would be a great receiver to add to Devontae Smith. Cornell Tate is an NFL ready receiver. He's definitely NFL ready. You can plug him in and he will start right away. I don't think he needs time to grow. I think he can go right away and be that number one guy. I disagree with that. I don't think losing A.J. Brown, you're not a Super Bowl contender. I think the only way you're not a Super Bowl contender is, again, if Nick is in the way. And that's why Nick needs to stay out the playbook and stay away from this offense. If we don't win a Super Bowl because of Nick Sirianni and his ability to not understand that he's not an offensive head coach and he continues to be in the way, and then he's going to get fired. But losing A.J. Brown does not close our window of Super Bowl winning. You still got Jalen Hurts, who has shown many times he can win. You still got Devontae. Devontae is still your number one receiver. If you lose AJ, you still got Devontae. Devontae can be your number one. Now, you still got to go in the draft, and you can't just get a bunch of nobodies, right? The Eagles go out and get a bunch of free agents, and nobody, then they're not doing anything to help them win the Super Bowl. But they go get Cornell Tate, and they get a legit receiver to help with Devontae Smith and pair him up, then I don't think the A.J. Brown trade is as bad as we think. I don't. I think A.J. Brown is not happy with the coach. I think this head coach pissed him off. And I think that they're going to trade him quietly. I don't think you're going to hear A.J. Brown requested a trade. I don't think they're going to announce that. I don't think that's how Howie and A.J. want to go out. I think there's a great relationship with each other. I don't think A.J. Brown is unhappy with his organization. I think he still has respect for them. I do. I don't think he gets along with his coach. And I think it's best for both of them if, honestly, if they want to move on from them, they're going to do it quietly. They're going to do it like a proper business. I don't like when players request trades. Because, again, that's selfish, right? And I would lose respect for A.J. Brown, right? Because, you requested a trade. Okay, then restructure your deal. But I think A.J. Brown's going to do it quietly. He's going to do it under, no one knows about it. Hey, we're going to trade you, but, we're going to get a lot for you. And it's going to be a mutual respect, and they're going to part ways. And I think after, he might post a saying thank you for everything you did. But again, I think A.J. Brown is not doesn't hate Philadelphia. I think he'll come back and be happy. But I think that he just don't want to be with this head coach. I don't think A.J. Brown will be a disgruntled player if we don't trade him. I don't think he's that type of guy. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but if he does, then guess what? Then you can sit on the damn bench and you can sulk, and then you just don't show up. And at that point, then guess what? You get then he can sit on the bench, and then it is what it is. But again, I don't think AJ is that type of person. I think AJ Brown will be here and he'll have a fresh mind. He'll play hard, and Sean Mann will do the best he can, or we'll get something back from him and we'll draft a receiver. Either way, we're in a winning position. We're not actively trying to move on. We're just going to get the best for him. And I think the Eagles are playing the right way. I'm sorry, they're doing it the right way. But the Chiefs got a lot of ammo. The Chiefs got 2 first-round picks. They can make a move for A.J. Brown. And they're clearing cap space. They got a no 40 overall pick in the second round. The Eagles asked for a first and a second round pick. They can trade the no 9th, the no 29th, and the second round. Or they don't even need to trade the no 9th. They can just trade the 29th and the 40th. I think if you're Kansas City Chiefs, I think you got to go all the way for A.J. Brown. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs, you need to win a Super Bowl. I think AJ is all worth it. I really do. I don't think you care about his age. You got to see what he can do on that field. You got to hope that he can stay healthy, and I think teams don't care about his health. I don't think they care about it. I think they know AJ Brown's a dog. I don't think teams care about picks, honestly. I think the Chiefs would do anything to get AJ Brown. I think they would trade their 2 first-round picks and their second-round pick for AJ Brown. I really do. I do. And you know what? He would be their number 1 guy over there. But I just think, look at the picks they had, man. Let's take a look. Look at the Chiefs, man. I think they're going to go after. That's my prediction. I think AJ is going to Kansas City. I think this reminds me of the Jalen Ramsey situation. Remember, Jalen Ramsey. What did the Rams give up for him? What did the Rams get and acquire him? They traded who? They traded Peters to the Ravens, and then they acquired Jalen Ramsey that same day. Look what the Chiefs have now. They got ammo, man. They got ammo. And they're clearing cap space. I think they're making a move for A.J. Brown. I think those picks are going to be for A.J. Brown. Maybe I'm wrong, but who are they making money for? Who are they creating space for? Are they going after Crosby? Who? There's no one that I think would they make this move for than AJ Brown. And they're clearing a lot of cap space. They're clearing over 50 million cap space. They're going to have more cap space in this free agency. They're going to make a move for, I'm telling you right now, do not be surprised if the Chiefs make a move for AJ Brown. Do not. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? If it happens, it happens, bro. It happens. I wish AJ Brown went the best. You know what I'm saying? Give me a second. My iPad about to die. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want it to die. You know what I'm saying? It dies quickly. It dies quickly. It dies quickly. So I'm trying to charge it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just flipping it around. But yeah, the Chiefs got 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick. They're loaded. They're loaded with picks, and they can go and get AJ Brown. They can go get anybody who they want. They got the ammo to do it now. They got the ammo to do it. And guess what? They're clearing cap space too. So they really got enough money to go get AJ Brown. They got enough cap space and they got enough picks to acquire him. They do. And I can see the Chiefs doing it. I think the Chiefs are a team that we can see make a move for AJ Brown. Do not be surprised by tonight. I'm telling you, by the morning, you could see AJ Brown being traded to the Kansas City Chiefs. I can see at 1 a.m. to maybe even 12 a.m. today. Tomorrow morning. We hear alert from Ian Rappaport that AJ Brown is heading to Kansas City. Watch, I'm telling you, trades are going to happen. So AJ Brown's getting moved before the free agency. I'm telling you right now, they are. Maybe I don't know for a fact they are. But again, the Chiefs 2026 draft picks. They have the no 9th, the no 29th, they have the no 40 in the second round. 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. What are the Eagles asking for AJ Brown? What does Garofalo ask for? He asked for a first and a second. The Eagles are asking for a first and a second. What did Quinton Williams go for in a package? 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick. And I think a fourth and a player. I think 2 first-round picks and a second get it done. I do. I think the Chiefs are going after AJ Brown. Like, is anybody talking about this? I think the Chiefs are going after AJ Brown. I do. I think they're going to go after. I think they're going to trade for AJ Brown. I am going to make a prediction that I might be wrong. I might look silly. I think they're trading for AJ Brown. I think we're about to get 2 first-round picks in a second. I think that no 9th is about to be the AJ Brown trade. I think it is. I think it's for AJ Brown. I'm gonna put myself out there. I think it's for AJ Brown. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. I think it's for AJ Brown. I just posted it. AJ Brown package. I think it's for AJ Brown. I think it's for AJ Brown. I think they're going after AJ Brown. They're making a move for AJ Brown. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are in a win mode right now. I think they will try to go get AJ Brown. A big body wide receiver that Mahomes can throw to. It is not a bad idea. It is not a bad idea. AJ Brown package. I think it's for AJ Brown package, man. You got to have picks, and you got to create cap space to acquire a guy like that. AJ Brown is a dead cap hit, and you got to give up a lot for him. You do. You got to give a lot for him, and the Chiefs got the money. Look at it. Look at it. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Hold up. Give me a second. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Y'all see that? Tell me I'm wrong. Look at me pick the guy. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, I don't think I'm wrong when I say that the Chiefs have enough ammo to go get AJ Brown. I don't think I'm wrong at all. I don't think I'm wrong at all. I don't. Oh, they're going to wait for the Jeremiah kid. I don't think so. Again, if that's the case, then that's the case. But again, why would they? They're going to wait for another year? I don't think so. I think they're going to go at the AJ. Sorry, I had to get my cat in. Offensive line. We do need offensive line. And again, the Chiefs are in a position right now. If A.J. Brown goes to Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes is a Super Bowl contender. The Chiefs are Super Bowl contenders for adding A.J. Brown. They are. They are. And you got to think the Chiefs right now. Why would the Chiefs try to go get, they could get Jeremiah Smith. They could. But again, if it's for Jeremiah Smith, then again, I can see that. But again, I think it's for A.J. Brown. The Eagles are asking for a first and a second. They got the ammo to do it. If they want Jeremiah Smith, they also can go get A.J. Brown too. They got the money, they got the cap space, and they got the draft picks to do it. And they got the greatest quarterback that could go and play for him. I'm sorry, not play for him. Greatest quarterback that could pair up with him. And Patrick Mahomes. It's not about just A.J. Brown trade. It's about, can this quarterback get him the ball? And I think Patrick Mahomes is the only quarterback other than Jalen Hurts can do that. I don't think Drake May helps A.J. Brown's stock. I think he needs to go somewhere like Kansas City where he can get that ball. He's looking for a Hall of Fame career. He's been saying he want to be a Hall of Famer, first-time Hall of Famer. Well, you got it. You have a chance in Kansas City. And Mahomes can sling that ball. And they throw it more than they run. The Eagles do not throw the ball as much. And A.J. Brown needs to go somewhere like Kansas City that throws the ball a lot. You know, he's been talking about he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm just saying, again, could it be for Jeremiah Smith? Maybe. I think it's for A.J. Brown. No, they're going to wait for Jeremiah Smith. Maybe. Or they could go draft a receiver this year. They do got the ammo to do it with Jeremiah Smith. But again, why are you waiting? Because I think it would be a wasteful year. I really do. Right? Patrick Mahomes coming off a 28 seal. If you're wasting a year for a receiver when you're in an AFC team, then I think that's loser mentality. Loser mentality to me. You know what I'm saying? And again, if you're waiting for Jeremiah Smith, then how come you train McDuffie now? You could have waited till next year to do that. You could have waited next year to do it. So either two things. They could have been drafted a receiver this year. Cornell Tate, I've been talking about, could go to Kansas City, or it could be, again, if we look at what the Kansas City Chiefs have, I think they're going to go after A.J. Brown. Again, everybody said the Rams were not going to go after Jalen Ramsey. They went after Jalen Ramsey. They traded all the picks they got from Marcus Peters with the Ravens picks they got inquired, and they moved and got Ramsey out of Jacksonville. You never know, man. You never know. If Sam Bradford went for a first-round pick, then A.J. Brown can go for 2. A.J. Brown is equivalent to 2 first-round picks, in my opinion. An three-time All-Pro. I don't care about it. People talk about he's injured. Man, stop, bro. Stop. It had nothing to do with injuries. It's the fact that his coach could not find a way to get him the ball because he's hard-headed. You know? And again, I don't think this coach and the A.J. get along with each other. I don't. But that's just how this is my opinion again. The Eagles want a lot for A.J. Brown. And I think a team like Kansas City will try to go after him. They will. Or the Patriots. One of those two teams. I think A.J. won't be into... I don't know. In my gut feeling, I think A.J. is going to get traded. I think the Eagles are going to move on from him. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's a weird situation we have right now. This is not a off-season. I think A.J. Brown is favored to stay. I don't. It's all turning into A.J. Brown being traded. We've heard all the reports, everything. I mean... It's a weird situation we have right now. I'd be shocked if AJ's back. I really would. And it has nothing to do with the cap hit. It's the fact that there's going to be a team that's going to go after him. And if you're the Chiefs, you got 2 first-round picks. You got the no 9th, you got the no 29th, and you're saving cap space up for what? You got $50 million over cap space in free agency going into the season. You're going to restructure Chris Jones. That's going to open up another half of the cap space to add with more cap space. Now you have 50. You saved over $24.2 million by trading McDuffie on his rookie contract. You didn't need to do all that. So if you wanted to get Jeremiah Smith, you already had a chance to go get. You could have traded that 29th overall pick for next year's draft. You could have traded that. You had 2 first-round picks. Jeremiah Smith is not going to cost you, especially if you're not going to be good this year. Why would you have the ammo to do that? I don't think that's for Jeremiah Smith. They already have a number 1 pick this year. They could have traded that number 1 pick for next year's. They could have traded that first-round pick in the draft for next year's 2027 first-round pick or first-round pick. They got a second-round pick this year too. They got a second-round pick and a no 29 pick. They could have moved up and trade those picks to a team in the draft to get a 2027 first-round pick if they were going to get Jeremiah Smith. They got 2 first rounds and a second. They got a no 9th that they just acquired from that they have, and they got the no 29th that they acquired from the Rams, and a no second round pick, the no 40th second round pick. That is enough to get A.J. Brown in Kansas City. If you trade that, you're going to get A.J. Brown. You are. Howie is not going to miss a beat on that opportunity. I'm just saying, like we got to understand that this is becoming the Jalen Ramsey situation. Jalen Ramsey flipped out on the coaches, and they traded him. After they say they weren't trading him. Their GM and the owner swooped down. Sean Khan, whatever his name is, the owner for the Rams, or Clean Khan, whatever his name is from the Jaguars, said that we're not going to the Luigi motherfucker. We're not going to trade Jalen Ramsey. Oh no, we love Jalen. We're not going to move on from him. They swooped down. They're not going to do it, and they pulled the trigger. You don't know what teams are thinking. If you're available to be traded, you're going to be traded. More likely, you're not staying. And I think A.J. Brown is going to be moved. I do. I think for the right competition, he will be moved. And the Chiefs offered a no first-round pick and a second-round pick. That will get it done. That is what the Eagles are offering. That is what the Eagles are asking the team to offer. You got the ammo to do it. I think the Chiefs are going to go after A.J. Brown. I think they're making more room for an A.J. package. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be Jeremiah Smith. I don't know. But I just think, why would you waste for another year? If he's that good, I mean, we don't even know what Jeremiah Smith going to be. I think it's for A.J. Brown. I think it's a package for A.J. Brown. Maybe I'm out of it, but again, it's just my gut feeling. Definitely need offensive line. Well, we need offensive line, but I think that offensive line, again, this offensive line in this draft, let's be real. You don't want to reach on an offensive line in this draft if he's not the right fit. That's how you end up with Andre Dillard's situation. Like, Andre Dillard was not a fit in Philadelphia. He didn't have the mindset to win in Philadelphia. He was a small school offense. He was a guy that had no mindset to win in the city. He would be great somewhere else. But he didn't have the mindset. He was weak-minded. You can't just draft an offensive lineman. And then, guess what? Again, if there's not an offensive lineman that can come in right away and be that guy, and it's going to take a while to develop, you know what I'm saying? Then I don't know if you want to draft him. Now, Proctor, a lot of people saying he's Andre Dillard 2.0. I don't know if I want that. Yet there's a guy from Penn State, and I wouldn't mind an offensive lineman, like I said. But I think if you trade A.J. Brown, your draft picks have changed now tremendously. I think you're not your draft picks. Your draft status of what you're about to do, which now you have to do is now you got to go get a receiver. You got to go get a receiver. If you get 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick for A.J. Brown, you are now have to go get a wide receiver. And I'm not talking about Mike Evans. He's 31 years old. I don't want a 31-year-old. That would be horrendous. Right? If I'm training a 29-year-old, I don't want no 31-year-old. Right? I'll just keep A.J. Brown. But again, if you get a package, and I think the Chiefs are in this set and play for A.J. Brown. I think they got the ammo to do. They can pull the trigger right now to go get A.J. I would not be shocked. Do not be surprised for A.J. This is a team that is competing for championships. Could it be I put A.J. Brown package. Again, if I'm right, man, I'm a genius. Like, anybody else is not even talking about this. If I was right, if I end up being right, which again, I don't want to be right. But again, it's just weird. McDuffie got traded to the Rams, and they got the ammo to trade for A.J. Brown. They got a no 9th, they got a no 29th. They got 2 first-round picks this year in this draft. They didn't need to trade McDuffie to get Jeremiah Smith. They're probably going to be bad this year. So they could just wait it out this year and got another first-round pick. They got 2 first-round picks and a second round. No, man. I think that's for a player. I think that is for either a player or a cornerback. Maybe they go get Denzel Ward. Maybe that's what they're going for. Or maybe they're going after a wide receiver. Again, I think when you look at A.J. Brown and Patrick Mahomes, I think that's a great possibility for A.J. to succeed. If A.J. wants to be a Hall of Famer, Patrick Mahomes can do that. Patrick Mahomes can throw that ball to you. Right? If A.J. Brown is complaining about targets, let's say he is, then Patrick Mahomes is the perfect spot for him. He is. He can throw that ball. And it would be a big weapon and a big trade move for the Chiefs to get a guy like A.J. Brown that is still in his prime that can give you 3 to 4 years at best when he's healthy. But I don't think if you're the Chiefs, you care about his injuries. I think you look at his production and you say, this guy has been all-pro. This guy's a Super Bowl champion. We know what he did against us. right? And we got a chance to add him with Patrick Mahomes. Why not do it, right? And you get to screw the Patriots and the Bills, and you got the ammo, and we need a receiver. I think the Chiefs need a receiver. Isn't a receiver getting locked up for domestic violence too? I mean, I think they need a receiver. I think the Chiefs need a wide receiver. I mean, they just drafted a receiver this last year, and Worthy. So again, I think they're going to make a move for AJ Brown. Again, I could be wrong, but again, why would you trade McDuffie for? Again, I think it's for a player. Could be for DJ Moore. You know what I'm saying? But the Chiefs picks are loaded. They got 2 first-round picks this year. They got a second-round pick. Eagles asked for a first and a second for AJ Brown. Patrick Mahomes and AJ Brown on that team. AJ would get those yards that he wants. Again, we don't throw the ball as much as the Chiefs do. We don't do that. Chiefs throw more than the Eagles do. And they're in the AFC. They need wide receivers that can catch the ball. They need, and Patrick Mahomes is going to be 30 years old. Or no, I think he is 30 years old. I think he's the same age as AJ Brown. So they're going to be in a situation where they both are going to be in the same mindset. Maybe Patrick Mahomes is a better quarterback for AJ Brown, honestly. And that's okay. That's okay, man. That doesn't mean AJ Brown hates the Eagles. I don't think he hates the Eagles. I don't think he gets along with his coach, and I think that's the issue. And I think the Eagles are willing to move on from him for the right price. Right? They're looking at his value. And they look at the receivers in this draft. Listen, they brought receivers they met with some receivers. They met the Texans receiver. What's his name? I forget. It starts with a K. They met with him. You know what I'm saying? If they trade AJ Brown, I think they're going to draft a receiver in the first round. I think they're going to have to. You're not going to fill every position. You're not. It's not going to happen. They're going to have to draft a receiver. I'm sorry. I mean, what receiver are you going to trade for then? You know, maybe they use those picks and they trade for a receiver. I don't know. Jamar Chase and Jefferson's not likely. It's not happening. Okay, we can stop that, right? But if the Chiefs trade for AJ Brown, I think you need a wide receiver. I think you need a wide receiver in the draft, man. Definitely the offensive line. You do need offensive line, and I would not mind having an offensive line. I think Proctor and the guy from Penn State would be a great addition. I'm not mad at offensive line. I'm not. But if you trade AJ Brown, I think you need to go wide receiver in the first round. You do. You cannot just get a bunch of nobodies. Devontae cannot be the only guy you only have on this football team. You can't just trade AJ Brown. See, Eagle fans forget AJ Brown is a generational piece that you got to find a way to replace immediately. You can't wait. You will hurt this offense. We got to understand, Devontae Smith is going to get doubled. The second you trade AJ Brown, you now have Devontae doubled now. Corners are going to start doubling Devontae. So you need that number one other receiver to help Devontae so he can get open. You can't just go and get a bunch of random receivers. It doesn't work like that. You need 2 number 1 receivers on this football team. This is not the 2017s where you can just have Alshon Jeffrey and Torrey. No, it's not like that anymore. Corners are bigger, they're faster, they're more experienced. Defense corners know what they're doing, and you got Christian Park in your division that knows who the Eagles are. Okay? So you need to be able to make teams have to guess. And if you just have Devontae Smith and a bunch of nobodies, Devontae is going to get doubled. So I don't agree with, trade AJ Brown, then draft Jeremiah. I said, no. If I'm trading AJ Brown, I'm drafting a wide receiver in this draft. I'm going to get the Ohio State receiver in this draft, and that is, I'm going to go get Tate. I'm going to go get Tate, and I'm going to pair him up with Devontae. I'm going to go get that number 1 receiver to help Devontae Smith out. Or I'm going to trade for a wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Maybe the Eagles do trade for a receiver after they trade AJ Brown. I don't know. I don't know. But the Chiefs got ammo. The Chiefs got ammo. They got ammo. And it would not shock me the Chiefs make a move for AJ Brown. It would not shock me. This is the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a team that's ready to win a championship. The team is not ready to tank on a wide receiver. Okay? Now, if they trade Patrick Mahomes, then I'll be like, all right, maybe they are trying to tank. Okay? Or if they're looking to move other players. Like, if they start moving other players, and they start moving Worthy, and again, maybe or a bunch of other guys, I don't care, be cool coincidence. But I just think it's weird they trade McDuffie. They trade McDuffie, and they need that number one receiver. And A.J. Brown has been productive. He's been productive when he's had the ball. You know what I'm saying? And A.J. Brown with the Eagles season had 85 catches, 100,259 yards, 8 touchdowns, and 3 All-Pros. Okay, this is a guy that's been very good when he's healthy. That's what the Chiefs are looking at. They're not looking at his injuries. I'm sure they're part of it, but I think AJ's healthy. I think AJ's healthy and he's ready to go. You know what I'm saying? He just needs you just need the right composition, and the Chiefs got it. I think I might make it. I made a prediction on my Twitter. I said AJ Brown package. I don't care if I'm wrong. I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird that the Chiefs would trade the corner. And please hit that like button. Please subscribe. We got 10 likes. I appreciate y'all, man. Hit that like button, subscribe, man. Hit that like button, subscribe. Hit that like button, subscribe. If you trade Goddard, no, I think I read that. But yeah, Chiefs got they got a bunch of picks. They're loaded. And I think that the Chiefs are going to make a move for someone. If it's not A.J. Brown, it's going to be someone like DJ Moore. I don't think they're going, like, Jeremiah Smith, why would they wait another year? They're going to waste Mahomes another year of him. For what? For drafting a receiver in the future? It makes no sense. You're not wasting Mahomes another year when he's coming off an ACL for Jeremiah Smith. It makes no sense, man. Jeremiah Smith is a 2027 future pick. You know what I'm saying? Again. You know, it is what it is. I had to let my cat out. You know? But yeah, I mean, again, and another thing is, A.J. Brown rumor has some none update, but for sake of argument, let's say if he's traded, don't be surprised if Devontae Smith sees a similar jump or what. Again, Jackson Smith and Jigba is not Devontae Smith. We gotta stop trying to compare these two. Jackson Njigba is first of all built different. Devontae Smith is smaller. Jackson Njigba is a lot bulkier. He's a lot bulkier. He doesn't have the same frame as him. We got to stop trying to compare wide receivers. Why is it we try to compare wide receivers to other wide receivers? Njigba is not Devontae Smith. They're not. They're two separate receivers. Two separate receivers. They play differently. They're not the same wide receiver. They play two different ways. Devontae is a slim, creates routes, and he's silky. Jackson Njigba is a burner. He's a burner. And he's a guy that can get open with one cut. Devontae is a route runner. He's a route running technician. Stop! Like, I'm tired of these Eagle fans trying to compare Nick Jigba. They're not the same. Like, it's like comparing A.J. Brown to CeeDee Lamb. They're not the same similar receivers. They don't play the same. One plays off the line, one plays in the slot. One plays off the line and is a bully. A.J. Brown goes against your number one corner and bullies him off the line as a wide receiver. He plays outside. He doesn't play in the slot. We got to stop doing that, man. You know, so A.J. Brown and Nick Jigba are not, Devontae and Nick Jigba are not the same receiver. They're not the same weight. Nick Jigba is a burner. He's a burner. Devontae is a silky wide receiver that can have some speed, and he is a burner too. But he also runs routes. He runs routes. So it is what it is. Shush. Shush. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Again, I don't know why these, like, again, we gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop comparing wide receivers to these guys. They're not the same. They're not the same. Just because they have similar stats does not make them the same. Stop doing this. Stop doing this. We do this with every player, man. We do this with every, and I hate that. They're not the same wide receiver. They don't play the same. They're not the same style wide receiver. One is a route running technician, and the other one is a flat out burner. A one cut straight up the middle and go. They're not the same. And I'm tired of these Eagle fans doing this stuff. This is what I call unintelligent football talk. When you sit there and say Njigba and Devontae are the same cylinder, they're not. They're not. Just like CeeDee Lamb and A.J. Brown are not the same wide receiver set. They don't play the same. They're not. They don't have the same style offense. A wide receiver that, like, come on, like they are not the same type of receiver. They play two different ways. Okay, we gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop comparing Devontae to Njigba. Devontae is a silky, smooth route runner. Njigba is a burner. Like, we gotta stop trying to act like they're the same. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of it. And again, another Eagle fan who looks at one player and thinks that they're the same. And again, this is what I don't understand. It's why I can't stand Twitter sometimes, man. And it's not nothing to do with Najigba. I think both of them are great. But Devontae Smith is a different style wide receiver. If you think he's going to have a similar, Najigba was a number one receiver coming out of Ohio State since college. You know what I'm saying? Again, stop it, man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know, so again, another day, another A.J. Brown rumor, and son, another update. But if for sake of argument, let's say traded. Don't be surprised if Devontae Smith sees someone jump to what Najigba did in Seattle just a year ago. Najigba was playing a different style. And again, you need another one receiver. You're not just going to have a Najigba on this offense, man. So again, we got to stop this. We got to stop this, man. And it is what it is. So we've been on here for a while, and we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. I appreciate y'all for liking and subscribing. And yeah, man, I'm going to keep you updated if things happen. If there's a trade happen, I will be back on here. Flag was fly. Like and subscribe. And I'm out. Go Birds.